on sustaining livestock and ensuring we have wholesome meat, wholesome protein, animal protein on our table, and income to all our farmers, and also for the development of our country, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to introduce to you our amazing guests. To start with, I'd love to recognize once again the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development in person of Honorable Idris Abiola Ajimobi, highly representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. You're welcome, sir. Thank you for this high representation. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to also recognize, well, we are still expecting them, the Honorable Minister for Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. We're also expecting the Permanent Secretary for Federal Ministry for Livestock Development. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce to you that in our presence, we have the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development. Please, a round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a secretary member of the Presidential Livestock Reforms Committee, represented by Mrs. Bolanle Olumoye. You're welcome, ma. Please to the high table. Please to the high table. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we also have in our presence the Southwest Regional Director of Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, in person of Mrs. Akeredolu Olayinka Abimbola. You're welcome, ma. To the high table, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce to you that in our presence, we have the Oyo State Commissioner for Agric, represented by Director, Animal Husbandry Services, Oyo State Ministry of Agric, in person of Mrs. Olubukola Akinloye. You're welcome out to the high table. You're welcome. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst, we have an amazing specialist, a good body to the SSA, that also promotes the development of livestock in our nation, Nigeria. Permit me to bring to the high table our great people from Malu Specialists and persons of Miss Dr. Nicholas Alo to the high table, please. God bless you. Mr. Bola Ladejo to the high table, please. Professor Benga Kende to the high table, please. Mr. Emeka Ekunefe to the high table, please. Thank you very much. And also to the high table, I'd love to bring forward Dr. Deji Komolafe to the high table. All right, he stepped out. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst, we also have Professor Matthew Oyeyemi, one of our facilitators. Sir, you're welcome to the high table. Thank you very much. And also in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, we have an insurance company, Allianz Insurance, represented by Mr. Ikechoku Okugo, Mr. Aboladale Owolabi, Mr. Oyas Momo, Vivian Onyeko, please to the high table. Are they here? All right, we'll be expecting them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce to you that today is going to be an amazing day, an amazing moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all here in this great institute, a well-known institute for the development, the training and development of livestock for Nigeria's great economy. And I will not slide away from recognizing the presence of the provost of this great institute, the provost, Federal College of Animal Health and Production Technology, in person of Dr. Adekoya Olatunde Owoshibo. A round of applause for him. Dr. Owoshibo. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we have in our presence, representing the Executive Director, Institute of Agric and Research Training, Professor Omole Adeboye. Professor Omole Adeboye, you're welcome, sir, to the high table. Professor Omole Adeboye is the Chairman, Animal Science of Nigeria Association, or your state chapter. You're welcome, sir. Representing the Executive Director, IART, More Plantation, Ibadan. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I'm pleased to announce to you that the State Commandant of the State Coordinator, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, in person of Dr. Florence Omolele, State Coordinator, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, or your state, in person of Dr. Florence Omolele, is presently in our midst. A round of applause to you, ma. I'm so sorry for the pronunciation. Please to the high table. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Adekeye, representing the Country Director, International Livestock Research Institute, is also in our midst. Please put your hands together for him. Dr. Adekeye. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, all protocols duly observed, please, I'm pleased to announce to you that we also have one of our facilitators, in person of Professor Olushola Olorunishomo, in our midst. A round of applause for him. Olorunishomo kì í ṣe ènìyàn. Ọlọ́run ló ń ṣọmọ. Ẹ wo bọ́mọ náà ṣe fine. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, this program has begun, and we shall kick off by having a national anthem. Please permit me, please rise up on our feet. Let's have the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, though tribes of Medieval, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve a sovereign motherland. a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Amen. Please, let's be seated. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our amazing farmers, all protocols duly observed. Once again, I'd love to welcome you to this amazing day, the 19th day of December 2024. We're all here on a sustaining livestock resilience, changing times, innovation, collaboration and growth for the ruminant sector. We're all here to have a great input and a great time to learn on how to improve the production of livestock in our great country, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, permit me to welcome you to the Southwest Cattle, Sheep and Goats Farmers Day Out and Exhibition. Please put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together for yourself for finding it a beautiful moment to be here. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, before we have the welcome address, permit me to recognize the presence of Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin, Chairman Conference of Speakers, State Legislature, and Speaker Oyo State House of Assembly, Honorable Adebo. Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin. A round of applause for him. Is he here already? All right, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please put your hands together for our amazing Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development in person of Honorable Idris Abiola Ajumobi for his welcome address. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, my fellow livestock farmers, and welcome. Permit me to recognize the presence. I think I should be there. If I am there, sorry. Yes. Much more comfortable. Yes. Good morning, fellow livestock farmers, and welcome. Permit me to stand on present protocol. I am genuinely honored to stand before you today as we are gathered here in Ibadan, the heartbeat of the Southwest region, to celebrate the strength, resilience, and immense contributions of our ruminant farmers to the economic development of this nation. This significant event, the Farmers' Day Out for Southwest Ruminant Farmers, is a remarkable milestone for all of us in the livestock sector, and a testament to our collective commitment to driving growth and sustainability in this vital sector. As a livestock farmer myself, in Oyo State, I deeply understand the challenges and rewards that come with raising livestock. I started my journey as a livestock farmer long before I assumed the office of Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development. So I share in your passion, your struggles, and your determination to making a lasting impact in the ruminant sector, which makes today's gathering all the more meaningful to me and all the more important. Today, as we come together under the theme, Sustaining Livestock Resilience in Changing Times, Innovation, Collaboration, and Growth for the Ruminant Sector, we recognize that our industry, like any other, is not immune to the pressures of the rapidly changing world. The Yorubas say, it is money that brings life, but sacrifice brings glory. What we are doing today as livestock farmers is not just about surviving, it is about sacrificing our comfort zone and embracing new ideas, innovation, and opportunities for growth. From unpredictable weathers to market mobility and disease outbreaks, the challenges are many. Yet, with innovation and collaboration, we can rise above those challenges. Our gathering today is a unique opportunity for all of us, farmers, policymakers, industry stakeholders, and innovators, to share knowledge, to discuss practical solutions, share ideas, and build relationships as well as partnerships that will chart the way forward for this sector. Our seminar and breakout sessions today will delve into key issues affecting the ruminant sector, and I encourage all of us to participate actively, engage with our experts and panelists, expert speakers and panelists, and network with fellow farmers and stakeholders. It is in the sharing of knowledge that wealth can grow. The knowledge you gain today will not only benefit you as individual farmers, but will contribute to the collective growth of our ruminant sector and the livestock ministry, development ministry as a whole. As we discuss innovation, I want to emphasize that the future of livestock farming is tied to our willingness to embrace new technologies, to explore sustainable practices, and to collaboratively work together. Whether it is in the use of data-driven solutions for livestock management or the implementation of climate-smart agricultural practices, we must adapt and evolve to remain competitive in an ever-changing global landscape. Our collective growth as livestock farmers depends on partnerships. This event is a reminder that we are not isolated as actors in this field. When we work together, we can achieve anything. By working together, we can unlock the full potential of this sector and this industry, which is the key reason why we have gathered here today, to explore how this collaboration can thrive. Through this partnership, we can create more opportunities for mutual benefit, ultimately leading to greater success and growth for farmers on a large scale. I want to reassure you that of the support of the current administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, which remains unwavering in its commitment to the growth and development of the livestock sector and Nigeria. As Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development, I am deeply dedicated to advance and committed to advancing policies that will make livestock farming simpler, more profitable, sustainable, and resilient. Through these kind of initiatives, these kind of community engagements, expanding rural infrastructure, and promoting market linkages, we are laying the foundation for a thriving ruminant industry. In closing, I want to say that today marks the beginning of an exciting journey for all livestock farmers. We have the power, the passion, and the potential to transform this livestock sector, not only in the Southwest, but across this great nation. The challenges may be many, but together we can turn them into opportunities for growth, innovation, and prosperity. Let us be open, let us share our knowledge, and let us work together to ensuring that the ruminant sector not only survives, but thrives in these changing times. I want to thank you all once again for being here today. Together we will rise, together we will grow, and together we will achieve greatness for our livestock sector and for our beloved Nigeria, inshallah. Thank you and enjoy the rest of this event, and may God bless Nigeria. Thank you all.
A round of applause for him. Your hands together for him. Thank you very much. That was amazing. Together we rise. Together we change this nation, Nigeria, for great development in the aspect of livestock production. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, I want to remind you that the SSA said he understands the challenges we all face in ruminant production and shares our passion in livestock production. And he also wants us to embrace new ideas and innovations to rise above these challenges, having practical discussions and solutions through our panelists and our speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, I would love us all to be very attentive to all our panelists and our speakers. And I'm sure you'd all be blessed. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you'll be wondering, who is this amazing, beautiful young lady standing before you? Let me introduce myself to you. My name is Ilesomi Grace Osejeme. I am an animal health and production technologist, an animal scientist, and also a master of ceremony. And they call me MC Gracilo. Put your hands together for me. Thank you very much. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, I will not be doing this talking alone. Please permit me to make welcome my co-MC in person of Mr. Okon Joseph, all the way from Lagelu FM. Mr. Joseph Okon. A round of applause for him.
Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Lóòótọ́ orúkọ yẹn sound like Akwa Ibom àbí? Ṣùgbọ́n èdè tí ó jáde Yorùbá ni. Ẹ ṣeun. Mo kí gbogbo ìjókòólé, ẹ̀yin ọlọ́lá pàtàkì pàápàá jùlọ olùgbanilámọ̀ràn pàtàkì àgbà lórí ìdàgbàsókè àwọn nǹkan ọ̀sìn. Ẹ tí wọ́n wà ń bí pẹ̀lú wa. Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ káàbọ̀ sà. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti mọ̀ wípé wọ́n ti bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn náà ni Honorable Idris Ajimobi. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Yóò yẹ wá, ẹ sàmí. àdàgbà ní dàgbàyà. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n lo àsìkò yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí olùkù mi tí wọ́n ti ń sọ fèrèfètè látàárọ̀ bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé irú àwa àgbẹ̀ báyìí agídí la fi gbóyìnbó. Èdè tá a gbọ́ èdè àgbàdo ká gbin àgbàdo kó wù lọ́jọ́ 4 àtọjọ́ 5 ká gbin sóyà ká sin nǹkan àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Àgbóyìnbó ṣùgbọ́n a gbọ́ èdè màálù a gbọ́ èdè adìyẹ a sì gbọ́ èdè ewúrẹ́ àtàwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún àwọn àgbẹ̀. Great farmers, great farmers, no farmers. Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa. No farmers. Ẹ ṣeun, all protocol duly observed. Kó mọ́ dàbí ẹni pàwọ́ náà gbóyìnbó. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ ti gbọ́ wípé abuọlá fún ẹni tí ọlá yẹ. Torí wípé wọ́n ní ẹni tí ọlá bá yẹ òun náà ni ká gbé òṣùbàràbàǹdẹ̀ ọlá ká gbé fún un. A fi ọlá fún ẹni tí ọlá yẹ. A sì jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí tí wọ́n sọ wípé ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà orílẹ̀-èdè tí ò ní tú tí ò ní dàrú àní rógun akànlé mọ́ gbóra wa á padà yanjú rẹ̀. Ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà ọlọ́lá jùlọ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu GCFR àti igbákejì ààrẹ ọlọ́lá jùlọ Kashim Shettima GCON. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ bí mo ṣe ń dárúkọ wọn. Ìgbà tí ṣé kí n pé ìyàwó mi ẹ jẹ́ kí n pé ìyàwó mi fún tèní tí wọ́n ń dárúkọ wọn àpá àtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Àwọn èèyàn pàtàkì pàtàkì àwọn ọlọ́lá ni wọ́n ti wà níkàlẹ̀ láì wí tún wí asán. Wọ́n ti sọ gbogbo rẹ̀ fún wa lédè òyìnbó. Orúkọ mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i fún ẹni tó bá ń gbọ́ ìkànnì Lágelú 96.7 FM òkè ìgájòkè tó kalẹ̀ ní ilé funfun báláú ní Fẹ́lẹ́lẹ̀. Ìkànnì tí Splash FM 105.5 tó bí níbi tí a ti ń sọ Yorùbá òkè tó ga ju òkè lọ. Pàápàá jùlọ lórí ìròyìn àti lórí ètò àgbẹ̀lọba ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Saturday ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta. Ẹ ti máa gbọ́ ohùn yẹn ẹ sì ti mọ orúkọ yẹn. Ẹ ti wá rí báyìí Okon Joseph Àkànjí ìkọ́ ajókọ bí ẹni tí ń fẹ́ ná ẹyinjú Olódùmarè tí ò ṣe é fi gígùn. Ẹ ṣeun lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Great farmers wọ́n ti bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ kókó ọ̀rọ̀ eléyìí tó ṣe pàtàkì. Wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti mọ ipò tí wọ́n dì mú wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti mọ ipò tí wọ́n dì mú wípé àwọn ni olùrànlọ́wọ́ pàtàkì àgbà senior special assistant sí ààrẹ lórí ìdàgbàsókè àwọn nǹkan ọ̀sìn bí nǹkan ọ̀sìn ó ṣe ní ìdàgbàsókè. Ọlọ́run ṣeun èèyàn tiwa ni wọ́n. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Bí wọ́n sì ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ rí wípé ẹni tó ṣe é súnmọ́ ni tó bá jẹ́ lòmíì ọlọ́pàá sójà wọn ó ti lu bí ipa. Ìgbà tí ń bọ̀ agídí mo fi fẹ́ dá wọn mọ̀ bí ìbá ṣe pé ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan tá a ti rí wọn rí níkànnì wa láti wò pé àwọn rèé. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Kí n tó tẹ̀ wájú ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi àsìkò yìí máa ké sí ààrẹ Tanímọ̀wò George. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ààrẹ máa bọ̀ wájú àwọn dà. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sà. Ẹ máa bọ̀ wájú sà. Ẹ ṣeun. Olùrànlọ́wọ́ pàtàkì àgbà sí ààrẹ lórí ìdàgbàsókè nǹkan ọ̀sìn. Wọ́n ti bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àwọn tó ṣe pàtàkì tó ṣe kókó wípé kìí ṣe pé àwọn ò mọ̀ nípa ìpèníjà tí àwọn àgbẹ̀ oní nǹkan ọ̀sìn tí wọ́n ń dojúkọ. Àwọn mọ̀ nípa rẹ̀ àwọn sì ṣetán láti lo ipò tí Ọlọ́run fi àwọn sí láti ṣe kíni láti rí dájú pé gbogbo àwọn òkè ìṣòro yẹn ó di pẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. Ni wọ́n ní àwọn tí ń ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀ wọ́n sì tún wá ń bẹ̀bẹ̀ wọ́n sì pẹ̀ fún ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ àwa àgbẹ̀ oní nǹkan ọ̀sìn pàápàá jùlọ ó ní nǹkan ẹran àwọn ẹran àjẹpọ̀ ruminant animal àwọn ẹranko àjẹpọ̀ mo rò bí ó ti yé wa dáadáa wọ́n ń pè fún ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ wa pé kí a fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn látàrí àti rí i dájú pé ìdàgbàsókè ó dé bá àwọn nǹkan ọ̀sìn yìí àwa ṣe ládùúrà pé Ọlọ́run ó fún wọn ṣe ẹ bá ń sàmí ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ wájú. ẹ jẹ́ kí n ké sí ààrẹ ta nímọ̀ wò láti wá fún wa ní gbólóhùn ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu wọn ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. You are welcome, sir.
Great farmers, no farmers. Ẹ kú ilé o. Ṣàlàáfíà la bára wa. Thank you so much. My SSA, bless you. We are happy to have someone like you in the especially for the livestock ministry, the development. We have been fighting this cause many years back. I greet the animal scientists present, great animal scientists. I greet the Asan present, Asan president. I greet you. His Excellencies present, the Senior Special Assistants to the President on Livestock Development, Commissioners present, Team Lead, Real People Concepts, all existing protocol, I stand to duly recognize them. My dear esteemed farmers, stakeholders, guests, press crew, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to extend my warmest greetings to all on this momentous occasion of strategic livestock in Southwest cattle, sheep, and goats. And a farmer cry out there as well as an exhibition being held today, Thursday, December 19, at the Federal College of Animal Health and Production Mall. Today we gather to celebrate the hard work, dedication, resilience of our livestock farmer, including myself. If we have not been there, maybe the nation concerning food will have been in a very big calamity. Livestock farmers are the lifebone of agriculture in Nigeria. The livestock industry is an integral part of the nation economy. Thereby, we contribute 13% of the activities of the economy to the economy, with about 3% GDP. As we showcase the best of livestock breed, farm practice, and innovation technology, I encourage you to embrace the opportunities of challenges associated with sustainable livestock production. Let us all work together to promote climate-smart agriculture, improve animal welfare, and enhance the livelihood of farmers and rural community. I would like to commend the organizers of this event, especially the Office of the Senior Special Assistants to the President. You are well commended, sir. The Reconcept for their tireless efforts in bringing us together and promoting the growth and development of livestock industry. It is not easy to see captains of industry, academias, in a gathering like this. Even top civil servants are equally seated. I think they've done a very good work in bringing us together, and they deserve a round of applause. So our farmers, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your commitment to feeding our nation and contributing to the economic growth. Let us continue to support and celebrate our livestock farmers. We are all great people. If you're having poultry, if you're having sheep, if you're having goat, or if you have the malu itself that is called cow or cattle or the dairy, whichever you are doing, you are a great person, and I salute you this morning. Great farmers, Let's collaborate towards more sustainable productivity and prosperous livestock sector. At this time, we from SAT Farms, we are highly honored to be here, and we wish to continue on our farm production. Don't get twisted. Are was once in the ministry in Lagos in livestock, and now I just shifted myself to the farm. No break, I just step aside. So to those of us who still in service, let's be thinking, any day you look out that I'm getting out of service, the next day you open the door in your farm, and so shall it be. Merry Christmas and prosperous, productive year to everybody. Thank you and congratulations to all. This message is from SAT Farm. Great farmers, no farmer. Thank you and God bless.
Ẹ bá mi fún ẹ ní àtẹ́wọ́ bí ọ̀wàrà òjò. Ààrẹ, inú mi á dùn láti gbà yín lálejò lórí ètò àgbẹ̀ lọ́ba. Ìdí ni wípé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́ fi di ògbóǹtagí. Àwa náà fẹ́ kí àwọn tó ń bọ̀ a fẹ́ rú wọn lọ́kàn sókè. Ẹ bá mi fún ọ látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n lo àsìkò yìí kí n kí ọ̀mọ̀wé èèyàn Dr. Adéwùmí Adésínà láti National Agricultural Extension and Research License Services. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ àwọn dà. Ẹ máa bọ̀ sà. Ẹ máa bọ̀ wájú sà. Ẹ bá mi darí wọn sí ibi tí ìjókòó wọn máa wà. Lára ohun tí ààrẹ sọ, ẹ jẹ́ mú kékeré. Wọ́n gbóríyìn fún àwọn tí wọ́n gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀. Pàápàá jùlọ ọ́fíìsì olùrànlọ́wọ́ pàtàkì àgbà sí ààrẹ lórí ìdàgbàsókè nǹkan ọ̀sìn láti pàṣẹ Honorable Idris Abiola Ajimobi. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Wọ́n sì gbóríyìn fún iléeṣẹ́ tó ṣàyà gbangba ìyẹn real people concept. Ẹ má bínú, real people concept. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ àti àwọn yòókù tí wọ́n jẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe. Ẹ rí i pé àwọn èèyàn wa wọ́n gbé kínní ìdánimọ̀, wọ́n gbé kọ́rùn, wọ́n ń lọ wọ́n ń bọ̀, gbogbo ẹ̀ kó lè kún mú bí ìdodo ẹ̀fọn. Wọ́n wá sọ̀rọ̀, ohun tó jọ mí lójú ni pé ohun tí honorable wa tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí, àwọn náà mú ẹnu bà á pàtàkì ṣíṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀ pé we need to work together. Wọ́n sì ní ẹ jẹ́ kí àtìlẹ́yìn wa kó pọ̀ ju tàtẹ̀yìnwá lọ. So wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa wípé ẹ̀ka nǹkan ọ̀sìn ìdá 30%, which is 30%, ó ní à ń kó. Eléyìí tó sì jẹ́ pé owó tá à ń pa sí àpò àsùnwọ̀n tí ń rogún sí àpò àsùnwọ̀n ìjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tá a bá gbé sórí òṣùwọ̀n bí ìdá 3 tí wọ́n pè ní GDP. Ó ní wọ́n sì jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ wípé ẹ̀ka nǹkan ọ̀sìn ó jẹ́ ẹ̀ka bí ìgbà tí ọkàn tí ó bá wà lára èèyàn tá a bá ti mú ọkàn tí ń dún túpe kúrò, ẹni ẹ ṣe kí ni? Ó di ká máa kọrin fún pé àtìgbé bàbá lọlé tàbí ìyá, àwa ò ní rí ikú àìtọ́jọ́. Ẹ rá mi ṣe. Great farmers, no farmers, ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin àgbẹ̀ wà ń bí. Báyìí ẹ jẹ́ kí n kàn sí Dish Ambassador to Nigeria. Ṣé wọ́n wà ń bí? Okay. Ẹ jẹ́ kí a tẹ̀ wájú. Wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan wípé ẹni tí í ṣe alákòóso fún iléeṣẹ́ ti ìjọba àpapọ̀ lórí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti ààbò oúnjẹ ti ẹ̀ka ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, ìyẹn Lagos State Director of Federal Ministry of Agric and Food Security, pé wọ́n wà ń bí. A rí aṣojú wọn tí í ṣe ọ̀gbẹ́ni Gafar Wahab. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ máa bọ̀ lókè báyìí. Ẹ máa bọ̀ lókè. Ẹ bá mi ṣe atọ́nà wọn lọ sí ibi tí wọn ó jókòó sí. Ẹ jẹ́ kí ṣe Dish Ambassador to Nigeria, ṣé wọ́n wà ń bí? Wọ́n sì ń bí. Ọ̀dà ẹ jẹ́ kí n tẹ̀ wájú. ní báyìí a gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ láti ẹnu ẹni tí í ṣe commissioner fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, Lagos State Honourable Commissioner for Agric. Ṣé wọ́n wà ń bí? Wọ́n ti dé. Ó dáa, ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ ẹni tí í ṣe honourable fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀, Honourable Commissioner fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Ṣé wọ́n wà ń bí? Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. You are welcome, ma. Mo mọ̀ wípé ńgbà tá a bá fi kúrò ń bí ẹni tí ò ṣiṣẹ́ nǹkan ọ̀sìn rí yóò bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wá owó àti dálẹ̀.
Great farmers, no farmers. I appreciate you, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development, and standing on the existing protocol because I cannot start mentioning names. I'm here to deliver the speech of the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Oyo State, in person of Barrister Olasukomi Olaleye, at the Southwest Cattle, Sheep and Goat Farmers Day Out, an exhibition held on Thursday, December 19, 2024, at the Federal College of Animal Health and Production Technology, More Plantation, Ibadan. Distinguished guests, esteemed farmers, industry stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address you at this program. This gathering underscores our shared commitment to advancing the ruminant livestock sector, a vital component of our agricultural economy in Oyo State and the entire Southwest region. The theme for today's event, Sustaining Livestock Resilience in Changing Times, Innovation, Collaboration, and Growth for the Ruminant Sector, aptly reflects the challenges and opportunities before us. In an era marked by climate change, evolving market dynamics, and technological advancements, our resilience hinges on embracing innovation and fostering collaboration. The Oyo State government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, has been proactive in implementing policies to transform farming activities in livestock sector. Our vision is to restore, transform, and reposition agriculture as the foremost industry that drives the state's economy, provide food security, and serves as a sustainable platform for wealth creation for our people. In line with this, we have embarked on several initiatives. Oyo State government, through SAFER, have rolled out specific measures to address the immediate and long-term needs of our livestock farmers. Palliatives were given out to farmers in the state. I'm sure some of the farmers here have benefited from the palliative given to farmers, to goats and sheep farmers and cattle farmers. We gave out maize grains to poultry farmers. We gave out feed for fish farmers. Presently, vaccination is ongoing in the states on anthrax, CPP, and PPR vaccination for disease prevention among livestock farmers. Brewer dry grain and wheat offals were given to cattle farmers and sheep and goat farmers. Upcoming training on pasture production and management, upcoming training on hair tag and record keeping, advisory services provided by registered animal scientists from the Department of Animal Husbandry Services and veterinary doctors from the Department of Veterinary Services. Also, the World Bank Assisted Project, launched in the second quarter of 2024, aims to improve productivity, commercialization, and resilience within the livestock sector of Nigeria. Oyo State engagement in this project focuses on supporting livestock production and development, with a particular emphasis on cattle, poultry, and piggery. We have developed the Fashola farm into a livestock production hub, showcasing our commitment to revitalizing the state's livestock industry. This hub serves as a model for other states, demonstrating the potential for large-scale livestock production, and value chain development. Through the Oyo L-Press project, we are providing hands-on training and support to boost livestock businesses in Oyo State. These initiatives aims to empower farmers with modern agricultural information and technologies, enhancing productivity and sustainability. All these efforts are geared towards enhancing resilience of our livestock farmers and improving the overall health and productivity of their animals. While these initiatives lay a solid foundation, the active participation and collaboration of all stakeholders are crucial. I encourage our farmers to adopt innovative practices, engage in continual learning, and collaborate with research institutes and industry farmers. Together, we can overcome challenges and seize the opportunity that lies ahead. In conclusion, I reaffirm the Oyo State government's unwavering commitment to supporting sustainable livestock farming. Let us leverage this platform to exchange ideas, forge partnership, and chart a course towards a resilient and prosperous ruminant sector in southwest Nigeria. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring exhibition.
Thank you so much. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ní kúkúrú èdè, wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára. Wọ́n sì sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ètò ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ èyí tí wọ́n ti ṣe àti èyí tí ó ń bọ̀. Bákan náà ẹ̀wẹ̀, wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa World Bank Assisted Project pé ó ti wọ ìpele ọ̀tún. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ náà sì lọ́wọ́ sí i. Wọ́n wá ní èròǹgbà wọn ní wípé láti ṣe àgbéǹde ẹ̀ka nǹkan ọ̀sìn tí wọ́n sì tún mẹ́nu bà ń tà ń pè ní Ọ̀yọ́ Help Project. So wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní kí àwa àgbẹ̀ ká rí dájú pé a lọ fún ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ẹ rí i pé mo ti máa ń sọ lórí ètò mi gbogbo ìgbà pé ẹ lọ fún ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó bá ná yín lówó ẹ náwó sí i torí lọ́jọ́ kan yóò padà wúlò. Wọ́n ní ká ṣe àmúlò àwọn àǹfààní yìí àti àwọn àǹfààní tí ń bọ̀ lọ́jọ́ iwájú. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi àsìkò yìí mọ rírì kí n sì kí alákòóso fún ilé ẹ̀kọ́ Federal College of Animal Health and Production Technology ọ̀mọ̀wé dókítà Owósìnbọ̀ Adékọ̀yà Ọlátúndé, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n rán aṣojú wá ẹni tí ṣe Deputy Provost lẹ́ka àmójútó tá a mọ̀ sí admin dókítà Ògúnlékè Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ọládùnní. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́, ẹ máa bọ̀ wájú mà. Àbẹ́ẹ̀ rí bí ojú wọn ṣe ń dán. Mọ́mì kí làṣírí ẹwà yín? Oúnjẹ ni. Ọ̀yá wàrà. Ẹ fẹ́ mi náà wàrà jẹ o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká bọ́ sí ẹ̀ka tọ́kàn. Ẹni tí wọ́n máa pè òun náà ni Regional Director Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Ṣé wọ́n wà bí? Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Mọ́mì ẹ máa bọ̀. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ káàbọ̀ mà.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ gbogbo ilé o. Ẹ̀yin bàbá wa, ẹ̀yin màmá wa, ẹ káàárọ̀. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí orí ètò wa. The Special Assistant to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in person of Honorable Idris Ajimobi, I welcome you. I want to stand on the existing protocol because there are so many names, too numerous for me to mention. I welcome everybody to this program. This is southwest of Nigeria, and this is Ibadan, the headquarters of the Southwest. It is my pleasure to deliver this good message at today's program. Firstly, I would like to express gratitude to the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, in person of Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who listened to the recommendation of the people and created the Ministry of Livestock Development. Please give our president a round of applause. The creation of a livestock development ministry has long been overdue, and the president listened to the recommendations of the people and has created this ministry. We really appreciate him. The primary objective of this ministry is to develop the livestock sector and also to put an end to the farmers' herders' crisis, which has resulted in loss of lives and properties and has also caused a great reduction in agricultural productivity. I will also want to convey the felicitation of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security in person of Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, a person who is committed to sustainable agriculture in Nigeria through various improved technologies. Additionally, I would like to appreciate all those who are here, especially members of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, ASAN, and I also am a member of ASAN. I am an animal scientist by profession. I appreciate all members of ASAN. I appreciate all stakeholders in the livestock sector. I appreciate the managing director and his real people concept and all his assistants who have made this program a reality. I appreciate all of you. I also want to appreciate our esteemed farmers, our great farmers. Great farmers. No farmer. Our dear farmers, we sincerely appreciate you. You are the ones that are in the field. You are the ones that are coping with all the problems that is facing the livestock subsector. This morning on the AFAN platform, there is a video there of somebody complaining that his farm had been ravaged by animals. So the primary objective of this ministry is to ensure that all these problems, we put an end to it so that the nation can move forward, so that livestock sector can move forward. I appreciate all our farmers who are in the field, coping with the problems, coping with so many problems, apart from even the issue of cattle farmers and the rest. There are so many farmers so many problems on the farm. We sincerely appreciate you and we thank you for coming. The ruminant sector, comprising cattle, sheep, and goats, play crucial roles in global food security, rural livelihood, and economic development. However, the sector, the various challenges and uncertainty, such as climate change is affecting animal production, the issue of feed, availability of feed. Apart from being available, the cost of feed also is a great problem. Disease outbreaks, market fluctuations, and shifting consumer demands, among others, are the problems that are being faced by our farmers. We need to ensure sustainability and resilience. The industry must embrace innovation, new ideas. There are so many ideas that we need to embrace so that our production can increase and we can have more income from our efforts. We need to also pursue growth-oriented strategies. It is important to engage in partnerships that will foster knowledge sharing, resource pooling, and collective problem solving. While collaborating with farmers, we need to collaborate with ourselves, share ideas with ourselves. We need to take ideas from researchers. We need to collaborate with policymakers and industry stakeholders to create solutions that will benefit both the people and the planet. Research and development cannot be overemphasized. Colleges, research institutes, universities, government institutions, and private organizations should go into partnership to accelerate the development and dissemination of new technologies and best practices. There are so many technologies, so many information in our research institutes, which need to get to farmers so that farmers can improve on their productivity. For instance, the utilization of livestock waste for biogas production, organic fertilizers, and other byproducts that will create additional income streams should be encouraged while enhancing sustainability. As we navigate the transformative era, let us seize the opportunity to build a more resilient, adaptive, and forward-thinking ruminant sector through shared knowledge, strategic partnership, and unwavering commitment to sustainability. We can overcome obstacles and thrive in the face of change. And now to a future, a great future of livestock. We need to cooperate. We need to make it a goal that livestock sector is going to move to the highest level. We need the cooperation of everybody. Everybody, researchers, everybody, farmers, everybody in this place. We need your cooperation so that the livestock sector can develop and make progress. On a final note, as we sit down to deliberate, I encourage everyone to put in their best. Listen attentively, offer solutions, share experiences with each other. Thank you all for listening. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi àsìkò yìí sọ pé gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹ ń bá wa sọ, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mà, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, inú wa ó dùn tí a bá rí kọ́pì àwọn speech yín yẹn mà. Thank you. Wọ́n ti bá wa sọ ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀, màá kàn mú lérèfé ni. Wọ́n ní pé ẹ̀ka ìdàgbàsókè nǹkan ọ̀sìn ó jẹ́ ẹ̀ka kan tí ó yẹ kí wọ́n ti ṣèdásílẹ̀ rẹ̀ tipẹ́tipẹ́. Wọ́n sì ní lára ìdí tí wọ́n fi gbé kalẹ̀ ó ní wípé gbọ́nmọ́gbọ́nmọ́ aáwọ̀ tó máa wáyé láàrin àwọn àgbẹ̀ àti àwọn àgbẹ̀ adẹranmọ́lùjẹ̀ pé láti fi òpin sí aáwọ̀ yẹn àti àwọn ìpèníjà yẹn, eléyìí tó jẹ́ pé ó ti ń yọrí sí àìsí oúnjẹ. Wọ́n sì dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ olùkópa àwa tá a ya àsìkò wa sílẹ̀ láti wá. Wọ́n dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wa pé a ṣe gan gidi. Wọ́n sì dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọ̀tọ̀kùlúùlú, àwọn ọlọ́lá, àwọn èèyàn pàtàkì, àwọn èèkàn lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ pé ẹ ṣeun, ẹ kú àgbọ́dìde. Bákan náà, pàtàkì tí wọ́n bá wa sọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbẹ̀, wọ́n ní ká fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn oníṣẹ́ ìwádìí, researchers, àti iléeṣẹ́ tó ń rí sí iṣẹ́ ìwádìí. Wọ́n sì ní ká rí dájú pé a fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn tí ó bá yẹ lẹ́ka ibi tá a bá wà. Ìrírí wa ká má mọ̀ ṣe ní ṣe pé n tí mo mọ̀ mi ní jẹ́ kí lágbájá ó mọ̀. Wọ́n ní òòṣà téèyàn ò bá fojú rẹ̀ hàn mọ́, òòṣà yẹn ó ṣe kíni, yóò parun. Mi ò tó wé pa o lójú ẹ̀yin bàbá mi àti ẹ̀yin ìyá mi. Ẹ ṣeun. Ọlá àbàtà ní mọ́dò ó sàn, ọlá bàbá ọmọ ni mo mọ̀ yọ, ọlá yín náà ni mo ń jẹ. Ẹ ṣeun. Wọ́n tún sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ká jẹ́ kí ìtẹ̀síwájú ìfẹsẹ̀múlẹ̀ iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ oní nǹkan ọ̀sìn kó tẹ̀síwájú. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n pe ẹ jẹ́ kí n ké sí Presidential Livestock Reform Committee pé àwọn náà kí wọ́n máa gbáradì fún ọ̀rọ̀ tiwọn. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ ẹni tí ṣe Honourable Minister for Livestock Development. Ṣé wọ́n wà ń bí? Ṣé wọ́n wà ń bí? Honourable Minister for Livestock Development. Wọ́n sì ń bí. Ọ̀dẹ̀ bá mi fún ọ látẹ̀wọ́. Ok, aṣojú ẹ ṣe ẹ má bínú. Ẹni tó ń ṣojú wọn. Ẹni tó ń ṣojú fún Honourable Minister for Livestock Development. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́, ẹ má bọ̀ mà. Mọ́mì, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ sọ àṣírí ẹwà yín, ẹ sọ fún mi. Ṣé ti gbọ́ mà? Àṣírí ẹwà yín, ẹ sọ fún mi. Èmi náà fẹ́ máa mọ́ lólólólóló. Ok, ẹ̀yin kọ́, mo ṣe báwọn ni. Àwọn náà wọ́n ń dàn. Àwọn dà. Ẹni tó ń ṣojú Honourable Minister. Ẹ bá mi pa àtẹ́wọ́ fún Dókítà Kakulu Florence bí àwọn náà ṣe wá fún wa ní ọ̀rọ̀ àpilẹ̀sọ tiwọn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, great farmers. Before we have you, ma'am, please put your hands together for our silver sponsor in person of Mr. Hussein Sabra from Allet Feed. Put your hands together for him. Please to the high table, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Hussein.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're welcome to this program. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock. Please permit me to align with the protocols that have already been established. My name is Dr. Kakulu Florence. I'm the Oyo State Coordinator, and I'm the one representing the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. I am delighted to be present here today on this great occasion of the Southwest Cattle, Sheep, and Goat Farmers Day Out exhibition. First of all, it is of great importance that I applaud and appreciate the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development and the organizers of this laudable program. The timing is good and the initiative is perfect. Sustaining livestock resilience in changing times, innovation, collaboration, and growth for the ruminant sector is a theme with embedded conceptualizations. This program has come up at a critical time when our livestock sector really needs repositioning. Thus, coming together as an entity in this sector with all relevant stakeholders in attendance, I believe if we truly work together as experts, professionals, and farmers, we will have the desired results and move our country forward. It is good to recall that it is the aspiration of the present administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to vehemently drive the renewed hope mantra for the overall benefit of our farmers, in particular, the livestock farmers. To this end, the President recently created the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. This is to enable us work more closely together to achieve sustainability in livestock production. The current administration, through the ministry, will ensure that farmers will not bear their burdens alone anymore. For the purpose of today's event, I want to implore every participant to share knowledge, ideas, and innovation that will further strengthen livestock production, and also that we all go back to appropriate all that has been seen and discussed. Finally, I wish to alert you of the global effects of climate change and the need for stakeholders in the livestock subsector to be proactive in mitigating its impact. On our part, we shall remain steadfast in partnering with you to promote optimum yield as well as boost economic prosperity in the livestock industry. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish you success in the exhibition and in your future endeavors. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Presidential Livestock Reform Committee. Yeah, you are welcome. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Thank you, ma.
Good morning. Senior Special Assistant to the President. Good morning. Permit me to stand on existing and established protocol. I have a goodwill message from the co-chair, Presidential Livestock Reform Committee. I am deeply honored to be the special guest of honor from the Presidential Livestock Reform Committee at this momentous occasion of the Southwest Cattle, Sheep, and Goat Farmers Day Out and Exhibition. First and foremost, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to the organizers and participants of this event. Your dedication to the livestock industry is truly commendable, and I am thrilled to see the progress you have made. As we gather here today, I am reminded of the significant role that the livestock sector plays in our national economy. It is a vital source of income for our many families, particularly in rural areas, and contributes substantially to our country's food security. The Presidential Livestock Reform Committee is committed to supporting the growth and development of the livestock industry. We recognize the challenges that farmers face, from climate change to disease outbreaks, and we are working tirelessly to address these issues. To the farmers, great farmers, I want to assure you that we are committed to providing you with the necessary support to enhance your productivity and competitiveness. We will continue to work with you to identify areas of need and develop solutions that are tailored to your specific requirements. As we celebrate this momentous occasion, I would like to leave you with a few words of encouragement. Let us continue to work together to build a vibrant and sustainable livestock industry. Let us embrace innovation and technology to improve our productivity and efficiency. And let us never forget the importance of our role in feeding our nation and contributing to its economic growth. I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the initiatives that the Presidential Livestock Reform Committee has undertaken to support the livestock industry. These include the establishment of a livestock insurance scheme to protect farmers against losses due to disease outbreaks or natural disasters. The development of a national livestock breeding program to improve the genetic quality of our livestock. The provision of training and capacity building programs for farmers to enhance their skills and knowledge. The establishment of a livestock market information system to provide farmers with real-time information on market prices and trends. These initiatives are designed to support the growth and development of the livestock industry, and we believe that they will have a positive impact on the lives of farmers and their communities. I also congratulate you on the creation of the Livestock Development Ministry, which is long overdue. In conclusion, I would like to once again congratulate the organizers and participants of this event. Your hard work and dedication to the livestock industry are truly appreciated, and I am honored to be a part of this celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Just a recap of what she has said in her own language. Wọ́n gbóríyìn fún àwọn tí wọ́n gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀. Wọ́n sì sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ohun tí ilé-iṣẹ́ wọn tí ó dá lé lórí Presidential Livestock Reform Committee. Wọ́n ní ká má gbàgbé pé ẹ̀ka nǹkan ọ̀sìn ó jẹ́ ẹ̀ka tó ń pa owó wọlé sí àpò ìjọba. Wọ́n sì ní ó jẹ́ ẹ̀ka kan tó ṣe pàtàkì. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ojúṣe tá a gbé fún Presidential Livestock Reform Committee, ojúṣe àwọn ni láti ṣiṣẹ́ látàrí àti rí i dájú wípé ọ̀nà àbáyọ wà fún àwọn ìpèníjà tó ń kojú àwọn àgbẹ̀. Bákan náà, wọ́n ní àwọn ó máa pèsè àtìlẹ́yìn eléyìí tó yẹ fún àwa àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n sì wá sọ̀rọ̀ pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwa àgbẹ̀ a ní ojúṣe láti ṣe. Kí ni ojúṣe wa? Ẹ jẹ́ kí a fààyè gba ọgbọ́n àtinúdá, ká sì fi ààyè gba ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ti ìgbàlódé tá a mọ̀ sí technology. Wọ́n ní bákan náà iléeṣẹ́ yìí wọ́n ti ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ àwọn ètò lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan tí àwa àgbẹ̀ tá a lè jẹ mọ̀ kẹ́ẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀. Lára rẹ̀ ó ní ìdásílẹ̀ ètò adójútòfò fún àwọn nǹkan ọ̀sìn ti livestock insurance. Wọ́n ní ìpèsè ètò ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àti àpérò lóníranran fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ tó fi mọ́ pípèsè àfintónilétí information fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ ṣé máa bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Kó tó di pé màá máa ké sí Aunty Grace Ilésànmí láti wá tẹ̀síwájú níbi tí n ó ti mọ yẹ̀bá díẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi àsìkò yìí kí ẹni tí í ṣe ààrẹ fún ẹgbẹ́ àwọn akọ́ṣẹ́mọṣẹ́ dókítà onímọ̀ ṣègùn nípa ìtọ́jú àwọn ẹranko tá a mọ̀ sí Nigeria Veterinary Medical Association. Ẹ bá mi fún dókítà Moses Arokoyo, ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Àwọn dà? Ẹ máa bọ̀ wájú sà. Ẹ máa bọ̀ wájú sà. Ìgbà tí mo fẹ́ gba ẹgbẹ́ yín lálejò, ẹ rán aṣojú wa ni lọ́tẹ̀ yìí. Ẹ̀yin gangan la máa gbà lálejò lórí ètò àgbẹ̀ lọ́ba. Ẹ bá mi mú ẹ jókòó. Ẹ bá mi mú ẹ jókòó. Thank you. Let me call on Grace Ilésànmí to continue from here. Thank you. Ẹ bá mi fún ní àtẹ́wọ́.
Great farmers. Mo tuntun dé. Wọ́n ní mi ò sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n ní mi ò gbọ́ Yorùbá àbí. Ó tiẹ̀ ti dá. Wọ́n ní kí n sọ Ìbàdàn. Ìbàdàn kí ni sọ? Ẹ̀yin tèmi ní Ìbàdàn. Ẹ̀yin ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ rọwọ́ yín lókè. Àwọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ Fọ̀kọ̀, Challenge, Dùgbẹ̀, Ring Road, Ọjà Ọba, bẹ̀rẹ̀ Ọmí, Ládé. Ó yẹ pàtàkì fúnra yín. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dignitaries, speakers, facilitators, and great farmers present here. Once again, I want to welcome you to this great program, a collaboration between the SSA and Real People Concept to bring in and improving livestock development in our nation, Nigeria, especially in the Southwest region. You're welcome. Please permit me to bring forward our sponsors for their presentation, and I will start with the Alex Feed Mill in person of Mr. Hussein Sabra. A round of applause for him. We're having the sponsors presentation.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. Thank you, SSA and the committee for organizing this excellent function. And we are really delighted at Alice Feed Mill about how things are going and how we can improve this subsector. Actually, this subsector has been not meeting the demands of today's requirements, and it has been a subsistence farming that will not be able to transform itself into the new technologies. Actually, while at Elite Feed Mills, Adva Feeds, we have been studying all those raw materials and how we can improve those efficiencies of this sector and other things that are be done. Definitely no one person can do it. It's about what can be done with all the stakeholders between the academia, the industry, and the state governments, the federal governments. We are part of the industry, and we are having the best technologies, the state-of-art technologies that are there, starting from the milling technologies to the lab facilities, and be able to work well with the industries. This is not the first time we visit this place or we present in this place. This is not the first time we deal with Real Concept and other agencies and other sectors and entities. So it's all about having everybody under one roof, sitting together with a common goal to have a sustainable livestock industry. Currently, what's happening is that is being extensive system with very low efficiency. What we are looking forward to have with all the stakeholders is to have it in a way that will be nutritional intervention process. The veterinarians as well, they will do the health intervention process, and geneticists will contribute to the improvement of genetics. By all those people coming together and improving, we'll be able to improve the efficiency and the sustainability of this industry and make it as a predictable fact that can be insured as well, and also it can be provided with finance so that the farmers will be able to benefit from those interventions and have a sustainable business that they can have it in the future. In briefly, how do we see it? Allied Feed Mills will be designing with everybody, with all the people involved about the improvement of this subsector, a kind of supplemental feed that will go in line with what they are currently doing. So every cow, for example, or every animal will be collecting 2 kgs, for example, of those pellets, those sweet pellets that will be able to increase efficiency. This means that for the farmers, this means their cycle, their production cycle will be reduced, and definitely it has to be profitable. All those ones put into perspective, we have the international know-how of how it's done by technologies that are available. Plus, we know the local raw materials. Everybody in academia knows, and there's much research about the use of local raw materials and how can we increase their efficiency and how the animals can benefit from them to the most. So this is part of what we'll be doing in the future, and hopefully with the stakeholders involved, we'll be able to move fast. We at Allied Feed Mills, Adva Feeds, we have in mind that we can do it better every day, and together we can do it. And that's why we are here, and that's how we'll continue. So we'll be always open to any suggestions from the stakeholders, and we provide our lab services, complementary lab services, for development of this subsector, because with the advancement of this subsector, we grow, and if there's no farmers, there's no feed mills, and vice versa. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And once again, I thank the organizers for this opportunity, and we are ready to contribute to our part for development of this subsector. And it's an evolution process. It's not a change in this subsector. It goes little by little, and definitely efficiency is a part of the game. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mr. Hussein. Ẹ̀yin tí Ìbàdàn, ẹ má worry, ẹ jẹ́ n pé representative yín kan wá tún mọ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tí Mr. Hussein sọ. Kí lẹ wí? Ó dà bẹ́ẹ̀. All right now.
Ẹ ṣeun. Láì wí àwítúnwí asán, ọ̀gbẹ́ni Hussein wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ gan ilẹ̀kùn. Lára ohun tí wọ́n sọ, òun náà ni wípé kì í ṣe ìgbà àkọ́kọ́ àwọn rèé táwọn ó máa ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn fún Real People Concept àti irúfẹ́ ètò báyìí tí wọ́n ń gbé wá fún iléeṣẹ́ àwọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ wọ́n ní àwọn mọ pàtàkì ẹ̀ka nǹkan ọ̀sìn. Eléyìí tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn wá láti wá dí àwọn àlàfo tó ń kojú àwọn tó wà lẹ́ka yìí láti pèsè ọ̀nà ojútùú sí ara àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀. Bákan náà ẹ̀wẹ̀, wọ́n ní àwọn rí wípé tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ìṣọwọ́ mú ẹ̀ka nǹkan ọ̀sìn kásásìn ni. Ìgbàgbọ́ Yorùbá ni wípé ikú tí ó bá pààyàn a máa pa nǹkan ọ̀sìn ẹni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Pé nítorí ìdí èyí àkàràmásìkí rẹ̀ dáadáa tẹ́lẹ̀. Pé ṣùgbọ́n àwọn wá wò wípé kí ni àwọn lè ṣe láti dí àlàfo yìí. Òun làwọn ṣe dìde fúyà tí àwọn sì bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kó àwọn ètò lọ́lọ́kan òòjọ̀kan. Wọ́n ní àwọn tún wá ń fi ojú sun ọ̀nà tí àwọn gbà ṣe àwọn ìdásí ìlọ́wọ́sí tá a mọ̀ sí intervention tí àwọn ó sì mú ìgbéga bá ẹ̀ka yìí. Bákan náà ẹ̀wẹ̀, wọ́n ní àwọn tún wo ọ̀nà tí ó jẹ́ pé àwọn ṣe tán láti jẹ́ kí ẹ̀ka yìí kó tún rú gọ́gọ́ jù báyìí lọ. Pé ká sì mọ ní lọ́kàn pé a lè mọ gùn lé ìgbéga lójoojúmọ́. Wọ́n wá ń sọ wọ́n ní iléeṣẹ́ tàwọn o gbayáwú nílẹ̀kùn àwọn ṣí sílẹ̀ yálà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ní àbá tàbí ohunkóhun láti darí rẹ̀ sí ẹ̀ka ọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you very much. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to bring forward Dr. Adekeye from Country Director Ilre, please, for his goodwill message. We'll skip that. We're very sorry.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ̀yin bàbá àti ìyá wa. Great farmers, great farmers. Mi ò bá ní nífẹ̀ẹ́ láti ka ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbaniníyànjú yìí ní èdè abínibí. Ṣùgbọ́n láti fi gẹ́gẹ́ bí owó tẹ́ fi rán wa ní ilé ìwé ká lọ fi kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́. Èmi náà fẹ́ kà ní èdè òyìnbó pé owó wa a ò fi jóná. Mo rò pé inú wa dùn sí yẹn púpọ̀. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma. Tó bá tẹ̀ wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà, mo ní ògbóná gbòǹgbò ẹni tó dá tọ́ lẹ́nu ìgbín tí a bá mi sọ dáradára ní èdè Yorùbá. I want to welcome us all to this event. On behalf of the country rep of IRI, International Livestock Research Institute, I'm standing here to congratulate the SSA on livestock development and also to acknowledge and to identify with every existing protocol. On this day of the Farmer Hangout exhibition with the theme Sustaining Livestock Resilience in Changing Time, Innovation, Collaboration, and Growth for the ruminant sector, held today on 19th December at the Moore Plantation here in Ibadan, Oyo State. It is with great pleasure and honor that I join you on this important occasion, the Southwest Cattle, Sheep, and Goat Farmers Day Out exhibition. On behalf of the International Livestock Research Institute, IRI, I would like to first express my gratitude to the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for the establishment of the Ministry of Livestock Development. Also, I want to extend our sincere congratulations to the organizer of this program, the Real People Concept, and most especially the SSA, to the President and the participants for making this day impressive, very possible. And also I want to greet all the farmers here for creating time out of no time, because it's not easy to leave your farm as a livestock farmer to come and sit down here. Once again, thank you, ma. Thank you, sir, for coming. The livestock sector is crucial in fulfilling the growth need for animal protein, generating employment opportunity, and contributing to the environmental sustainability. Nevertheless, it is also encounters challenges such as climate change, disease outbreak, and the necessity for enhanced production practices. Tackling these challenges necessitates cooperative efforts, innovative approaches, and a dedication to promoting research and knowledge sharing. The theme of this event, sustaining livestock resilience in changing time, innovation, collaboration, and growth for the ruminant sector, rightly capture the challenges and opportunities we face in livestock industry. The changing global climate, increasing population, and evolving agricultural trend require novel solutions and collective efforts to ensure the resilience and sustainability of our livestock system. The ruminant sector plays a crucial role in Nigeria's food system, contributing to livelihood, nutrition, and economic development. Despite its vital contribution, the sector faces various challenges, which include the disease outbreak, as I've mentioned above, and mostly the issue of feed, which is causing a great problem in this country, and which we believe that through the SSA, the Ministry of Livestock Development will strongly intervene and to mediate in all these challenges and crises. Therefore, addressing this issue requires a coordinated approach among farmers, researchers, policymakers, and private sector participants. At International Livestock Research Institute, we will remain dedicated to promoting research and fostering partnerships that empower farmers with the knowledge and resources necessary for success. Through innovative technologies, better breeding practices, climate-smart strategies, and the strengthening value chains, we strive to ensure that the ruminant sector remains resilient and sustainable. We are also pledging our commitment to provide the much-needed science-based innovation in terms of feed, in terms of health, and in terms of genetic improvement in moving this sector forward in the Southwest and in beyond. At Erie, we need to let you know that Erie is the first and only genetic resources hub in Nigeria for different ecological, that where you can find genetic material for different pasture species. Also, we have the world-class NRS facility that determines the nutrient availability in any feed sample within within 5 minutes. It can analyze every parameter in your feed, about 35 different parameters or in the feed and in the plant material can be analyzed in just 5 minutes. Also, Erie has a tested and adaptable housing model for ruminants, and we are also collaborating with the Federal Ministry of Nigeria, Federal Livestock Area, and even Nigeria at large in development of the livestock master plan, and also in providing the technical backstopping to many nations, countries, states, and individuals on livestock. Also discovered the leading and the scaling of AQCP, that where you translate the waste into wealth, and innovation feed ingredient from cassava pea, both in Nigeria and across the globe where cassava is processed. These are many more evidence-based results of science are available for farmers' adoption in Nigeria and the Southwest in particular. Today's exhibition reflects the dedication, creativity, and effort of our livestock farmer. It provides a platform for knowledge exchange, showcasing best practice, and encouraging collaboration among stakeholders. It is a celebration of the resilience and ingenuity of the individual and the organization driving the growth of the livestock industry in Southwest Nigeria and beyond. I therefore commend the organizer for their vision in establishing the impactful effect and for the steadfast commitment to supporting the livestock sector. I also praise the farmers and the exhibitors for their contribution, which are essential to the success of this gathering. As we engage and discuss during today's event, let us affirm our collective commitment to innovation, to collaboration, and to sustainable growth in the ruminant sector. Working together, we can create a resilient livestock industry that addresses current challenges while also seizing the future opportunity. As we participate in today's event, I will let us know that we need to draw inspiration from the tremendous potential of the livestock sector and affirm my dedication to advancing it for everyone benefit. Together, we can ensure that livestock farmers remain a cornerstone of economic development and the rural progress in Nigeria. As I conclude this goodwill message, on behalf of ERI, while I reiterate our commitment to provide support to livestock development in many ways in Nigeria, as we are doing in other countries like Kenya, like in Tanzania, like in Ethiopia, and as many other countries in Asia, will let us know that we wish all of us a fruitful and enriching exhibition. May this event inspire new idea, may it inspire partnership, may it inspire solutions that will transform the livestock sector and improve the livelihood of who relied on it. Therefore, I want to congratulate the farmers and the organizers, and I wish us a great exhibition. On behalf of Dr. Tunde Amale, I present this goodwill message. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, the representative of Dr. Amale. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not too busy, I want you to put your hands together for the rapporteurs of this amazing event. We have the rapporteurs in persons of Dr. Adetoro, Mr. Lamidi, Mrs. Funke Oyeladun, Mrs. Ogunleye, Mr. Adebayo, Mr. Aziz, Dr. Saka, Dr. Isegbe, and Dr. Akombi. They are all the rapporteurs and also LOC of this amazing college. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not too busy, put your hands together for them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, great farmers, great farmers, great farmers, great nation. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀, iṣẹ́ ilé wa ni. Ẹni kò ṣiṣẹ́. Ó ti tó, wọ́n fẹ́ padà lọ primary school. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, put your hands together for our sponsor presentation for 5 minutes, please. Malu Specialist. Let's have you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. Please, while that is going on, I want our wonderful and amazing Deputy Provost from Federal College of Animal Health and Production Technology to get prepared for our 2 minutes message. Thank you.
Great farmers. Right. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will recognize the existing protocols and I will jump straight to the point here. I represent an organization called Malu Specialist, and for us, the key thing that we want to speak about is not necessarily a speech, but to harp and speak about the work that's been done and is being produced and suggested by a lot of the people that have spoken before me. There's been the conversation point about helping to provide insurance. There's been the conversation point about collaboration, about innovation, and also about growth. And for us at Malu Specialists, these are things that we are very particular about to make happen for the industry in particular. So that I don't take too much of your time, what I'll do is I'll start off speaking first from what we're trying to do from a state-led strategy standpoint, and what we are looking at from a state strategy standpoint, because the states are the people who are responsible for working with people like yourselves, and that's looking at the engagement with communities like yourself to help understand the challenges that you're dealing with. How are those challenges affecting your work as farmers and affecting your livelihood? Because again, for us, it's about being able to help you to build an effective economy, an economic model around what you're doing, but also to look at the capacity to help inclusive growth and development of the industry as a whole. So for us, we're first looking at it from the viewpoint of working with the communities, and then we're also looking at the opportunity to do an introduction of some of the services that we facilitate. So I will give a colleague of mine, so I'm not going to spend too much time speaking, but I'll give a colleague of mine a few minutes to speak about what we try to do from an engagement standpoint with regards communities. Professor Kende.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me stand on the existing protocol to quickly talk about one or two things that will benefit us as farmers, as stakeholders in livestock industry. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá àti màmá wa tí a wà lórí ìjókòó. Lágbára Ọlọ́run iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí á mú èrè jáde o. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀gá mi láti màálù specialist ṣe sọ, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ni wọ́n ti sọ fún wa lórí bá a ṣe lè rí nǹkan kan kó jọ nípa iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan kan wà tí ó dàbí pé a ò tí ì rí sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. Òun náà ni wípé láàárín iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí, kí ni àwọn nǹkan kan táwa fúnra wa lè benefit tàbí tó lè jẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí wàhálà fún wa tá a dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ máa ronú ẹ̀ nígbà gbogbo. A ti sọ nípa bá a ṣe lè ṣe ohun ọ̀sìn, a ti sọ nípa owó tí a lè rí látara ẹ̀, a ti sọ nípa àwọn oríṣiríṣi nǹkan, ṣùgbọ́n àwa fúnra wa kí làwọn nǹkan kan tó kàn wá gbọ̀ngbọ̀n. Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ ṣe. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àìsàn wà tá a lè kó látara àwọn ohun ọ̀sìn tá à ń sìn. A ṣe research kan, àwọn ọ̀gá mi wà ń bí báyìí nígbà kan ní Abẹ́òkúta ní University of Agric, Federal University of Agric Abẹ́òkúta, nípa àìsàn kan tá à ń pè ní brucellosis tó jẹ́ pé ó ń jẹ́ kí àwọn arábìnrin wa máa ní oyún ṣíṣẹ́ tàbí káwọn ọkùnrin ní ìpà tàbí kán má lè rí ọmọ bí. Lára àwọn bíi 97 tá gba ẹ̀jẹ̀ lára wọn, a rí i pé 6 nínú wọn ló ní àìsàn yìí lára. Ṣùgbọ́n a ti kọ́kọ́ kó àwọn ìwé kan sílẹ̀ tá a rí i pé lára àwọn tá a ti gba ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nu wọn ó ní àrùn yìí lára tí ó dẹ̀ mọ̀. Àwa tún béèrè pé ìgbà wo náà bímọ kẹ́yìn. Ìkan nínú wọn ìyàwó ẹ̀ bímọ ní bíi ọ̀sẹ̀ 3 sígbà tá a ṣe research yẹn. Nǹkan 2 tàbí 3 ló lè máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó lè jẹ́ pé ń ṣe ni miracle wà débi pé àìsàn yìí ò tí ì mú, tàbí kejì kó jẹ́ pé bóyá wọ́n wá gbé nǹkan kan fún un tó yẹ kó gbẹ́nu sí máìkì ní rédíò àgídìgbò. So àwọn yẹn wà ń bẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìkejì ó ní pé kí là ń fáwọn èèyàn wa, kí là ń tà fún wọn yàtọ̀ sí ara wa láti prevent diseases from coming into us. Lára pé òkè intansin vaccination ni o, bá a ṣe lè dẹ́kun àìsàn lára àwọn ẹran wa, àti pé ńgbà tá a bá pa wọ́n tán, torí àwa tún ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa slaughtering, à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa abattoir. Ńgbà tá a bá pa àwọn ẹran yìí tán, báwo la ṣe ń process ẹ̀, báwo la ṣe ń gbé wọn síta fáwọn èèyàn fún jíjẹ. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àìsàn la lè kó látara nǹkan tá à ń jẹ lẹ́nu. A rí i pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ laboratory náà, ìmí inú àkànrí pé ó ń rù. Èmi à máa ṣàìsàn, ṣùgbọ́n ńgbà tán bá kú tán, a kì í wádìí nǹkan tó pa wọ́n, a kì í wádìí nǹkan tó pa àwọn àgbẹ̀ wa. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? So a gbọ́dọ̀ fojú tó gbogbo eléyìí. Ara àwọn nǹkan tí à ń ṣe ní màálù specialist nìyẹn. A máa dá àwọn èèyàn wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bá a ṣe wà báyìí nsìn wípé kí lẹ lè àǹfààní wo lẹ lè jẹ nínú iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí tí ó dẹ̀ ní mú palára wá fún yín. So ladies and gentlemen, in rounding up, what we are trying to say is that as we do this job, what are the things that we are exposed to, like occupational hazards, the diseases that are common to humans that we can contract through the animals that we raise, tuberculosis, campylobacteriosis, leptospirosis. Ìkan wà tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ láìpẹ́ ìlẹ́kọ̀ọ́, anthrax ni, tẹ́jẹ̀ ń yọ létí àti mú àwọn ẹran wa. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ onímọ̀ wọ́n á kàn ṣí àwọn ẹran yẹn, wọ́n á dẹ̀ dá wàhálà lẹ̀ sádùúgbò. Then a tún sọ̀rọ̀ nípa insurance. Báwo la ṣe lè insure àwọn ẹran wa débi pé tí wọ́n bá kú, tí wàhálà bá ṣẹlẹ̀, gbogbo lọ́ọ̀sì ò ní jẹ́ ti tàwọn farmers nìkan. À lè wá láti wá ràn yín lọ́wọ́ láti fún yín ní àwọn owó díẹ̀ kan tí ò fi ní jẹ́ pé gbogbo àwa bọ́ sí total loss. Ṣé mo wà pẹ̀lú yín báyìí? Ẹ ṣé gan ni, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Then nìkan tún wà tá a tún sọ nípa antimicrobial resistance. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ sí tá a bá lóògùn fáwọn ẹran wa gan kò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́. Mi ò mọ̀ bóyá a ti rí yẹn nínú oko wa o. Ẹni tó bá ti rí kó nawọ́ sókè pé bóyá ẹ lọ antibiotics ò ṣiṣẹ́ mọ́. Lára àwọn nǹkan tá à ń try láti ṣe nìyẹn pé ẹ jẹ́ káwọn má máa lo oògùn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa bá àwọn doctors wa sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan, kán máa wá bá wa wo àwọn ẹran wa, ká dì wọ́n mú wọn, ká ṣe tó yẹ ká ṣe. Nígbà tá bá ṣe lé àwọn ẹran wa lè tóbi, àwọn ẹran wa lè reproduce, wọ́n á bímọ ọmọ tó dára débi pé owó wa ọ̀kan ní wọgbó, Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ ká ṣòwò ṣọ́ọ̀tì o. So gbogbo nǹkan tí à ń ṣe ní màálù specialist nìyẹn. A dẹ̀ tún ní àwọn kankan náà tó ń bá wa ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n wa. So tá bá ń bá ètò yìí lọ, a tún máa sọ sí lórí ẹ̀. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Professor Kehinde. So Professor Kehinde has jumped and gone into the next point of the conversation for us, in the sense that we have actually produced a portfolio of insurance that ensures that the livestock industry is effectively catered for. And it's from an institutional standpoint, which looks at state and federal government, looks at the travel corridors and those who are involved in transportation of livestock, and also for veterinary services. We also look at the commercial end, which looks at the infrastructure owners, the specialist equipment, because again, I know that there are people who have mentioned specialist equipment, and there are specialist equipment providers as well as the livestock owners. And lastly, we also look at the consumer end of insurance, which looks at the artisanal butchers, but more importantly, looks at the products and producing and providing an insurance framework that gives the capacity to safeguard your investment. So on this point, I will invite one of my colleagues from Allianz who are working with us to provide this capacity.
Great farmers, no farmers,
no nation.
Moki and Baba àti ìyá wa. My special greetings to the Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development. I want to congratulate everyone for these new ministries. It's long overdue. It's better late than never. So we work together with Malu specialists in the area of the provision of insurance. And like my colleague said earlier, the importance of insurance. That is in the case to wáyé pé nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ohun ọ̀sìn yín, tó bá yẹ pé ó kú tàbí nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀. So we will come over and compensate you financially. So in this case, we have come up with a series of products that can help the livestock farmers. In the course of the discussion, we heard so many speakers who have spoken about technology. In our organizations, we use technology to track livestock value chain from the production to from the rearing, like primary production, to the production per se, and to the sales. That is GIT. That is which includes the goods in transit and even theft. We have come up with theft and rustling, which were not previously covered by insurance. We have come up with this. In addition to diseases, we know that the livestock industry is fraught with a lot of diseases, like we have heard earlier. So we have also come up with offer condemnation, like I said. We know there are some zoonotic diseases that can be contracted by human beings, like my colleague said earlier, which can be transmitted from the animals to the human beings. And in this case, we have developed a kind of product that we protect the butcher at the abattoir. We know that some state governments are coming up with some series of things now that when an animal is discovered to be disease infested at the abattoir, that animal will be condemned. So in this case, if such animal is covered under this product, we compensate the farmer. So there is no total loss on behalf of the farmer. So we have come up with all these new innovations in our organizations. So we want to implore you that you take advantage of all this. And we know that another thing that is really common is encroachment. We have also developed animal encroachment, which is the major reasons why there has always been dispute between the livestock farmers and the maybe crop farmers. So we are coming up with all these innovations, which we implore you to embrace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So again, for us, it's about being able to bring all these different partners together from a collaboration standpoint. But more importantly, one of the benefits that we are also able to facilitate from a Malu specialist standpoint is that where the insurance, from the perspective of the person who is rearing animals, and you have one of our business continuity insurance, it then means that it becomes possible for you to safeguard your investment apart from also safeguarding your livestock. Because again, most insurance companies in Nigeria do not provide you cover for husbandry work. So we look at that because that's where many of you as farmers make your money, whereby you have people who are investing into your farms to have other people pay for the livestock that you help raise and do what you want to do. So for us, it's about trying to make it possible to achieve all these things, but more importantly, it's about being able to work with yourselves and also work with the federal and state governments to achieve what needs to be achieved to grow the economy from a livestock standpoint in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we are all enjoying our gathering here. If you're having a great time, please put your hands together for yourselves. If you're having a great time, please put your hands together for yourselves. All right, without wasting much of our time, we will be having the award presentation.
Ní báyìí, nígbà tí Gracilo, MC Gracilo tí wọ́n mọ̀ wá sí ìsàlẹ̀, ìfàmì ẹ̀yẹ Dánilọ́lá ó ní ọpọ́n sókàn. Ìfàmì ẹ̀yẹ ó ní ètò eléyìí tí ó sókàn báyìí.
All right, please permit me to bring forward our very own, the SSA to President Tinubu in person of Honorable Idris Ajomabi, and also his beautiful, elegant, flamboyant, accommodating wife in person of Mrs. Idris Ajomabi. Please, I want you for.
Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Tí wọ́n bá ti ń lo flamboyant tí wọ́n ní nǹkan fla pé nǹkan tó mọ́ lólóló ni. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà kọ́.
She's such an amazing woman. I must tell you all, we met with her yesterday, and she was actually talking to us as if, you know, we've known from so long, for so much a long time. You're so wonderful, ma. You're blessed, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. Yeah. For the first presentation, for the first awards, we will be giving this award Champion of Agricultural Partnership, presented to Dr. Adekoya Olatunde Owoshibo. Represented by Dr. Ogunleke, the Deputy Provost.
Àmì ẹ̀yẹ akọni lẹ́ka ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Òun náà ni ó ń lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ ẹni tí wọ́n dá akọ yẹn.
A round of applause for her, please. Beautiful. Thank you very much, sir.
Like on behalf of Dr. Adekoya Olatunde Owoshibo, the Provost, Federal College of Animal Health and Production, this day, I received this award from Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President Livestock Development Collaboration with Real People Concept as a Champion of Agricultural Partnership Award, presented this day in recognition of his unwavering support and collaboration with livestock development in programs for sustainable agriculture. Thank you very much.
From the Office of the Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development in collaboration with Real People Concept, an outstanding award for outstanding sheep farm will be presented to OJ Agro-Allied Service Farm.
Oko nǹkan ọ̀sìn àgùntàn eléyìí tó tayọ jùlọ òun ló ń lọ sí OJ Agro-Allied Services Farms. Oko nǹkan ọ̀sìn tí wọ́n sin àgùntàn.
All right. To present the award of outstanding goat farm
Àmì ẹ̀yẹ oko tó tayọ nínú ọ̀sìn ewúrẹ́.
Outstanding Goat Farm Award. Please permit me to make welcome the State Director of Ministry of Agriculture, Dr. Mrs. Kakulu.
Ẹ bá mi fún mọ́mì wa ní àtẹ́wọ́.
The SSA to the President of Livestock Development in collaboration with Real People Concept presents the Outstanding Goat Farm Award to Pretzel Animal Farm. Pretzel Animal Farm, where are you?
Oko nǹkan ọ̀sìn ewúrẹ́ tó tayọ jùlọ. Àmì ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ Pretzel Animal Farm. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́.
While he makes his way, please put your hands together for him. Pretzel. Is really pretzel.
Pretzel.
Pretzel is really pretzel. Amazing pretzel. Good to meet you, sir. You're welcome. Congratulations.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sà.
To present the next award.
Àmì ẹ̀yẹ tó kàn.
Please permit me to make welcome the representative of the minister in person of Mrs. Akeredolu Olayinka to present.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, àwa tá ń ya àwòrán, ẹ bóyá ká ṣẹ́ṣẹ́gbẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan torí à ń bò àwọn tí wọ́n wà níbẹ̀ yẹn, à ń bò wọ́n lójú ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run. Ẹ ṣeun, a mọ rírì yín.
Please put your hands together for
ẹ jọ̀ọ́,
the
ẹ
representative
jẹ́ ká
of the
pínra wa ní
minister
ìsọ̀rí káyé lè wà.
in person of Mrs. Akeredolu Olayinka to present the SSA in collaboration with Real People Concept Outstanding Cattle Farm Award to A&A Harmony Farm. A&A Harmony Farm.
Oko tó tayọ nínú ọ̀sìn màálù. Àmì ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó lọ sí oko A&A Harmony Farm. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́.
A round of applause for A&A Harmony Farm.
A&A Harmony Farm.
Outstanding Cattle Farm Award. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency.
Your Excellency.
Please do make your way to your seat. All right, beautiful farmers, amazing farmers, thank you so much for your time. Hope you're having great time. Hope you're having great time. Shane Badwa Ryan. Okay, all right now. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the moment, Your Excellencies. The next agenda is the group photograph and also tour exhibition stands by special guests of honors. Please, in the next 10 minutes, we shall be having group photographs. And Mr. Tumishe. All right, our photographers. Photographers, are you ready? Please, we want the high table to take their pictures here right now. Your Excellency, sir, please, we want to have a group photograph with you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Nígbà tí ètò àwòrán yíyà tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́, àwa tá a bá mọ̀ wípé a fẹ́ kàn sí àwọn èèyàn, àwọn iléeṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀, a fẹ́ ní àjọṣepọ̀ pẹ̀lú wọn, a ní orí ọ̀fẹ́ láti tọ̀ wọ́n lọ. Sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé, tẹ́ bá bọ́ sí gbàgede ìta, ẹ rí ààyè ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan wọn níbẹ̀. A lè gba òǹkà ìbáraẹnisọ̀rọ̀ wọn kí a fi kùn lókun láti pàṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ká ní ìkànsíra ẹni.
While we have the photographs going on, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce to you that this great institution helps train, develop your children to becoming great, outstanding farmers that sustains the food security in the aspect of animal protein in our nation, Nigeria. Ohun tí mò ń sọ ni wípé ilé-ìwé tá a wà yìí tá a mọ̀ sí Federal College of Animal Health and Production Technology, Mo Plantation, Àpáta Ìbàdàn. Wọ́n kẹ́dùn láti tọ́ ọmọ yín lọ́nà. Wọ́n ní mi ò lè sọ dáadáa. Okay, ẹ jẹ́ pẹ̀lú tó máa sọ. All right, now for the English-speaking people, I would love to introduce to you that we have a lot of courses. We have a lot of courses. We have the National Diploma. We have the Higher National Diploma, known as OND, HND. And we also have our part-time courses and full-time courses. If you want your children, your words to excel in the aspects of animal production, this college, Federal College of Animal Health and Production Technology, is a good and very affordable institute for your words. We also do vocational trainings. We do vocational trainings where we train farmers to becoming excellent in their field of animal production. We also render other services. We have our veterinary clinic. We have the veterinary ambulatory service. We have extension services, consultation services, entrepreneurship services. Thank you very much. We have courses in animal health and production technology, animal production technology, agri-extension and management, fisheries technology, agribusiness, SLT, physics, SLT, environmental biology, SLT, electronic option, SLT biology, SLT chemistry, computer science, all in HND. We have National Diploma in Animal Health and Production Technology, Science Laboratory Technology, Statistics, Fisheries Technology, Computer Science, Vet Laboratory Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'm pleased to inform you that we have a pharmaceutical company all the way from Ukraine in our midst, Elona Levcheno. You're welcome. I would also like to recognize, I would also love to recognize the presence of the Dean Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University of Ibadan, in person of Professor Olufunke Ole Davis. In our midst, we have the National President of Nigeria Society of Animal Production in person of Professor O.J. Babayemi, ably represented by Dr. Folashade Jemishaye, the General Secretary.
Ní kúkúrú èdè, ohun tí olùkùnmí ń gbìyànjú láti sọ nípa ilé ẹ̀kọ́ yìí ni wípé ilé ẹ̀kọ́ Federal College of Animal Health and Production jẹ́ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ tí ọmọ yín lè gba ìmọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ nípa àwọn iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ nílànà ìgbàlódé. Wọ́n sì ní àtẹ ètò ẹ̀kọ́ lóníranran. A ní àtẹ ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ti ìpele ẹ̀kọ́ gíga àkọ́kọ́ tá a mọ̀ sí National Diploma OND. A ní àtẹ ìpele ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì tá a mọ̀ sí HND. Bákan náà ni àtẹ ètò ẹ̀kọ́ yìí wọ́n ṣe nírọ̀rùn. Ìwọ tó o bá jẹ́ ẹ tí o fẹ́ gbájúmọ̀ tá a mọ̀ sí full time ó wà. Ìwọ tó jẹ́ pé ò ń ṣiṣẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n o tún wá wò wípé jẹ́ kí n lọ gba ẹ̀kọ́ kún ẹ̀kọ́, kí n lọ gba ìmọ̀ kún ìmọ̀. Màá máa ṣe ní àdàgbà kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tá a mọ̀ sí part time, ìyẹn náà wà ní ìpele gbogbo. Wọ́n sì ní àtẹ ẹ̀kọ́ lóníranran. Wọ́n ní àtẹ ẹ̀kọ́ ti ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ti ètò ìlera ẹranko animal health technology. Wọ́n ní ti ìmọ̀ ìpèsè nípa ti ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ìpèsè ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ẹranko animal production technology. Wọ́n ní ẹ̀ka tó rí sí ìfẹ́jú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àbójútó agric extension and management. Wọ́n ní ẹ̀ka tó rí sí ìyànnàná àtòpọ̀ àká àbójútó nípa ìkẹranjẹ, ìyún pasture and range management statistics. Wọ́n ní ẹ̀ka ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ nípa ẹja fishery technology, ẹ̀ka àbójútó iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ okòwò agric business management. Wọ́n sì ní ẹ̀ka tí ń ṣe ìyànnàná àti ìtọpinpin àwọn ìlànà lóníranran tá a mọ̀ sí SLT, physics, electronic option àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ní ìpele àtẹ ẹ̀kọ́ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì tá a mọ̀ sí HND, ìpele àtẹ ẹ̀kọ́ àkọ́kọ́ ìyún OND. Wọ́n ní bí wọ́n ṣe ní ti abala àkọ́kọ́ náà wọ́n ní ti abala ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì. Ó tún wá wọ́n ṣe nírọ̀rùn tó jẹ́ pé tó o bá ti kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní ibòmíì bóyá OND ni o lè fi àtẹ rẹ̀ wọlé sí HND láti wá ṣe níbí. Wọ́n sì ṣe nílànà tí ó gbà rọ̀yàn lọ́rùn débi wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe sọ ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ti àdàgbà kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ part time ó wà ń bẹ̀. Ètò ẹ̀kọ́ tí mo fẹ́ gbájúmọ̀ nísànsán tá a mọ̀ sí full time òun náà wà ń bẹ̀. Ẹ lè wọlé sí ilé ẹ̀kọ́ yìí láti wá gbọ́ àwọn afíntónilétí àlàyé àwọn nǹkan tí ò bá yé wa kẹ́ ẹ béèrè. Èmi gangan tẹ́ ẹ bá ti ní òǹkà mi lọ́wọ́ ẹ pè mí, màá ṣe atọ́nà ẹ̀ǹtẹ́ lọ bá tí wọ́n sì là ń lọ́yẹ̀ lórí èyíkéyìí tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ kọ́.
All right, now thank you very much. Please put your hands together for yourselves if you're having a great time here. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tẹ́ bá ń gbádùn ara yín, ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fára yín, ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ o. I am pleased to announce to you that Mr. Tumishe, the convener, the CEO of Real People Concepts, Mr. Tumishe is one of the great products of this amazing institute. And Mr. Tumishe is doing excellently well in the aspect of animal production and technology. And I'm sure if your children comes here, they will excel greatly. And I'm also pleased to announce to you that MC Gracillo is also a product of this great institute and also one of the senior lecturers in this institute. And I'm sure that your words, your children, trust. Wow. Put your hands together for yourselves. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 10 minutes, we shall be having our tour exhibition. You can go out, check what we have outside. And also, you can go out for your tea break for the next 10 minutes, please. Your tea break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, because of the great number we have, we just want you to go for the exhibition. Go for the exhibition. Please come back in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The seminar will begin and will definitely serve you while you are inside. Thank you very much. Nǹkan tí mò ń sọ ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ síta ń sìn ká lọ wo ohun tá à ń tà, ohun táwọn ohun ọ̀sìn tó mú wá láti tà. Fún ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́wàá péré, tá a bá ṣe tán. Tá a bá ṣe tán ẹ já wọlé, a máa serve yín oúnjẹ ta ní fún yín tẹ́ bá ti wọlé. Ẹ ṣeun.
A lè lọ fún ojúlóúnjẹ o láàrin ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́wàá kí a sì bá wọn ra tí wọ́n ń tà. Láti pàṣẹ báyìí a lè gba òǹkà wọn sílẹ̀. Sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé. A lè gba òǹkà ìbáraẹnisọ̀rọ̀ wọn sílẹ̀ láti pàṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ìbáṣepọ̀ alálàáfíà ká fi yun rẹ̀ ká fi lọ́lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Great farmers tá a bá ti wá padà wọlé ó dà pé wọ́n ní ìrẹ̀ǹgbẹ́ wà bí.
Mrs. Mary, please, wherever you are, your attention is needed. Mrs. Mary, wherever you are, your attention is needed. Mrs. Mary, please, your attention is needed.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ètò àgbọ̀ sẹ́mọ̀pá àti ìṣèdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ rárá. Gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tá a ń gbọ́ láti àárọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ àpilẹ̀kọ ni which is address. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ti lọ fún ojúlóúnjẹ níbi ìpàtẹ ọjà tá a bá padà dé ó ní bá a ṣe mú àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn ní ìsọ̀rí ìsọ̀rí. Ìdí nìyẹn tá a fi pèsè ìwé àjẹ́.
swallow all my pride and admit to myself, deep down inside, the diamonds and pearls. Don't you know that I've had enough? But I feel so much better, yes I do, dressed in love. Yes, it's love, sweet love, that makes a woman. Yes, it's love that makes a woman. What she is, yeah, what she Don't mess with Bill. Don't mess with Bill. Don't mess with Bill. Say it one more time. Don't
Please, let's be coming in. Ẹ jẹ́ á máa wọlé bọ̀ o. Ẹ jẹ́ á máa wọlé bọ̀ o. Kókó ń tà àti torí rẹ̀ wọkọ̀ wá ńlá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí. It's time for the seminar. Please. Please, let's come in. Please, let's come in. Please, let's come inside. Ẹ jẹ́ á máa wọlé bọ̀ o. Let's come inside. Pàtàkì ìdí tí a fi wá tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ èyí tí mò ń lọgun rẹ̀ lórí ètò mi pé a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ́ wá òun la fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo ń tá a bá ń rà tá à ń ṣe níta ẹjẹ́ apátì náà ká mọ̀ bọ̀. A fẹ́ ṣe pápápá bí àwo bàbá àsọ̀nà. Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's come inside. We are about to start the major reasons why this program was put forward. Ètò ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ alágbára àkànṣe ó ní a fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí báyìí. ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ á wọlé àwọn tó bá wà ń ta tá a bá mọ̀ wọ́n rí ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ á sọ fún wọn ká tètè wọlé. Yeah. Ó yá, ó yá, ó yá, ó yá, ó yá. Thank you. Ní pẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí. Please, the organizers, it's time. Àsìkò ti tó. Ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún ó ní ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n máa lò.
Your Excellencies, great farmers, amazing people seated, all protocols duly observed. The trainings will begin soon. We begin now. Please permit me to bring forward for the first presentation on pasture and further management for year-round feed availability. In pressing off Professor Olushola Oloruninshomo for his presentation. A round of applause for him. Professor Olushola, wọ́n máa kọ́ wa ní ẹ̀kọ́ bí a ṣe lè máa gbin ṣe ohun ọ̀gbìn tí a fi máa fún àwọn ẹranko wa. Mo ti mọ̀ pé máa sọ̀rọ̀, kò sí wàhálà. Ṣé rí torí gbogbo ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe fún mi lénìí ẹ̀? Ọmọ Ìgbò tèmi, ó máa mẹ́sàn pé ó lọ kọ́ Yorùbá dáadáa. Kò sí wàhálà. Ṣé ilé ìṣèdè mi ni? Ọ́nẹ́gbè wà lébà ẹ̀ ṣe wá rẹ́rìn. Ẹ̀yin mọ̀ yẹn. Okay. All right, put your hands together for Professor Olushola Olorunishomo for his presentation. 15 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Great farmers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed, the SSA and all the important dignitaries that are represented here. My name is Olushola Olorunishomo, a professor of animal science from the University of Ibadan. And the topic before me, or the sub-theme, is pasture and fodder management for year-round feed availability, exploring innovative ways to maintain feed quality, availability, and focusing on fodder cultivation and conservation. That appears to be too long a topic for me. So I can. Okay. Yeah. So I have taken the liberty of adjusting the topic to fodder cultivation and conservation as means of providing quality feeds for ruminant livestock on year-round basis. Can you hear me well? Okay. I will try. One of the problems I have is that I don't have a cathedral voice, but I will try my very best to speak louder than this. Even though pé ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí, wọ́n advise mi pé kí n máa sọ Yorùbá díẹ̀díẹ̀, but Yorùbá máa fẹ́ da system mi rú pẹ̀lú bí mo ṣe present. So tí mi ò bá sọ ní Yorùbá ẹjọ́ ẹbí àpò mi, ẹni tó máa gbé fún yóò bá mi tú lẹ́yìn tí n bá ti ṣe tán. So, well, I'm privileged to be a professor today, but I'm more privileged to be a practicing livestock farmer. And for my proof, it's my dirty hands. My hands are very dirty. You see my nails are a little bit dirty. My car is also a little bit dirty because I carry feeds anywhere I find it. So if you are a farmer, there will be something about you that is dirty. If you are a farmer and you are not dirty, I doubt what you are farming. So I consider myself to be one of you, and I will try to address the topic as a farmer. The next slide, please. So like I said, I've changed my topic to be fodder cultivation and conservation as means of providing quality feeds for ruminant livestock on a year-round basis. Next slide. Yeah. So before we start talking about ruminant feeds, we need to understand what the ruminants themselves are. What are ruminant livestock? And what kind of food do they eat? Next slide. Ruminant animals are animals that have a complex stomach. The stomach is divided into about 4, and this allows them to be able to digest very highly fibrous materials. Very few livestock have this ability. So the implication of this is that they can eat anything that your pig or your poultry cannot eat. You give them a highly fibrous feed, they eat it. I understand that during the World War II, some countries in Europe had nothing to feed the animals. You know what they feed them? Paper. Paper, ordinary paper. What other animal can do that except cattle, sheep, and goats? So we are talking about cattle, sheep, and goat today, and their special ability is that they can eat feeds that otherwise other livestock cannot eat. That makes it that they don't compete with human beings for very valuable food. Next slide. So, what kind of feed do ruminants eat? I summarize this to be fodder, that is any green plant, but usually for us farmers, it's easier to say grass or legumes. They eat roughages, that is any material that is high in fiber, if you treat it well for them. As a matter of fact, I'm holding one of the feeds for ruminants because it is fiber. It has a lot of wood. If you treat your wood, don't misquote me, wood is not the best feed for ruminants, but if you process it well, even wood can become feeds for ruminants. So anything that has high fiber can become food for your ruminants. More practically, we use things like hay, silage, crop residues, and so on to feed our ruminants. Of course, there's also what we call concentrate. You know, people have a very skewed idea of concentrate. They think it is the poultry feed that is being sold in the market. Yes, that is a concentrate, but concentrate goes beyond that. Anything that has a high concentration of energy is a concentrate. So your maize grain, your soya bean, your sorghum, even your cassava becomes a concentrated feed. So fodder and roughages constitute about 90% of what your ruminants eat. If you want to upgrade, you may upgrade to about 70% and give 30% of concentrate. But at 70% of the total diet, you will agree with me that this fodder deserves to be given more attention. So let's look at the holistic way of feeding your ruminants on a year-round basis. When we talk about feeding your animals on a year-round basis and having sufficient feed, you have to look at 3 different factors. What is the quantity of feed that my animals are eating? What is the quality of this feed? And is it available all through the year? So these are things that you must have to be able to answer. Next slide. When we're talking about quantity, we want to ask ourselves the question, are my animals eating enough? What I'm feeding them, the quantity I'm feeding them, is it just maintaining their weight, or is it giving them some level of production? In animal production, we talk about maintenance ration, that is, the animal is just eating to maintain itself. But when you are a farmer, you are not there to produce the animals just to maintain themselves. You want milk, you want meat, sometimes you want leather from these animals. So if you are going to get those things, then you must give them a little bit above their maintenance ration. You must give them enough feed to make them to produce something valuable for you. Then when we talk about quality, you want to ask yourself, are my animals eating enough protein? And the total ration that I'm giving them, is it digestible? Because you see, it's not sufficient for them to eat plenty of feed. You want to ask yourself, is this feed doing what it ought to do in their body? Protein, the quantity and the quality of protein is very, very important. And the digestibility of the whole matter, or of the whole feed, is also extremely important. Well, what's the point of giving your animal 1 kg of feed, and it gives you an excreta of 1 kg? It means that nothing stays in the body. You want all as much as possible to stay in the body to produce your meat or to produce your milk. Then, when you have assured that you have enough quantity of feed, you have enough quality of the feed. The next question is that are the animals having this feed throughout the year? Most of us, we focus on our animals during the rainy season. What happens to them during the dry season? We care less. So that is why we are here today, that when you are in the business of producing ruminants, it's not only for, you don't feed them only in the rainy season, you feed them also in the dry season. And the kind of feed that you give them must go around the animals all through the year. Next slide. Yes, I'm going to explain the stop and grow phenomenon. Please pardon me, I made a feeble attempt at being a graphic artist. I'm not sure I did it very well, but from where you are standing, I hope you can see the slide, and you will see that there are two boxes. One has some blue lines and some red lines. Can we see them? Okay, so I will explain now. Yeah, in the first box, that is the one to the left with the blue lines, that is what happens when your animals grow normally. That is, you are a farmer that has embraced cultivation of fodders, and you have also conserved enough feed for your animals to eat during the dry season. So what happens, I'm too far away from the screen. I'm trying to see if I can point at the screen, but I'm not sure if that will work here. Oh, I'm too far. Okay.
Mic is wireless. You can upload the screen.
Eh?
Mic is wireless. You can upload the screen. Sir.
Oh, okay. I'm told that I can approach the screen. So let me try to move close. It's still not working? Okay. So let me just try and make my explanation. Okay. The blue lines represent normal feeding. You have good feed on your farm, and you have feed also during the dry season. So the first year, the animals will grow normally. During the rainy season, it grows normally because it's not only eating good pasture, it's also having additional supplemental feed. But during the dry season, even if you have some feed, it is expected that the feed will not be as much as you will have during the wet season. It is also expected that the quality may not be as much as what you will have during the rainy season. So for many farmers, they maintain the weight of the animals through this period. So if you are able to maintain the weight that you have achieved at the end of the rainy season, you would have done well. When another rainy season comes, which represents the upward movement of the harrow, your animals begin to grow rapidly again. And the end result is that in about 2 years, your animals, I'm referring to cattle specifically now, would have reached market weight. So in 2 years, you can gain something back from your animals. Now let's look at the other one, represented by the red lines. At the beginning of the rainy season, well, because you did not invest in growing your grass, you did not also invest in any special feed, but because there is green grass somehow, the animals are picking here and there, they grow slowly till the end of the rainy season. But at the end of the rainy season, there's practically no feed for this animal to eat. So what happens? It gradually begins to lose weight. And by the end of the dry season, the animal has lost weight substantially. So another rainy season sets in, the animal begins to struggle to go up again. The first thing the animal does is to meet the deficit that has occurred during the dry season. then it gains a little more weight in the new rainy season. Then the dry season sets in, and the animal begins to lose weight again. But the rainy season sets in, and it grows. So it's called a stop and grow phenomenon. What happens? Because you have not given the animal enough quantity of feed on a year-round basis, and because you have not given it quality feed on a year-round basis, it means that your animals respond to growth within the period where they have feed. They will grow a little bit, they will lose some of it. They will grow a little bit, they will lose some of it. And the end result is that this animal that should have reached market weight in 2 years will reach it in about 3 or 4 years. And within that period, the farmer keeps spending money on so many things. Your infrastructure, your labor, your everything, you keep spending money. So the stop and grow phenomenon is not good enough. And that's what we are trying to address. Next slide. To be able to prevent this phenomenon happening to you, the best thing is to plan your feeds. You know, we have come a long way in ruminant raising in Nigeria. We have left that stage where you just buy some cattle or sheep or goat and you think that they will fend for themselves. No. Once you have undertaken to raise these animals, it is your duty to provide enough in terms of quantity and quality for them and to provide it throughout the year. This can only be achieved when you plan the feed resources available to you properly. So when we talk about feed planning, feed calendar, feed budgeting, we are talking practically about the same thing. And it has to do with balancing the number of animals you have on your farm with the available feeds on your farm. On the other hand, it also talks about balancing the type of feed you have with the animal need you have on the farm. For somebody raising animals for the skin, you will agree with me that the quantity and quality of feed will be much less than the person that is raising the animals for milk, for instance. So the type of animal you have, the needs, and the reason for raising these animals will also determine the kind of feed that you give to them. So if you want to plan your feed, what are the things you should do? Number one, determine the number of animals you expect to have on your farm on a yearly basis. You know, you should not go into farming business thinking that, okay, I want to have 1 million cows. No. Can you care for 1 million cows? If you can care for only 20 cows, why don't you stay with 20? If you can care for only 100, why don't you stay on 100? What matters to you most is the profit, not the numbers that you have. So make up your mind how many animals you will have on your farm in the year. Then you estimate the quantity of feed or fodder that you need to feed these animals for the whole year. This may be a little bit beyond you, but that's why we have experts who will help you to look at the land you have, look at the resources you have, and they can help you to estimate the quantity of feed you will need. And the experts will do that. Then number 3, estimate the carrying capacity of your pasture. How many animals can the land you have support? You have only 1 acre and you are dreaming of raising 100 cows. That's a great daydream, except you want to import all the fish you want to use. If you don't have land, and if the land is not substantial, raising ruminant animals may be a mirage. So estimate the ability, the number of animals that your land can carry. Determine if you need to buy extra feed. If you have 2 acres of land, you have 10 animals, you already know that this land cannot support all these 10 animals. So you know at the back of your mind that at some point, you will need to buy feed. At some point, you will need to buy feed. Then determine the different types of feed that is available to you on the farm and target them to meet particular animal needs during the year. Next slide. So let's go to fodder cultivation. How do you grow your fodder? How do you grow your pasture? How do you grow your forage? For us, most of the time when we talk about this, we just simply talk about grass. So when I speak about grass, I understand that I'm referring to all kinds of forages that are available to you. So fodder of forage is the main feed for ruminant animals, and its cultivation is very, very crucial to the success of ruminant farming. 3 factors you should consider before planting your fodder. You should consider the land that you have. How much land do you have? Is it big enough? And it's not just enough to have a large area of land. Is the soil fertile? It's not a problem if your soil is not so fertile, because we are in a country that is looking for food. The best land will be given to crop production. Yes or no? When animals, you remember the human beings. So if the soil is not so fertile, it's okay. But what are you going to do to correct the soil fertility? Fertilizer application. We all know about that. Then the next thing you have to consider is that the management system you want to adopt. When you finish planting your grass, are you going to allow your animals to go there to graze them off? Or are you going to cut it and carry it to the animals yourself? What system you are going to adopt will determine the kind of pasture that you will grow. If you are going to cut and carry, then it's better you grow something like Napier. But if you are going to graze the animals, then it's better to plant something like Bracharia or something like Guinea grass and all these low-growing grasses. So what management system you adopt determines the kind of fodder you grow. Then the fodder type itself. Are you going to grow grass or are you going to grow legumes or a combination of both? Yeah, it's very important because when you grow grass alone, when we will be talking about weeding later, when you want to use chemicals to control weeds, it's very easy for you to apply systemic herbicides that will kill every other thing that is not grass. But when you are growing legumes with your grass, what happens? You cannot do that. So you need to make up your mind, am I growing grass alone, am I growing legumes alone, or am I combining them? That will help you in your management. So let's go to the management. Wọ́n ti fẹ́ lé mi kú òun bí o, ṣé kí n ṣe máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ? Okay. Okay, give. 1 minute. I will try to finish in 2 minutes. So, management practices in fodder cultivation. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. The first thing is like you do for any other crop. You clear your land and you prepare it. When you want to plant maize, it is unthinkable for you to go into the forest and just take your maize now and just be spreading it. Will you do that? Nobody will do that. You first of all clear the trees if there are trees, then you bring in your tractor to prepare the land. This helps to break up the soil and helps your fodder plant to establish properly. Next slide. Then the proper planting. You can plant by planting on the spot, or you can drill, or you can broadcast your fodder seeds, or you can use vegetative cuttings. And this can be done by planting manually or with machines or tractor. There's no more time, so let's move on. Fertilizer application. This is also very, very important for profitable ruminant production. Most of us think that when you are raising livestock, you have nothing to do with fertilizers. No, you need it a lot because most of us, we hear about all these specialty crops like super napier, like all these kind of things, and they tell you it can achieve so much tonnage in a short period. But what you don't know is that that is achieved only when there is sufficient water and sufficient fertilizer. You have to fertilize heavily. Fertilizer application is very important. I will have to move on. Weed control is also important. Once you plant, you don't want weeds to take over your plants. So how you control it, you can do it by hand with cutlass, chemicals, or with hoe. Then, first season management. First season management is very, very important in pasture production. Because most of us, you plant your pasture, and of course, because they grow very fast, in about 3 months, the ground is covered, and you say, oh, I have plenty of grass. Then you put your animals to go and eat. If you are raising cows, the cows will pull up those young plants that are not fully established. So we recommend that for first season, you leave your pasture at least 1 year before you harvest or send your animals there to graze. This will help them to develop a very good root system, and it will help your plants to be able to survive the dry season and all other difficult times. Grazing or cutting management, I wish I have enough time to explain, but well, you can harvest your pasture or fodder in 2 ways. You can either allow the animals to harvest it by themselves, you call that grazing, or you harvest the fodder yourself and give it to the animals. But whatever you adopt, it is very, very important how you maintain this pasture. How you maintain it will determine whether quality fodder will be coming out from your pasture and whether sufficient quantity will be coming out. But just to mention, if you are grazing your animals, it is better you practice what we call rotational grazing. You divide your paddocks, your pasture into several paddocks, and you move them around from one part to the other at designated time. So that at any point in time you are grazing your animals, they are eating on quality fodder. How you can do that will be a subject for another time. But when you are cutting and taking to the animals, then you must also adopt a cutting interval. You must know that, okay, I want my grass to always be 6 weeks old when I'm cutting it. So you divide your pasture into so many areas that allows you that when you cut this line today and you move to the last line, by the time you are coming back to the first line, it is already 6 weeks old. That is extremely important. So let's talk about fodder conservation. This is what you do to conserve feed for the dry season. How do we do that? There are 3 basic ways you can do that. You can do that by conserved standing forage. That is, you set a little part of your... Can you move to the next slide, please? You move your animals, you set a part of your pasture, especially for feeding during the dry season. So you call that standing forage. The disadvantage of this is that the plants will be a little bit old, but it is better to have something than to have nothing. Then we all know about hay making. That's practically dried grass or silage making. So divide grazing is setting part, a little part of your pasture for dry season feeding. The nutritive value is generally low, but you can apply fertilizer to augment the quality. Fodder bank is also a kind of standing forage. You deliberately plant some plants to provide feed for you during the dry season. It can be grass, in that way you have energy bank, or it can be legumes, in that way you have a protein bank. Fertilizer application and irrigation may be necessary. Hay making, we all know about hay. Hay is simply harvested forage that is dried. It can be baled, it can be chopped, it can be made into pellets. The moisture content, which is the defining factor, must not be more than 20%. So you've heard it said, make hay while the sun shines. So when you are going to make hay, you must have plenty of sun. But in the southwest, next slide. In the southwest, during the dry season, we have plenty of sun. But how much grass do you have? There's no grass. The dry season also takes the grass away. So how do you make hay? During the wet season, when there's plenty of grass, there's also plenty of rain. The rain will spoil your hay crop. So you can't make hay during the wet season. So what do? My advice, next slide, shift your hay-making activities to the last quarter of the year, October, November, December. The last rain in October will grow your hay crop. Then by November, the sun has set in, you can harvest and you can dry. I'm under pressure. Silage making is simply put fermented forage. It is derived from grasses or legumes. The next slide, please. You can use crop residues and agro-industrial byproducts also for your silage. Why do we hammer on silage? I actually prefer silage to hay in the southwest of Nigeria, because silage gives you opportunity to preserve your surplus forage when the rain is still falling. It is less dependent on weather conditions than hay, and it can, the quality of grass is best during the rainy season, and you can make silage. Silage also gives you opportunity to mix other ingredients with your materials to make silage. The silage making process: harvest your forage, chop it, fill it into the silo, compact it, and cover it, and feed it out. So my conclusions: agronomic practices can be used to enhance the quality of fodder crops on a yearly basis. Conservation of fodders also provide opportunity to extend the availability of ruminant feeds into the dry season. Year-round availability of quality fodder reduces rearing time for your ruminants. It ensures productivity and overall profitability of your ruminant production business. Thank you very much for listening.
A round of applause for him once again. Thank you so much, Professor Olushola. Ọlọ́run ló ń ṣọmọ. Mo ní kẹ́ pariwo Ọlọ́run ló ń ṣọmọ. Tọ́lọ́run bá ṣọmọ, ọmọ ò ní máa wà all year round, àbí? That is why he's here to also present the topic that has to do with pasture and fodder management for year-round feed availability. Once again, put your hands together for him. I'm sure we all understand the reasons why we have to have our fodder banks, have our hay, our silages for all year-round availability for livestock development, especially in our southwest region. I'm sure we all understand, right? Did we learn a lot? All right. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful and amazing farmers, please, in the next 15 minutes, we shall be having our second topic to be presented by Professor Matthew Oyeyemi, Effective Disease Prevention and Health Management Practices. A round of applause for Professor Oyeyemi Matthew.
Let me stand or adopt the list of existing protocol. I want to thank the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development. My slide. I'm waiting for the slide. All right, we are going to be talking about diseases, effective disease prevention and health management practices. And bí àbúrò mi ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ nípa pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa ṣe àwọn oúnjẹ, àwọn ò lè sọ Yorùbá, èmi ò sọ Yorùbá. Màá máa sọ òyìnbó náà, màá dàpọ̀. Vaccination, I'm going to talk about vaccination and parasite as a key to disease prevention. When the slide is ready, he will join me. Sherry, abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára ó ṣe pàtàkì fún àwọn màálù àti ewúrẹ́ àti àgùntàn wa. Ìgbà míì wà torí pé wọ́n máa ń rìn kiri, a rò pé bóyá wọ́n need àjẹsára. Àjẹsára yìí kò òun kọ́ ló máa dípò oúnjẹ gidi tí wọ́n sọ. Òun kọ́ ló máa dípò pé wọ́n rí atẹ́gùn dáadáa. Òun kọ́ ló máa dípò pé our farm is well, sorry, 1 minute. Effective disease prevention. Yes. Ẹ má bínú, wọ́n náà rí slide yẹn ni. So, gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe ń sọ lọ, it's not a substitute for good nutrition. It's not a substitute for adequate ventilation, effective sanitation. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá dé oko ẹlòmíì, láti máìlì kan sí oko yẹn ló ti máa rùn. These are not good for health management of the animal. And you must know, ìgbà míì wà torí pé wọ́n jẹ ẹran tí wọ́n tètè sick, wọ́n tètè ní àrùn yẹn tètè jẹ jáde, a rò pé wọ́n need àjẹsára àti ìtọ́jú tó yẹ. Nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ ni pé ó yàtọ̀ sí ènìyàn tí ó sọ pé lọ́dún tó kọjá mo gba abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára fún eléyìí àbí fún tọ̀hún, torí pé wọ́n lè sọ̀rọ̀. Ìyẹn ò ní pé ká má ṣe abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára yẹn. Àwọn abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára tá a máa ń fún wọn, ìmíì wà tó yẹ pé olóṣù 3, ìmíì olóṣù 4, ìmíì olóṣù 9, ìmíì ọdún kan. And once you miss that vaccination period, you may have 1,000, 2,000 animals in your farm. First 3, 4, 5 years, you may not have problem. But once the problem starts, it may likely wipe out the animal. Ọdún 2, 3, 4, 5, àlèmọ́ rí àìsàn yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n ó lè jẹ́ pé ọdún tó máa yọ ní ọjọ́ Monday, the senior special assistant to the president was giving us a seminar on webinar at national level, and he was talking about monitoring. Máa sọ̀rọ̀ débẹ̀ tó bá yá. Ṣẹ́rí kí ẹran kan máa rìn kiri láì ní àbójútó kò dáa. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìgbà òjò àti ìgbà ẹ̀rùn lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Àwọn àìsàn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé ìgbà òjò ni la máa ń rí. Àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé ìgbà ẹ̀rùn. And you must prepare for this. There are a lot of parasites that are common during the rainy season, and there are some of them that are common during the dry season. You must not just buy an animal and bring it to your farm without certifying that the animal is vaccinated. Ṣẹ́rí àkàmọ́ mú àwọn ẹran ẹ̀rà oko látọ̀dọ̀ òjò ẹ̀ kò lọ sí fáàmù àìná láì béèrè pé ṣó gba abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára àbí kò gbà. So ńgbà tí wàhálà bá wá dé láwa máa sá kiri. Ìgbà tó bá tí wàhálà bá dé yẹn, àwọn abẹ́rẹ́ àwọn oògùn tá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń kó sí wọn lára yẹn ó lè má ṣiṣẹ́. So a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ èyí, and we must know, the vaccination procedure for cow, like I told you, there are some of them, àwọn bí àwọn sìn yẹn, àwọn màlúù, abẹ́rẹ́ tá gbọ́dọ̀ fún wọn wà. Tó bá di oṣù 3, tó bá di oṣù 9, tó bá di ọdún kan, lẹ́yìn ọdún kan yẹn a máa fún wọn ní ọdọọdún. Once there is parasite control and there is vaccination, 5 things is sure. You can be sure that your production will be sure, will be on the increase. Sharing àwọn àìsàn kan wà, streptotrichosis. Ó máa ń dàbí pé wọ́n lẹ bọ́tìnì mọ́ ara ẹran báyìí ni. N tó máa ń ṣe ni pé ó máa ń fa omi ẹran ara. Ẹ rí i pé àwọ̀ màlúù yẹn á wá lẹ̀ mọ́ ẹran ara ẹ̀. So the skin will stick to the skin will stick to the muscle of the. So there is dryness, there is dehydration. Àwọn ẹran tó bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n lè ṣe dáadáa. Tó bá tiẹ̀ lóyún ó máa abort tiẹ̀ ni. Àwọn ọkùnrin wọn ní produce wọn ní lè kò ní agbára láti gun màlúù obìnrin bí tiẹ̀. So you must take caution and present it and make sure that you do the vaccination and parasite control on time. Then you can move on now. So I'm faster than you. Just roll it on until you catch up with me. All right, I think now a little back, I was talking about birth at 3 months. You know, at 3 months, there are some things a little bit back. Sorry. Back, one more. Yes. At birth, up to 3 months, there are schedules that you need to follow. And up to 4 to 16 months, that schedule you need to follow. Àwọn ìlànà bá ṣe mọ́ fún wọn ní abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára wà. Àwọn abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára wọ̀nyí ó ṣe pàtàkì torí tí wọ́n bá ti táìsàn yẹn bá ti dé bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kó antibiotics kẹ́ máa kó ó dàbí ẹni tí wọ́n ní ọjọ́ kan kọ́ là ń bọ́ ọmọ tó rù ó ní nǹkan tó fà á tó fi rù so a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ yẹn then fún àwọn sìn ifas àwọn náà ní plan tiwọn next one sir then mo wá gbé table kan síta yí pé tá a bá wò dáadáa the table show us that how can we deal with FMD, you know, all these heart vaccination, but many people don't know or we know. Ṣẹ́rí tí tó bá jẹ́ pé ajá ni tán ní tó bá gba abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára ó lè bù ẹ́ jẹ́ o ẹni tó bá dẹ̀ bù jẹ́ yóò yan dìgbòlugi torí pé wọ́n á sọ pé tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti ṣe abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára fún màlúù ó lè bù yàn jẹ so kì í jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa kó kọbi ara sí. And when you don't do parasite control, it will reduce your production. The flesh, the weight will be reduced. And when the weight is reduced, it will reduce, you know, chances of conception. The body score will be reduced, and so even the male animal will not produce enough sperm cell. I'm faster than you, sir. Next one, I'm already in ruminant. Next, all right. Fún àwọn ewúrẹ́ àti àgùntàn wa, àwọn nǹkan tó common. A lọ sí farm kan níjẹta, gbogbo wọn wọ́n ṣe ń yọ ikùn nímú, náà ń datọ́ lẹ́nu, náà ń yàgbẹ́. Ṣé a mọ̀ pé àwọn ewúrẹ́ náà ní onígbá méjì, ìgbà kan níwájú, ìgbà kan lẹ́yìn. So tó bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, antibiotics ò ràn mọ́. So ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ bó bá ṣe lè ṣe vaccination ni at 3 months of age, at 3 to 5 months of age, and bá ṣe máa tẹ̀lé the booster dose and repeat vaccination. Let's try to do that. Then what about parasite control? Internal. Àwọn kòkòrò tá a lè fojú rí tó ń bá àwọn màlúù àti ewúrẹ́ jà inú àwọn kan wà nínú. We must understand the life cycle. But let's go on. Next. Next. I want to jump so that Auntie Grace will not stop me. Now, the following, once animal consume pasture, Professor Ọlọ́run Níṣọmọ ó ń sọ fún wa pé bá ṣe lè gé àwọn oko yẹn nígbà òjò tá a gé sílé. Torí tẹ́ bá wo grasses nígbà míì tẹ́ bá wo ẹ̀yìn wọn, ẹ rí àwọn kòkòrò kan. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé àwọn ewúrẹ́ àtàgùntàn ò ní mú ewé kan yẹ ẹ̀yìn wọn wò kan tó jẹ́. Àbí wọ́n máa ń yẹ̀ wò. So we are the one to help them. So by consuming this plant, it become a problem to them. Kí ni ìdí tá a gbọ́dọ̀ fi ṣe àtúnṣe? Why the reason for the control? Controlling of internal parasite has significant positive return on investment for producers. Ó máa tẹ́ bá ṣe control yẹn dáadáa. Bó jẹ́ pé ẹ fẹ́ tà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹran ni, bó dẹ̀ ṣe jẹ́ pé ẹ ń ṣe ẹ fẹ́ kó bímọ ni, ẹ rí nǹkan tẹ́ náwó lé lórí. The main focus of the control maybe is to control the roundworm. When you want to do the control, you consider the age. Bá ṣe máa control worm ní àwọn sìn, ó yàtọ̀ sí bá ṣe máa control ẹ̀ ní àwọn tó ti dàgbà. Then nutritional status, gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n ṣe kọ́ wa, bó ni ẹran tí ò jẹun tẹ wá ń da oògùn bò, oògùn yẹn náà ló máa pa. So ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹun dáadáa. The stress level, then the season, and likely the parasite contamination. Next, I'm going to skip the next three. So follow me. Then control of external parasites. Okay? Control of external parasites usually resolve around the use of insecticide. Ṣẹ́rí ìgbà míì wà tó jẹ́ pé àwọn tí ò yẹ ká fín sí ara ẹran la máa ń fín sára wọn. Nígbà bóyá a rí ticks lára wọn, a rí fleas, àwọn tó ń ba skin wọn jẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká bá àwọn akọ́ṣẹ́mọṣẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀. Torí ìgbà míì wà àwọn kan tá a dà sí wọn lára, ó máa ń fà á gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe sọ, á jẹ́ kí awọ wọn ń súnkì mọ́ wọn lára, kò dẹ̀ ní jẹ́ kán ṣe dáadáa. And àwọn oògùn míì wà táwọn èèyàn ti ṣì lò. Next one. Nǹkan tá a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe, we need to have where we need to control. In most organization today, tẹ́ bá wo bí wọ́n ṣe kọ́ ibẹ̀ yẹn, àwọn ewúrẹ́ ó níbi tán máa gbà wọlé, ó níbi tí omi tán ti fi oògùn sí tí ó kàn dà lé wọn lórí tí wọ́n á dẹ̀ jáde. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ní irú eléyìí, ẹ kàn lè ṣe, nígbà tán ṣàwòrán lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ibi táwọn ewúrẹ́ lè, gẹ́gẹ́ àwọn tó ní oko adìyẹ á máa rú kinní yẹn tí wọ́n á kó sí ẹnu ọ̀nà tẹ́ fẹsẹ̀ kànkẹ́ tó wọnú inú oko. A lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ẹran wa, a lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ fún àgùntàn. Next, tẹ́ bá wo next sir, next. Adelo, no, ẹ ti jump. General consideration for parasites. Sir, tẹ́ bá wo eléyìí sir, àmọ́ streptotrichosis náà pé ẹ wo gbogbo ara ẹ̀. This animal is not the one you can, whatever you have spent on it will be a waste. Streptotrichosis is one of the animal diseases that is difficult to control. So that is why when you see this kind, do not bother, because what you have done is that you failed to vaccinate in the initial stage. But gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ ètò ìmọ̀ ó ti kọjá. Nísìnyí báyìí tẹ́ bá tètè rí kíní on time, we have a way of treating it. Next. Fi table yẹn lẹ̀, next. So disease control. Disease control refer to, aim of reducing incidence of diseases, duration of disease, and consequence of disease on transmission. Gbogbo ohun tá à ń sọ di pé ẹja control. Kí kíní yẹn má máa spread. Kó má spread lórí oko èmi sóko Ọ̀túnba. Kó má lọ from oko Ọ̀túnba to oko àtúntún wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. ìkejì ni pé a gbọ́dọ̀ mọ ìgbà wo ló bẹ̀rẹ̀, ńbo la bá dé. A gbọ́dọ̀ mọ the duration of the infection and the financial implication. Adele control, we can prevent this, the transmission between susceptibles and the host infection. Next, màá lo 2 minutes láti fi sọ̀rọ̀ lórí monitoring. Now, monitoring, calf undergo many stressful periods and dramatic shifts. And surprising, the calf stage of the dairy life cycle has fewer routine collected key performance. And we must know, one of the things that is very, very important is calf health and growth failure, growth failure. Ìgbà míì wà tó jẹ́ pé màlúù wọn á bí wọn, àìdá pé kò rí ọmú mu dáadáa àbí kò rí oúnjẹ. Ìgbà míì wà, àìkàn rí pé gbogbo wọn sùn sílẹ̀. Nǹkan márùn-ún àbí mẹ́fà, about 5, 6 things. When you get to a farm, you must know the alertness of your farm. Their eyes will be bright, the air will be erect, the fur will be active. They will wag their tail and they make attempt to stand up. But when you get there and one can wo bo gbandi kó tó dìde, ẹ mọ̀ pé something is happening. Next. Now, this is cross-sucking. Ṣẹ̀rí tẹ́ bá ti rí màlúù tó ń suck ara wọn, ó dàbí pé ó suck, kì í ṣe mọ́ kiss ara wọn, kì í ṣe kissing nìyẹn o. Ó bá ti di pé they are sucking themselves, they call it cross-sucking. Number 1, you check their eyes, there might be partial blindness. Number 2, there is some level of illness that needs to be taken. That is why somebody talk about automation of monitoring. We must know that we need to measure and evaluate critically, what these animals are passing through. Next, like ruminant has a few key purposes, of which dairy cow we need to know. Rumination, if they don't feed well, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ló ti a máa ń fún wọn ní oúnjẹ òyìnbó concentrate àti gbà wípé they are ruminant. Wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ grass, whether in form of hay, whether in form of freshly cut grass. They must be able to eat those grasses. Let me round up before Auntie Grace take his microphone. I talk about principle of control and protection of infectious diseases, and I said removal of the causes of diseases from the environment is number 1. Removal of the newborn from the infectious environment. Tabatiri tan bí ọmọ, bóyá ọmọ ewúrẹ́ ni, ọmọ àgùntàn ni, ọmọ màlúù. Ẹ má jẹ́ kó síbi tí ó dọ̀tí. Torí àwọn ọmọ yẹn ní sọ pé ẹ má lọ mu omi tí ó dọ̀tí o. Ẹ má rìn síbi tí ó dá o. Sometimes you need to bring their food separately from their mother, or else the mother will eat it and it will starve the animal. Then there are some non-specific resistance of the newborn, and we must know that. Àwọn kan tó tún kù tí mo fẹ́ sọ fún, there are some mother that have poor mothering ability. Ìyá mi ò mọmọ tọ́jú. Tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ ti rí ìyá tí ò mọmọ tọ́jú, ẹ wá ilé tó mọmọ tọ́jú as a foster mother. Tẹ́ máa gbé ọmọ yẹn sọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀, so that àní lose ọmọ yẹn, because there are some of them that have poor odor or poor teeth in the farm. Then sometimes you have cold stress. Ìgbà òtútù, ẹ̀rọ àwọn ọmọ yẹn tán kájọ tán gbọ̀n, a gbọ́dọ̀ wá ọ̀nà tí gbogbo yẹn ó fi yanjú. 2 more things and I will round up. There are some what we call delayed nursing. Bóyá the animal give birth through the cesarean section, or difficult, it take a time before he gave birth. Kì í ṣe immediately yẹn ni ó sáré máa fọ́mọ lọ́mú. Then if you don't allow the animal to clean the body of his young one, he will lose what we call instinct. And tí o bá ti sí instinct, there will be maternal rejection, there will be maternal no recognition. Tẹ́ ẹ bá ti jẹ́ kó clean ọmọ yẹn, kó fẹ́ nùnú fúnra ẹ̀. Torí ìgbà mi a máa mọ ọ̀ṣọ́ ju a sáré fi tówẹ̀lì a máa nù màlúù mi ló bí ma yẹn a sáré máa fi tówẹ̀lì nù. Tẹ́ ẹ bá ti jẹ́ kó clean ọmọ yẹn, kò ní rí bí ọmọ òun. So lákòótán ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó lé mi kúrò bí, mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín, but mo fẹ́ sọ pé ṣe rí tá a bá monitor, there should be vaccination certificate and there should be a certificate of screening. Tí mo bá screen màlúù mi, there should be a certificate for it. Tán bá vaccinate ajansi, wọ́n á fún ní káàdì. Tán bá vaccinate, adìyẹ, ẹ mọ̀ gbà tán vaccinate. The same thing, tá bá screen, when we screen our animal, sheep and goat, against diseases, let's give, so that if I'm telling goat to somebody, let that certificate go with it. And by that, we will be able to monitor. In some country, there is what we call animal tagging. So that anywhere it goes, once you scan the tags, all the information will be given unto you. I want to sincerely thank the senior special assistant to the president on livestock development, the real people, and everybody. Ẹ̀yin bàbá àti ìyá mi, mo dúpẹ́ o.
Ẹ jẹ́ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Thank you so much, Professor Matthew Oyeyemi, for that amazing and beautiful presentation. Let me bring our minds to it again that Professor just spoke about effective disease prevention and health management practices. Wọ́n fi jẹ́ kó yé wa pé kì í ṣe pé ká kúrò ní oko wa, ká lọ sí oko àlàmú, àbò oko iChief, ká wá máa lọ káàkiri láì fi sọ́kàn pé àwọn disease kan wà tó jẹ́ pé a lè máa gbé kiri látoko kan sí kejì. All right. Please, we shall be having the third presentation. The third presentation, which has to do with collaborative efforts for livestock advocacy and policy dialogues. And this will be presented by Dr. Adewumi Adeshino. Please put your hands together. Adewumi Adeshino, to make the presentation on collaborative effects for livestock advocacy and policy dialogues. Dr. Adewumi Adeshino.
Thank you very much. My deep appreciation goes to the Senior Special Assistant to the President of Livestock Development and the other collaborators that brought this about this afternoon. Like it has been said, my name is Adewumi Adeshino from the National Agricultural Extension and Research Liaison Services, and also an adjunct at the University of Ibadan. This afternoon, we will be looking at the collaborative efforts that needs to be made or that we can make to ensure that livestock production can go to the next level. Ní ọ̀sán yìí, àwọn kan tó ṣe kókó jù tí èmi bí mi ṣe rí ni o òun la fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. Wọ́n ti kọ́ wa, àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n ti kọ́ wa nípa bí a ṣe ń ṣètọ́jú ẹran, bí a ṣe ń fún ọ lóúnjẹ, bí a ṣe ń ṣe ètò ìtọ́jú láti dènà àrùn. Ṣùgbọ́n mo rí wípé a ti ń ṣe gbogbo àwọn ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí lóòrèkóòrè. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn nǹkan kan tó ṣe pàtàkì tẹ́ pé ó dàbí ẹni wípé àwa àgbẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà, àwa àgbẹ̀ olóko ọ̀sìn tí a ò tí ì mú lọ́kùnkúndùn, òun ni ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ láti ṣe kíni, láti jẹ́ kí àwọn nǹkan tí a nílò láti ṣe àbí àwọn nǹkan tí ó nílò fún ìdàgbàsókè ẹ̀ka ibi tí àwa ti ń jẹun a ò tí ì ṣètò. So ara nǹkan tí mo máa sọ nìyẹn. So this afternoon I'll be talking about collaborative efforts for livestock advocacy and policy dialogue. So next slide, please. Yes, policy dialogue. Kí ni à ń pè ní policy dialogue? Ìfikùnlukùn ìjíròrò lórí àgbékalẹ̀ tí gbogbo wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè àbí àwùjọ kan tí a nílò láti fìdí ẹ̀ múlẹ̀. Àgbékalẹ̀ tí mò ń sọ yìí ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọ̀dọ̀ ìjọba, àti fi gbogbo àwọn policy issues àti filẹ̀ fún ìjọba. Most times a ò kì í dá sí, a ò kì í ṣípá láti rí i pé contributions wa ó wà nínú ẹ̀. Ìdí tí a fi máa ń rí policy somersault nìyẹn. Ní ìgbà tí ó wáyé pé àwọn kan jókòó síbì kan tí wọ́n formulate policy tí wọ́n máa implement lórí wa. Nígbà tí policy yẹn bá dé, tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan tí kò wúlò fún wa ni, àbí tó jẹ́ pé kò bá nǹkan tí à ń ṣe mu, tá la fẹ́ blame, á blame ìjọba náà ni. Ṣùgbọ́n a nílò láti ṣe kí ni, ká parapọ̀. For example, tí a bá wo there is no more projection, please. Sorry, just give me a minute so that I can guide myself from here. Okay, maybe. Yes. So, tí a bá wò, a rí pé policy dialogue yẹn ó jẹ́ ibi tí àwọn tí wọ́n ní àfojúsùn kan tí ó jọra wọn. Fún àpẹẹrẹ, tí a bá wò ń sìn pé àwọn tí ó jẹ́ pé màálù, ọ̀sìn màálù ni wọ́n ti ń jẹun, a ó rí vet ń bẹ̀, a ó rí àwọn tó ń ta milk ń bẹ̀, a ó rí àwọn tó ń pẹran tà ń bẹ̀, a ó rí àwọn tó ń ta oúnjẹ ẹran ń bẹ̀, a ó rí àwọn oríṣiríṣi àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé ojú kan ni wọ́n kọjú sí, ṣùgbọ́n màálù yìí náà ni wọ́n jọ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. Àwọn wọ̀nyí ni wọ́n lè kóra wọn jọ pọ̀. Bó ti jẹ́ wípé kì í ṣe pé nǹkan kan náà ni wọ́n fẹ́. Àwọn tó ń fẹ́ mílìkì ń fẹ́ mílìkì, àwọn tó fẹ́ tẹran, ṣùgbọ́n màálù yìí náà ni àfojúsùn gbogbo wọn. So àwọn tí wọ́n lè jọ kóra wọn jọ nìyẹn. Then a tún ní àwọn tí à ń pè ní advocacy. Kí ni advocacy? Advocacy is àgbàwí, bí wípé bí a ṣe ń polongo, bí a ṣe ń fi ìmọ̀ nǹkan tí à ń ṣe tí a fi ń yí àwọn tí kò yé, bí a ṣe ń correct àwọn misinformation tí ó ń lọ káàkiri lórí iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe, bí a ṣe ń béèrè fún àwọn ẹ̀tọ́ tí a nílò láti ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ ká ṣe. And advocacy can be individual, ó dẹ̀ lè jẹ́ group. But àwọn Yorùbá máa ń sọ kí ni kan wá ní àgbájọwọ́ òun la fi máa ń sọ̀yà. The more formidable your group is, the more power of advocacy ni a máa lè generate. Then, I think I will need to open my laptop because the time is not with me. I don't want to miss out the most important point. Okay, it's back. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, Agbas Jowo on la fi soya. So, advocacy is actually important for building trust and to shape policy perception. Nígbà tí àwọn akọ́ṣẹ́mọṣẹ́ tó bá kóra wọn jọ tí wọ́n bá ń sọ nǹkan tí àwa náà bá dìde sí pé lórí oko báyìí ló ṣe rí o. Ṣẹ́mọ̀, by the time tá bá máa come together, kìíní yẹn kọ́ ó máa wà more important, ó máa wà more robust. Then we use it to influence policy and we use it to educate. Education ni mò ń sọ pé a máa fi máa educate ara wa àti àwọn ará ìlú nípa nǹkan tí à ń ṣe. Nítorí pé kí ni ìgbà míì wọ́n lè sọ fún ẹ pé lẹ́yìn àti your age o tún jẹran. All those misinformations are there. Ẹlòmíràn sọ pé o tún jẹyin. We need to educate our people on all of these things. Next slide, please. Now, objectives of collaboration. Now, it is about aligning stakeholder interests for policy coherence. Multi-summary. Then, amplifying the voice of the smallholder. Shemo wípé ní Nigeria yìí, we have over 60% tó jẹ́ pé in every sector tó jẹ́ pé smallholder ni wọ́n. And a máa ń fojú tẹ́ḿbẹ́lẹ̀ wọn ni, but àwọn gangan ló ń produce the largest amount of food tá ń jẹ. So anybody tó bá ń contribute 70% of what you feed, you can't just ignore them. And that's one of the problems we have. So we have to listen to them. Let their concern be on the table because they are the one that is producing most of what we eat. A large chunk, large percentage of what we feed. And then we also have to promote science-driven decision-making. The age of science, has been on for a while, but we in Africa, in Nigeria, we have not been making use of it so much. Like we used to, there is a lot of research reports in our research centers, and nobody is taking them. Of course, I can't blame farmers. I think we need to do something about it to make sure that we find channels through which we disseminate all of these novel initiatives that we have done so that it can be taken up. Then ensuring sustainable, I can't see that, but let's go on because time is actually going. Yes, stakeholder livestock advocacy. Who are the key players? How more? We would need to form collaborations. I want to form collaborations. Those are the things I want to talk about. Who are the key players when we talk about livestock advocacy? The farmers are there, the cooperatives are there, and the producer organizations are there. NGOs and government agency, academics, researchers, private sector, all of us. Now, if you want to do an advocacy and you are not carrying everybody that is a stakeholder, there is no way we are going to get the desired result. The researchers, you can't sit down in your offices and say, I've done my work. The farmers, you cannot say that, I don't need the research, because the research will enhance your productivity and put more money in your pocket. That is the essence of it. Then the NGOs are there. These NGOs, they are people that have vast experience in how to present matters to the government and all that. Many of us in research may not be able to do that. Many farmers may not be able to do that. But these NGOs, most of them are legal oriented. They know how things flow. And then they will be, when all of us come together like that, we'll be able to make a proper advocacy and something that will be impactful and give us the desired result. Let's go on. Let's go on. Now, Nigeria has not been very impressive in terms of what we gain from our livestock resources. Data which tell us that Nigeria has more ruminant animals than many of the countries in Africa. But while in those countries, they are making millions and millions in terms of revenue, we are making least in spite of the fact that we have double their number in terms of animal. So what brought about that? There is what we call public-private partnership in enhancing value chain. In Kenya, many of our researchers and academics, they go to Kenya a lot. Many businessmen go to Kenya a lot because they see it as that place as a model where we can learn a lot of things. And one of the things that is working for them is the PPP along the value chains. So we need to begin to work on that in Nigeria. It's very crucial. Our value chain actors, we need to rise up and own this work. Then, what approach they used? They were training. There are training programs for farmers. In my organization, for example, our major work is to train, disseminate proven innovations. And we are here. Sometimes we will go to places, we want to do training. They are not ready. Farmers, you cannot afford to allow the research institute, the academia, and what have you, to just sit down idle. If they don't come to you, you need to go to them. Draw them out from their shells. We are all being paid because of farmers. So you need to come. And also, when we talk about PPP, some few weeks ago, some farmers in Ekiti, they contacted my office here in Ibadan. And they said, we needed training on so. I said, the research institute that have the mandate for this is right here in Ibadan. I went to their DG. They were asking for one scientist. The man gave me 3. The 3 of us, we went to Ekiti and we did the training. The farmers were very happy. And they said, no, we are not done yet. This one, if we knew this how it's going to be, we would have done better. They said we are coming back again. Those are the things that and it cost them money. So when we form association, we form cooperatives, we must also be ready to do what? To ensure that we pool the necessary resources, at our disposal for our profit. Then the same thing applies to Brazil. These are countries that our nations used to go and learn how they are doing their things. And that's just all they are doing. Next slide, please. Yes. Strategies for effective advocacy. We have to build a strong collaborative framework by establishing clear roles and responsibilities. We also have to foster transparency and trust among stakeholders. One of the greatest problems we have is that we don't trust ourselves. Why? Because of the kind of wuru-wuru we like to do. We have to stop it. Now we have to bring everything to the table. We have to leverage on technology and communicate effectively, sharing data. I was told about a farmer that used to plant maize. Each time he wants to plant maize, what does he do? He will buy more than enough seed and share to all the maize farmers around him. Why? They thought he was stupid. The guy was not stupid. He knew that the pollen grain from their farm will come and pollinate it, so reduce his production. So he decided to give them because he knows that he will make more money by producing what he desired to produce. We need to do that. So we have to build capacity through training and resource sharing. Next slide, please. Challenges and solutions. Now, when we talk about collaborations, there are challenges, but they are surmountable. What challenges? When we have many stakeholders, there will be divergent opinions. How do we solve it? By regular stakeholder engagement. We have to be patient with ourselves. So if you cannot resolve the matter today, we continue next week. Like that. Then limited funding and resources. Joint resource mobilization. If you say you are in a cooperative, you are in an association, and you are not paying dues, you are not paying they said, let's do this. You say, I mean, I don't get money. Work will not be done. Owo ni keke. Then we also need, and then we also look at limited funding, and then we talk about evidence-based campaign. Now, when you are in a group, please attract all the professors that are in your field. Attract all the businessmen. Attract all the people in government that are close to you. Let them be aware that this is going on. By the time we put all these people together, then when we want to make a policy contribution, when we want to do an advocacy, we will be doing evidence-based, matters. That's what we are going to be presenting. Something that if you take it to our SSA and say, look, SSA, see. He will look at it and say, yes, it makes sense. He won't start puncturing it right from the time you brought it. He will look at it and say, yes, these are germane issue. Now, you have empowered him to talk. You have empowered him to engage. So those are the things we need to do at the grassroots in our cooperative and so on. Next slide, please. I will soon be through. Policy dialogue, best practices. Now, when we talk about influencing policy effectively, the key thing that we need to understand is we have to make sure we know the drive of the government. Look at the National Livestock Plan, Development Plan. We need to have it at the back, like this. So that whatever we are doing will be in line with it. So that when you bring it forward, easy passage, Lumalo. So, but if you are not, if government is going like this, and you decide to go like this, you are on your own. So, because this national plan, is also in line with the World Global Plan for Livestock Development. So your own has to align. Next slide, please. Yes, I'm running up. Now, call to action. This is the last slide, don't worry. Now, we need to work together. It's imperative that we work together. All professionals in the livestock industry, please, I want to make a bold appeal to you. Please, sheath your sword. In the interest of our nation, see yourself as one wing of a flying bird. There is no way a bird can fly with one wing. We are meant to bring the desired growth to the livestock industry. It's not about us. It's about our nation. Everybody, we need to come together, and then we do this, we commit ourselves to this collaboration and move this nation forward. There is so much we can talk about, but for time, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Ẹ ṣeun, wọ́n ti sọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ààyè ò lè gbà mí láti mọ tẹ́ pẹpẹ rẹ̀ ní ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ṣùgbọ́n ohun tó ṣe pàtàkì nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n sọ ni wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbẹ̀, a nílò láti jẹ́ agbérin. Ẹ mọ̀ pé agbérin máa ń fa nǹkan. Ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti lo òyìnbó kan, attract, pé a nílò láti jẹ́ agbérin. Ká máa fa ìsọ̀rí àwọn èèyàn tí ó jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ wa ń tà ń ṣe kó ní ìdàgbàsókè. Wọ́n sì sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn ìpèníjà àti àwọn ọ̀nà tí a lè gbà kojú rẹ̀. Ohun tó ṣe pàtàkì jùlọ ni wípé wọ́n jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ wípé a nílò láti ní lọ́kàn láti gbé ìlànà ètò nípa iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ oní nǹkan ọ̀sìn dé ìpele tó lọ ní iwájú. Báwo la ṣe lè ṣe léyìí? A lè ṣe nípa ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀. Ẹ rí wípé àwòrán tí wọ́n fi parí rẹ̀, àtọkùnrin àtobìnrin, wọ́n ká ọwọ́ lérí ọwọ́, eléyìí tó túmọ̀ sí ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀. A ṣe àṣejèrè o. Àmín. Great farmers, kò ságbẹ̀, ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín. Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ kú jókòó látàárọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n pe ẹni tó kàn láti fún wa ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ẹ má bínú. Kókó tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórílẹ̀ kan gbà tí wọ́n wá ní wípé a yan ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ fún ìpè fún nǹkan ọ̀sìn àti ìlànà ìfikùnlukùn. Òní ẹ má sì gbàgbé wípé àkórí ètò pàtàkì tọdún yìí tá à ń ṣe yìí ó ní ìtẹ̀síwájú ìfàyàrán iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ oní nǹkan ọ̀sìn lásìkò ìpèníjà, ọgbọ́n àtinúdá, ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ àti ìdàgbàsókè lẹ́ka àwọn ẹranko alájẹpọ̀. Ẹ ṣeun. Sustaining livestock resilience in challenging times, innovation, collaboration, growth for the ruminant sector. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n pe ọ̀gbẹ́ni Túnmiṣe Ọlágbájú. Túnmiṣe Ọlágbájú. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Àwọn máa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí mímú ìtẹ̀síwájú débá ìkópa àwọn ọ̀dọ́ lẹ́ka ìfẹsẹ̀múlẹ̀ nǹkan ọ̀sìn. Ìyóhùn promoting sustainable youth participation in livestock farming. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
Ẹ ṣeun, adúpẹ́. Mo kí gbogbo wa, ẹ kú ìjókòó, ẹ kú àtàárọ̀. Níwájú bí, I observe all protocol. I'll be talking on promoting sustainable youth participation in livestock farming. Tá bá wo ìjókòó wa lọ́sàn yìí, tá bá wò káàkiri, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà níwájú, ẹ wo ẹ̀yìn, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lẹ́yìn, ẹ wo wájú. Àwọn ọ̀dọ́ langba mélòó la rí láàrin wa. So we have very few youths that are involved in livestock farming, especially ruminants. Ruminant is one area that we don't have many youths coming in. And it is important for us to ensure that we attract them, we engage them, we empower them, and we retain them because they are very crucial to the future that we're looking at. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Livestock sector is a crucial component of agricultural development. And especially in the Southwest. This house is filled up, I believe, with ruminant farmers, cattle, sheep, and goat. And it tells us that, in Southwest, we have a lot of farmers, in cattle, sheep, and goat. And these also contribute to food security. It contributes to employment generation. And of course, it helps in the rural livelihood. If we must achieve the theme of this event, we cannot keep aside the involvement of youth in what we are discussing. Next slide. But we all know that ruminant faces a lot of challenges. Now the drought has come. A lot of ruminant farmers are running helter-skelter, looking for ways, to take care of their animals. Like I said, we don't have too many youth also in this. And so, for resilience, youth must be engaged. Why? Lot of energy, lot of creativity, adaptability, and they bring innovation. Youth are full of innovation. And so that's why we need to attract them deliberately to this sector. Next slide. Now, we have a lot of youth. I don't need to go into all the details. We have a lot of youth. Why youth engagement? Why is it crucial? We have a lot of youth. Many of them are not engaged. We can engage them with ruminant production. Food security. You all know how much you are buying a kilo of beef in the market now. But when we have our youth coming into this, we can increase the production and the cost of food can come down. Economic development, innovation, and technology. Youth can bring a lot of innovation and technology. Next slide. What are the challenges of youth participation in livestock farming? Limited access to resources. Land is crucial for ruminants. Finance is important. Capital input is also important, but these are not readily available for the young people. And the next one is negative perception of agriculture. Agriculture is painted as a poor man's business. And no youth want to be associated with this. If you look at any event, even at global stage, when they are presenting agriculture, you see the face of a wrinkled woman inside one dirty water. You know, that's what is being projected, even at global level, as though it's changing, you know, in recent time. No young person want to go into this. But I can tell you, farmers are very rich. Ask those who have cattle in their yard, in their herd now. They can tell you how much their herd is worth. The next challenge is, I'm still on that slide, please. The next challenge is skill gaps. Skill gaps. Many don't have the right knowledge, you know, when it comes to ruminant production, even livestock production. So the skill gap, the knowledge gap is a challenge, and the policy and institutional barriers are also there. Do we have policies that support empowering young people in livestock production? This is a bit of challenge. Next slide. But what are the strategies? You know, to promote youth participation, mentorship programs. This is very important. We need to have mentorship program, pairing youth with experienced farmers. There are farmers who have experience. We can pair our young people with them. Farm-based mentorship models, where our young people are sent to the farms to be trained, and also projecting inspirational role models, people who are already excelling in livestock. We need to project them more. We need to tell the story more. Next slide. Another thing we can do is comprehensive training. We can organize technical training, entrepreneurial training, educational integration. In our colleges, in our institutions, in the secondary school, primary school, we need to integrate livestock education, livestock production education into our education system. Next slide. Capacity building initiatives. We need to encourage youth cooperatives. We need to make youth have access to finance and also technology access. You know, when technology is involved, you can be rest assured that youth will be very interested. Next slide. Next slide, please. So policy support and advocacy. You know, we just add a session on policy and advocacy. We need to have policy that supports attracting, engaging, empowering, and retaining youth in agriculture. We need to advocate for it, like I am doing. So I'm advocating that something must be done urgently to attract these young people. There must be stakeholder engagement, like we are doing. We need to do more. And there should be incentives and recognition. There should be tax holiday. You know, I remember when we started our farm in Iwo, I got a call from the state where we were operating, and the first thing they were asking is, we need to register with, you know, 50K. And that really discouraged me. We were struggling, and that was what came, you know. So it really served as a discouragement for me, and this could discourage any young person trying to do something. There should be incentives. We need to encourage young people. Next slide. So we need to leverage technology and innovation. You know, in our ruminant production, in our livestock production, we are far, far behind. And so for us to have a leap, we need to adopt technology. Artificial insemination is there. Embryo transfer, you know, is becoming also common in Nigeria. We are talking about genomics for selection. So it's important that we leverage technology, innovation. We need to have digital platforms where we can, you know, relate and reach out to these young people. Precision agricultural tools. These are very important. Few months ago, my company developed an app. It's good for all of you. It's called Cow Fertility Calculator. It's on apps Play Store. Cow Fertility Calculator. You can bring out your phone and search for it, and you can install it. That calculator will help you to monitor the reproductive cycle of your animal. When your animal is coming on it, and when they are good to be mated, that app will help you. So these are some of the things that we need to bring on. Social media campaigns. You know, our youth are always on social media. We can reach them through this. We can leverage on social media. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so now, because we are keen on attracting young people, we started, one of the reasons why we established our ranch in Iwo 2020 was to train. And so we have a program, we call it Young Cattle Ranchers Internship Program. And up to date, we have admitted 27 young people from different universities across Nigeria. Thank you. So they come to our farm to have practical hands-on experience on cattle, sheep, and goat on our farm for between 3 to 6 months. And currently, we have 7 interns on our farm, and they're going to be there for 6 good months. They started on the 20th of last month. They're about, just a month on the farm, and they are doing wonderfully well. I have them in front to present them to you. It's one of our efforts in attracting, engaging, retaining, and keeping them, with knowledge. And I can bet it, they've been so wonderful. Of course, we've been having a series of crises, and they've been managing those crises. Since they came, we have never had any mortality on our farm, either with cattle, with sheep, with goats. And they've been taking care of everything, to learning artificial insemination, to feed formulation, to managing the health of the animal. So they've been doing that. Please help me to give them another round of applause. We will have taken more. Please, you can sit. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so these are a series of students we have taken from Ebonyi State, from Lautech, from Futa, from Ekiti State Polytechnic somewhere in Ishon. So we've had quite a number of them. So 27 of them so far, and currently we have 7 on our farm. Next slide. I'm running off. So what are the expected outcomes? Enhanced productivity. When we have more young people in livestock production, our productivity will be enhanced. There will be economic empowerment. We'll make more money. And there will be sectoral sustainability. The sector will be sustainable. Then innovation and growth. These guys, they've been doing wonderfully well. And I can tell you, if we have more of them in our ruminant sector, the industry will boom. Next slide. So now, the good news is, initially we think that young people are not interested in agriculture or livestock production. But I can tell you the story is changing. When we wanted to take this cohort, we just wanted to take 2. But when we put up the application, why 2? Because we wanted to pay stipend. And we don't want to pay people that we cannot, we don't want to take people that we cannot, we don't want to take people who cannot pay. And what I did, instead of taking a manager on my farm, I said, even if I have a manager, I'll be the one to even put the manager through. Let me split the money between the 2 and manage them and train them. And by the time the news of the program came, if you look at the slide, we had over, as of this morning, that's the figure for this morning, we wanted to take 2. And 4,316 young people all over Nigeria applied for that program. So it became a challenge to us. But we now wrote and said, those of you who want to come, that you can fund yourself, you can indicate. And so we had, in fact, more than 300 said they will take care of themselves. But our accommodation salary can only take 8. And so we have 5 of them who are self-funded. They are funding themselves. So I want to appeal, for those who can at least help these ones. They have showed interest, and we can encourage them. That's the best we can do. So we have 5 of them who are self-funded, and they are doing well on the farm. So the good news is that we have more young people that are interested in coming into the space, and we need to support them. Next slide. Next slide. I'm running off. So we need to put up all effort to do it, and we have started, and I know we can do it. Next slide. So the time to act is now, and I know we can do it. Thank you for your attention.
Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣeun. Wọ́n ti sọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀. Ilẹ̀ kún. Ayé àtijọ́ àwọn àgbà wa wọ́n á ní ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ náà òwe kọ́bọ̀. ṣùgbọ́n ìwé ti kúrò ńkọ́ bọ̀ báyìí ó ti di owó bówó. Kókó tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ti ṣe sọ fún wa tẹ́lẹ̀ ó ní wípé báwo la ṣe lè mú ìtẹ̀síwájú dé bá ìkópa àwọn ọ̀dọ́ nínú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ nǹkan ọ̀sìn tá a mọ̀ sí promoting sustainable youth participation in livestock farming. Wọ́n ní ó ṣàwọn láàánú wípé nígbà tí wọ́n bá ń fọn rere sí àgbẹ̀ yálà lórí ẹ̀rọ amóhùnmáwòrán àwọn tá a máa rí ní ojú àwọn bàbá àgbà tí ó ti hun jọ ojú àwọn ìyá àgbà tó jẹ́ pé ojú wọn yóò ti hun jọ. Wọ́n wá ní kí ni eléyìí ń ṣe àpẹẹrẹ rẹ̀ ó ń jẹ́ kí àwọn ọ̀dọ́ lérò wípé ẹni tó bá wọnú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tó bá jẹ́ ẹni tó ń dán tẹ́lẹ̀ kò ní pẹ́ kò ní jìnnà yóò ti gbó gbogbo ọwọ́ rẹ̀ ó rí tìpìrì bí nǹkan míì àfi bí ẹsẹ̀ rin pé ara rẹ̀ ò ní jọ̀lọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní àwọn àgbẹ̀ bá a fẹ́ bá a kọ̀ olówó ni. Ẹ rí àgbẹ̀ àwọn bàbá wa tó jẹ́ pé búrùjì owó ń bẹ lọ́wọ́ wọn owó yìí sì mí. So wọ́n ní àsìkò tí tó wà yìí láti máa ṣe àfihàn àwọn àgbẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó ṣe é bá tò ẹni tó ṣe é darapọ̀ mọ́. Nínú ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn ìpèníjà tó ń kojú àwọn ọ̀dọ́ láti kópa nínú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n ní lára ẹ̀ láti rí ètò owó. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ a ní ìwé kíkọ́ láìsí ọkọ́ àti àdá kò tí ì pé àfikún rẹ̀ ni wípé láìsí owó àti ọgbọ́n tó ń ti ìmọ̀ kò tí ì pé ìmọ̀ là ń gbà yìí owó tún nílò. Wọ́n ní ara àpèníjà ni pé kò sí ilẹ̀. Ara àpèníjà ni pé ìmọ̀ àlàfo ti wà nínú ìmọ̀ ayé àtijọ́ yẹn nísìnyí la sì ń tẹ̀ wájú. So wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ ilẹ̀kùn wípé a nílò láti jẹ́ kí àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa kí wọ́n kópa nínú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n wá sọ̀rọ̀ wípé ọ̀nà wo la lè gbà mú àwọn ọ̀dọ́ láti kópa nínú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Ó ní wípé láti máa fi ṣe àfihàn àwọn èèyàn jàǹkànjàǹkàn tó ti rí jájẹ nínú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ kí wọ́n fi lè mọ̀ wípé olòṣì kọ́ ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ẹni tó jù rẹ̀ hun jọ tí eyín rẹ̀ yọ òun kọ́ ló ń ṣiṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní a nílò láti pèsè owó pàápàá jùlọ àwọn tó wà lẹ́ka ìlànà àti níjọba pé kí wọ́n la àwọn ọ̀nà tí àwọn ọ̀dọ́ yìí ó gbà rí owó fún àtìléwọnú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ a nílò rẹ̀ fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Bákan náà ni a nílò láti kàn sí àwọn èèkàn tí wọ́n rí jájẹ tí wọ́n ti fẹsẹ̀ múlẹ̀ lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ láti mọ báwo wọ́n ṣe ṣe ńbo wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ibo wọ́n dé ńbo wọ́n ń lọ ká lè bù nínú omi ọgbọ́n wọn mu. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa láti ṣe ìwúrí fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wọ̀nyí kí àwọn náà lè wò wípé kóríyá rè fáwọn láti wọnú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ lọ. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa iléeṣẹ́ wọn Real People Concept. Wọ́n ní àwọn ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ àtẹ orí ẹ̀rọ tá a mọ̀ sí app àtẹ orí ẹ̀rọ kan eléyìí tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú mímọ̀ ìperégedé ìdàgbà àsìkò tí nǹkan ọ̀sìn ẹni tí ó tó bàlágà cow fertility processor I think wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa rẹ̀ pé àwọn ṣe wọ́n dẹ̀ nílé iṣẹ́ àwọn gbé ètò kan kalẹ̀ tá a mọ̀ sí yokarip ètò eléyìí tó ṣe pé wọ́n fi ń gba àwọn ọ̀dọ́ lámọ̀ràn wọ́n ṣe àfihàn àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tí wọ́n wá láti àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga káàkiri orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó jẹ́ pé lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí wọ́n ń gba ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lọ́wọ́ ní ọ̀dọ̀ wọn ní oko wọn. Èmi gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹnìkan àti ikọ̀ àgbẹ̀lọ́ba mo ti lọ sí oko wọn tá a ti lọ bẹ̀ rí láìpẹ́ yìí a tún ṣe àbẹ̀wò sí wọn wọ́n ń gbọ́ mi báyìí àtijọ́ sọ dáadáa tó jẹ́ pé àgbẹ̀lọ́ba ọjọ́ Sátọ̀dé orí oko wọn báyìí láti máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń gbọ́ lórí rédíò ẹ̀ tún máa wò lójú ní Facebook. A sì ń rọ àwọn iléeṣẹ́ àti àwọn olóko náà pé tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ká wá àyè sì wà. Bákan náà wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ wípé nígbà tí àwọn gba àwọn ọmọ wọ̀nyí nǹkan ọ̀sìn àwọn kò sí nǹkan kan tó ṣe ìlọsíwájú ó wà. Wọ́n wá sọ wípé àsìkò ti tó wà yìí láti rọ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ láti ṣe kóríyá fún wọn káwọn náà lè wọ iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin bàbá wa àti ìyá wa náà lè sọ wípé òòṣà téèyàn ò bá fi ojú rẹ̀ hàn ọmọ ẹni irúfẹ́ òòṣà bẹ́ẹ̀ kí ni ó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí yóò parun ni. Tá a bá sì fẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ wa yìí nǹkan ọ̀sìn nǹkan ọ̀gbìn kó parun a nílò láti máa pe àwọn ọ̀dọ́ sínú rẹ̀. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n pe olùkù mi kí wọ́n wá pé kí wọ́n tẹ̀ wájú níbi tí mo bá dé.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we're all having a great time here. If you're having a good time, please put your hands together for yourselves. Kí lẹ sọ? Mo ti ń sọ Yorùbá. Àbóyìnbó mò ń sọ. Yorùbá mo máa ń sọ. All right now. Great farmers. Great farmers. Oh yeah, just sáré kọrin. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Kí lẹ wí?
Ẹni kò ṣiṣẹ́.
Ó yá.
Yóò máa jalè.
Nítorí ìwé kíkọ́ láìsí ọkọ́. Àti òye. Ó yá.
Láìsí owó àti ọgbọ́n àti ìmọ̀.
Wọ́n ní kò
pé o. Kèé pé o.
All right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please, for the next presentation, we're proud to announce to you that in our midst, we have Dr. Matthew Ayola, a senior lecturer from Bowen University, to make the third presentation on improving breed performance through selective breeding and genetics. Dr. Matthew Ayola, my amazing doctor. He was my doctor, my lecturer during my animal science days. You're welcome to you. You're welcome, sir. Good to meet you, sir.
Great farmers. Are we happy to be here, everyone? I want to appreciate the organizer of the program, Your Excellency, sir. Thank you for putting this program together. On this note, standing on the existing protocol, I want to sincerely appreciate all my mentors who are here. In no particular order, I want to single out Professor Olorun Nishomo. Thank you very much, sir, for impacting into this our generation. I want to sincerely apologize for coming a little bit late. I was at another national assignment since yesterday, where we are developing curriculum for animal science in Nigeria. And during one of the presentation, even the name of Prof became prominent in the course of our discussion. And I'm happy that today we are also marking another history-making event about this program. So once again, I want us to jam our hands together, even as we appreciate one another for being part of this event. It is a new ball that is set in role for the greatness of agriculture in Nigeria. Okay, sir. My daddy here and my oga told me that I have to be mixing it together. So mo fẹ́ kí wa káàsán gbogbo wa pé a kú ìjókòó. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ mọ rírì gbogbo àwa àgbẹ̀ tá a wà ní ìjókòó lọ́sàn yìí. Pàápàá gbogbo àwa ọ̀dọ́ àti gbogbo àwa ènìyàn tá a wà nínú iṣẹ́ ọ̀sìn tó jẹ mọ́ títí màálù, ewúrẹ́ àti ẹran. Mo gbàgbọ́ pé gbogbo àwọn tó ti ń bára sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́sàn yìí náà ti sọ púpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ lórí ohun tí a ń sọ. So I really want to appreciate everyone on this table, the administrator from the provost to every other personnel that is hosting us. Thank you very much for this rare privilege. My slide, please. Basically, this afternoon I will be speaking in the next couple of minutes about what have been said, improving the breed of the cattle, sheep, and goats in Nigeria. What do we need to pay attention to when we are talking about improving the breeds? The title that was given to me talks about improving breed performance through selective breeding and genetics, strategies for introducing and improving the local and exotic breeds to enhance productivity in cattle, sheep, and goats. While I was preparing, I tried to modify this topic so that it can actually bring the reality and simplify what we need to talk about. And in simplifying that topic, and I came up with this second topic, which leads us to the next slide. And the next topic, the simple topic I would like to quickly run through this afternoon is enhancing productivity in cattle, sheep, and goat through selective breeding and genetics. As we are going into this topic, permit me to go into a quote said by one of the prominent Nigerians who is also an agricultural economist and who has gotten a lot of experience when it comes to agriculture. There states that, the next slide, please. And the quote is from one of our prominent citizens in the country, in person of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. It says that the future millionaires and billionaires of Africa will not be coming from oil and gas. Do we all agree with that, please? Do we all agree with that? If we agree with that, we should give ourselves a round of applause. Because seated here this afternoon are billionaires of Nigeria in the next generation. Are we agreeing with that? Billionaires in the house, you can clap for yourself more than this. You may not be believing that yet. You may not actually see that yet. But this afternoon, I want to tell you that if only your mind can conceive it, if only your heart can conceive it, then it can get to you. If only you can see that picture, that the future billionaires of Nigeria lies in all of us that are seated here. But it has to be a step at a time. And one of the big steps you have to take this afternoon is because you are here. One of the big steps we have taken towards ensuring being a billionaire and the next millionaire, as the case may be, is because you are here. We are going to talk more about this quote, even as I round up with the topic. It says that nobody smokes gas. Nobody smokes drinks. Do we agree? Even the artificial intelligence that is in vogue now, ICT and everything, food has to be taken by everyone. You cannot operate computer system perfectly if there is nothing in your stomach. Do we agree? And that is why you are so important to this future. And that is why your importance to the next generation of greatness is you. And that is why you must not allow anybody to look down on you. It is often said that when you call yourself a farmer, people will look at us. But often and over again, in the past, let me say the little time I've been in this profession, nothing less than about 25 years, I can say confidently that I am proud to be an agriculturist. If you are proud to be an agriculturist, you can jam your hands together. Thank you very much. The next slide, even as we move on because of our time. This is just an overview. I know a lot of my mentors and guys that have spoken earlier must have dived into this area so much that till date in Nigeria, that's the fourth quartile, which we hear now, agriculture still contributes 28.65% to the gross domestic product of Nigeria when it comes to our economy. And that is very huge. As a matter of fact, I wish to tell us that agriculture is the leading sector, even above ICT, above health, that is contributing to the economy of this nation. So it tells us how important you are in contributing to that greatness. The next slide, because of our time. Now, let's look at that progression we have. In that contribution, let's look at what happened from 2019 to 2024. And on this note, I want us to give a round of applause to the government of Nigeria for what they are doing. We can do better. We can do better. His Excellency, sirs, when you return to the presidency, and even at the presidency level, I want you to help us appreciate the presidency more. The progressions we have witnessed, even though it may not yet be evidenced even to most of us, but let's look at that progression. From 2019 to 2024, it wasn't declining. But what was it doing? Increasing. And from all indices, and with the little I've seen on the field, I can confirm that by the time we enter into the first quarter of 2025, the geometric increase we are going to witness is going to be higher than this. And you are all stakeholders contributing to that. Let's look at that pie chart on that far end. It breaks it down to what is the level of contribution of different sectors. Don't let us forget that when we're talking about agriculture, we have different sectors within agriculture. Forestry is there, livestock, fisheries. Livestock is contributing how many percent? 10%. That was as at first quarter of 2024. It's more than that as we're talking. And you are part of the stakeholder contributing to that. The next slide, please. Now, I found this chart very interesting, and I know most of us may not understand this, or may not be aware, that currently, look at the rate of our consumption of meat across country. These were just few countries that were selected, so that I can open our eyes The essence of this is to open our eyes to the great market, to the numerous opportunities that we have in this field. So that you will not be thinking that, okay, is this field actually realistic? Can we make money from it? Nigeria ranks what? The 4th when it comes to meat consumption across this country selected. And these are the highest country. It's interesting to see that India, we are even consuming more meat than India. Why are we consuming more meat than India? Religion. Thank you, ma. Religion. In India, they worship cow. So they believe that it cannot be consumed. And a lot of other things. There are a lot of vegetarians and a lot of things there. But yet, there is abundance of market when it comes to Nigeria. So as producers in the house, as farmers, as stakeholders, whatever field you are, you must understand that the market is there. The opportunity is there. Nigeria currently, either we like it or not, based on our census, we are about 200 million people. As of now, over 200 million people in Nigeria. We are not giant of Africa for a fun. And permit me to tell us that what we are not seeing, investors across the globe are seeing it. And incidentally, they are taking the lead while we seated here. And that is why such meeting like this, such opportunity like this should spring us up to do the best thing and to do it right. About a couple of weeks ago, I was opportune to travel across about 3 countries in Europe. And everywhere we got to in those countries, you see investors willing to come to Nigeria. Not that because they like Nigerians. Hello? Not that because they like our faces. But because they have seen the potential of great market that we have. And which is the population, the strength in that. And sirs and mothers, this afternoon, you have to leverage on that. The next slide. We talked about dairy consumption too. Don't let us forget that when we're talking about ruminants, there are 2 main products that we are looking at. The first one is what? The second one is milk. Up to date, Nigeria is still importing about 85% of the milk that we consume in the country. And that tells us, Professor Lauren Nishoma can bear witness, he has been in this business for years. Till date, we are still importing about 85% of the milk we consume in Nigeria, even with your production. And that tells us that there is potential when we are talking about this business line. The next slide. Now, do we really need this exotic breed we are talking about? Do we really need the exotic breed, either for the cattle, either for the sheep, either for the goats? Is this something we actually need? Why are we talking about selective breeding? Why are we talking about the genetics in question? Let's quickly go through this together. These are 2 important, 2 selected breeds that I just put up. Permit me to be a little bit biased when I put up the cattle. It's because of our time. Now, we have Sokoto Gudali, which is one of the common dual-purpose cattle that we have in Nigeria. And the second breed that is in that picture is a breed that is originated from France and is widely accepted across Europe. It's also a dual purpose. Now, let's look at the characteristics side by side. An adult Sokoto Gudali, regardless of the dependence of the age, sex, and management, even at maturity of after about 2 to 3 years, we only give us an average weight of what? An average weight of what? 350 to 600 kilograms after about 2.5 to 3 years. Now, let's look at the other side. An average cattle from an exotic breed, so to say, will give us how many kilograms? Within 16 months. Within how many months, Saz and Ma? 16 months. That picture was not on Google. That picture was a real picture that I took. Or that was taken. I mean, I'm the one holding that bull. It's not a fairy tale. It's what I saw with my eyes. 16 months. Then our own that will stay for about 36 months will give us 350 to 600 kilograms. Are we getting the reason why we think we need genetic improvement or not? The second part talks about the carcass yield. I hope we all understand what we mean by the carcass yield. After we have slaughtered our animal, what is the meat quantity that we are going to get from it? The carcass yield for our Sokoto Godali is going to give us 50 to 55%. Don't let us forget this. All these parameters we are talking about is under optimum condition, all things being equal. I'm going to get to nutrition gradually. But the carcass yield of the other exotic breed will give us 60 to 65% of the live weight. And let's look at all those characteristics. One important one that struck me most was the average daily gain. That on the average per day, this exotic breed is going to gain 2 kilograms under normal condition. The next slide. And I believe from that first slide, the previous slide we've looked at, we can all confirm and agree that having a exotic breed is not something bad. Isn't it? Not that our breed is not good, but because we want to maximize profit, because we want something better, we have to consider this. But when we are talking about having exotic breed, there are some little things that we have to pay attention to, and that takes us to selective breeding. Now, what are the objectives of selective breeding? Because of our time, we will not be able to dive more into most of these things. We talked about increased productivity, disease resistance, reproductive efficiency, adaptability. Several years ago, and even till now, there were some projects in which they have imported this exotic breed directly. These animals were brought into Nigeria directly, but there was no sustainability of those projects. Most of the exotic breeds died along the line because they were unable to adapt. And that is one important thing when we're talking about genetic improvements. It is very important for us that under improvement, there are about 2 main factors that you cannot negotiate with. The first one is genetic. The second one is environment. The first one is genetics. The second one is environment. And under environment, we have nutrition, we have the climatic condition, and some other management practices. If these tools are not in synergy, then breeding program is 0. Now, what are the techniques that we have to pay attention to? We talked about pedigree selection. Tani ya, tani baba, eranta fe lo. That is a pedigree. The second one talks about the progeny selection. Ta lome, ba o lome e se ri. Jẹ́ baba àti ìyá, wọ́n pupa, wọ́n dúdú. Ìkan lẹ̀pa, ìkan lómi lára. Tán bá papọ̀, irú ọmọ wo ló jáde lára wọn. Those are the considerations we have to give. Mass selection, the phenotype. Tá bá wò wọ́n papọ̀, báwo náà ṣe rí. Ṣó wù wá, ṣán dẹ̀ wúlò fún tá a fẹ́. The second one talks about the genomic selection, then the genetic improvement tools. RPC has been one of the leading companies in Nigeria that has been supporting these genetic improvement tools. It is another thing to get the genetics right. It is another thing to get the selection right. It is another thing to have the environment. But it is another thing to have people, technical know-how, that can handle this process correctly. The next slide. These are 3 keys to successful selective breeding and genetic improvements. And if these 3 keys are not in place, ladies and gentlemen, our process of genetic improvement is 0. The first one is nutrition. During the first meeting, which I have been for since yesterday, we spoke at length about this. That as farmers, especially in ruminants, we are all, most of the time, wọ́n ní pé tá bá ti fún wọn ní ewé, àbí kí lẹ́ran máa ń jẹ? Kó jẹ ewé, kó jẹ koríko, kó jẹ gbogbo ẹ̀. But sirs and mothers, this afternoon, I want to tell us that it's more than that. If actually we have to maximize profit in our cattle, in our sheep and goat business, it is more than them eating just panicum. It is more than them eating just any grasses. Attention to nutrition must be paid 100%, and there should be more attention on it. If at all we are going to be successful when it comes to breeding process. The next slide, even as I work on rounding off. What are the challenges? These are the challenges listed all around. The next slide. You can play this video. Please just click on it. And it's going to, I just want to show something even as I'm working to round off. Now, this video was taken about 3 weeks ago at one of the farms I visited in Europe. And even as they're working on playing it, they're able to do this particular pen that we are seeing, or let me call it a pen, so that can be something, house nothing less than 2,000 cattle. 2,000 cattle were intensively raised within this pen. And we can see what the feed looks like. Shojo. Each of these animals is given 35 to 40 liters of milk per day. It is not what I read. It is what I saw in reality. Per day. And these are where we can get into. Let me tell us this. This particular farm is not owned by a government. It is owned by an individual. But with one thing, with government support. The next slide. You can please skip to almost to the next slide. Before you go there, please go back. There is one point I want to raise. Go back a little bit. Thank you. One important factor I want to raise here is that for us to be successful, Your Excellency, sir, farmers alike and every stakeholder seated here need the government support. It's a very good step that you have taken with this initiative. I want us to give a round of applause to His Excellency. Thank you for this wonderful initiative, sir. But we need more of it. We are craving for it. As a matter of fact, I want to recommend that starting and standing up from this meeting today, there should be a committee that will be set up to look at how the presidency through the Ministry of Livestock can actually intervene when it comes to the development of ruminant production in Nigeria. Am I speaking our mind? That from this meeting, representative from the farmers here, representative from the youth, representative from the academia and researchers will form a consortium to meet with His Excellency to formulate policies that is going to lead to development of cattle, sheep, and goat production in Nigeria. If you are in support, give yourself a round of applause. We hope you are going to do that for us, Your Excellency. And even as I bring this, my short presentation to a close, distinguished farmers, youth, and aspiring entrepreneurs, as I close this short presentation, let us seize these immense opportunities that lies in agriculture. As we reflect on the quotes of Akinwumi Adesina, the future millionaires and billionaires of Africa will not emerge from oil and gas, but from agriculture. Nobody smokes gas or drinks oil, yet everyone eats food. This simple truth underscores the critical role agriculture plays in our lives and our economy. With Nigeria having over 200 million people, it presents to us both challenge and extraordinary opportunity. Every single day, our population continues to increase. The demand for food and livestock sector is a gold mine, always waiting to be tapped. If just a fraction of us, we embrace livestock production as a business, not merely as a way of life, then we can feed our nation, we can generate wealth, and lead our economy to a greater height. To the youth, let me urge us to see livestock production as not a fallback, but as a launch pad for innovation, success. With technology and creativity, we can redefine this sector. We can make it a powerhouse of economic growth. To our farmers, your dedication feeds millions, but let us aspire for greater grace. Let us continue to have a focus on improved breeds and take advantage of government and private sector support. Remember, agriculture is not just about profit. It is about impact. You are investing in agriculture. You are contributing to food security, poverty alleviation, and national development. You become part of the solution. You become part of the changes of the world, feeding a growing population. The time is now. The world is waiting. The future belongs to agriculturists. Let us work together to move Nigeria cattle, sheep, and goat sector forward. Let us make it a beacon of prosperity and source of pride. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́. Ẹ ṣeun sà. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tí a bá ní ìbéèrè, ẹ jẹ́ kí a kọ sínú ìwé kájáwé kékeré kan ká kọ. Tá a bá ti wá kọ, ara àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ tí ń lọ tí ń bọ̀, ẹ nawọ́ kẹrọ àfilé wọn lọ́wọ́. Àwa tá a bá sì mọ̀ pé a fẹ́ béèrè náà, ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní mọ̀ wò gbà lérò bá a ṣe fẹ́ ṣe. Dókítà Matthew Ayọ̀ọ́lá wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ ilẹ̀kùn ní kúkúrú. Wọ́n dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ìjókòó ọlọ́lá tí wọ́n wà ní ibí. Wọ́n sì dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn èèyàn. Wọ́n wá yá nínú gbólóhùn àkásórí ìtọ́nisọ́nà wípé àwọn ọlọ́rọ̀ ọjọ́ iwájú wípé wọn ní wá láti ẹ̀ka epo rọ̀bì tàbí ẹ̀ka afẹ́fẹ́ bí ó ṣe ní ẹ̀ka iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ ilẹ̀kùn lára àwọn tí wọ́n sọ mo fẹ́ kí á mú díẹ̀díẹ̀. Wọ́n ní bá a bá lè gbà lérò láti di ọlọ́lá ọlọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ yóò ṣeé ṣe fún wa. Wọ́n sì jẹ́ kí ó di mímọ̀ pé ká má jẹ́ kí ẹnikẹ́ni kó fojú yẹpẹrẹ wa nítorí pé à ń ṣiṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n ní inú àwọn dùn, àwọn sì fọwọ́ sọ̀yà wọn ó jẹ́ ohun ìgboyà fáwọn pé àgbẹ̀ ńlá wọn ṣe, onímọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ nínú iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ńlá wọn ṣe. Wọ́n ṣe ìyànnàná ẹ̀ka ipò tí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n dì mú lẹ́ka ìpèsè ẹran àti ẹran jíjẹ. Wọ́n sì sọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹ̀ka iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ òun náà pín sí ìsọ̀rí lóníranran. Wọ́n wá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa bá a ti lè ní àṣeyọrí lẹ́nu nǹkan ọ̀sìn wípé ó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú àjọbí tá a mọ̀ sí breed, ó sì ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ìsọ̀rí ẹ̀yà tá a mọ̀ sí genetic. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lóníranran tí wọ́n sì sọ ìsọ̀rí àwọn ẹran màálù eléyìí tí èèyàn lè sìn. Tó bẹ́ẹ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ, wọ́n parí ẹ̀ sí abala pé àwọn àgbẹ̀ nílò àtìlẹ́yìn ìjọba tí wọ́n sì lo àsìkò náà láti rọ ọ̀nàrẹ́bù wa láti rí i dájú pé wọ́n tẹ̀síwájú láti máa ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn fún àwọn àgbẹ̀. Ẹ já fún wọn látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Ní báyìí a bọ́ sí abala tá a mọ̀ sí plenary section. Nígbà tí wọ́n mọ̀ pé ẹni tí yóò ṣe atọ́kùn abala yìí, mo ti sọ fún wa wípé tá a bá ní ìbéèrè ẹ jẹ́ agbáradì láti béèrè. Ká kọ́ àwa tá a bá lè jáde láti sọ, àwa tá a bá mọ̀ pa lè jáde láti sọ, wọ́n ó fi àyè gbà wá láti jáde wá ká béèrè wa. Over to you, sir.
All protocol duly observed. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate our farmers for your endurance since morning till now. I know it's not easy. And as it is now, before I proceed, I saw somebody very important from Department of Livestock Development. No,
from Ministry of Livestock Development, the Deputy Director, Animal Production and Husbandry Services, Mr. Akim Ibilade. Where is he? Where is he? I saw him now. We welcome you into our midst. Is he at the back? He's around. Yes, okay. What we intend doing this time around is we have said so many things. We have witnessed so many things since morning. Now, we want to get feedback from our people, which is very important. Emma Binu, Edema Jeki, Onjeti won serve yen, ko distract attention wa. It is very important we delve into this aspect because just like Dr. Ayola said, major thing that Nigeria can market outside this country is agric produce. We have the land, we have the wherewithal to produce enough for us and still export outside the country. As at today, Nigeria is not one of the leading countries in ruminant exports at all. In fact, we are not there at all. I can say it authoritatively that Nigeria is not among those countries exporting ruminant outside the country. There are years when we have to import some ruminant into Nigeria. I remember in 2012, there was scarcity of ram in Nigeria. Our people went as far as Republic of Benin to import ram. There is a town they call Gaidam in Yobe State. It borders Niger. They bring rams and goats to Nigeria through their porous border every Wednesday. And they still do that till date. This shows that we have not produced enough, not to talk of exporting it. The market is there for us to explore. Now that we have said all this, you as practicing farmer, me as a practicing farmer, come and tell us now what you think we can do to improve on our production. Yes, I will get your number, don't worry. I will get your number, don't worry. Is it in terms of beef cattle, dairy cattle, or sheep and goat? It's very important we share ideas amongst ourselves. You may have ideas that is better off than us. You may have ideas that will be a starting point for somebody today. So that is why we will have this session. And in this session, just like I said, we want to have feedback. I have some notes here, which I'm going to take care of. But I want people that want to speak. If you have anything to say concerning what you have been doing since morning, or the challenges you are encountering in your different farms, please don't feel shy. Feel free to express yourself. Nigeria, a ní àǹfààní, a ní ilẹ̀, a ní human resources láti ṣe nǹkan ọ̀gbìn kó pọ̀ débi pé yóò tó wá jẹ á tún lè máa tà sókè òkun. Ṣùgbọ́n ó ṣe ní láàánú wípé títí di èní Nigeria ò tí ì máa export beef cattle outside this country. And I'll find out. Nigeria ò tí ì export to beef cattle outside this country. Kọ̀rọ̀tà fi export out, a tún ṣe kí ni o, a tún gbà wọlé ni kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó yẹ ká ti produce màálù tí ó pọ̀ débi wípé àwa gan lè máa tà síta tá a máa gba foreign exchange. Ó yẹ kó ti dé level yẹn. That's one. Two, òun ni pé àti àgbò, àti àgùntàn, àti ewúrẹ́, àti produce enough gan. Tó bá di àsìkò iléyá ńsìn, àwọn èèyàn lọ sí north, wọ́n á lọ sí Katsina. Àwọn state tó border Niger yẹn, àwọn èèyàn lọ bẹ̀, wọ́n á lọ ra àgbò wá, àwọn àgbò yẹn iṣẹ́ àgbò tó produce ní Nàìjíríà. ó túmọ̀ sí pé market wà fún wa tá a bá produce tó pọ̀ àwọn tí ó rà wà ńlẹ̀ báwo la ṣe wá fẹ́ ṣe tá a fi produce tí ó wà enough tá a tún lè máa ṣe kí ni o tá a lè máa tà síta ìyẹn ni ká ní kí àjọ gbéyẹ̀wò láàrin 30 ṣẹ́jú báyìí ẹ jọ àwọn wo ló ní ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n fẹ́ sọ kí n rọ́wọ́ wọn lókè. Wàhálà dé o. Ewà bẹ́ẹ̀ mi fáwọn èèyàn nọ́mbà. Ewà fún wọn nọ́mbà Mike. Nọ́mbà ni kò fún wọn mi ní kò tí fún wọn Mike o. Nọ́mbà ni mo ní o fún wọn o. Kọ́nìkálùkù mọ nọ́mbà ẹ o. Ṣé mi? Olúwa kò lè fún ọ nọ́mbà mi. Mr. Okon. Okay, you are collecting papers. $29. Mawo. Chawon. Okay. Wani. Okon, where is the mic? Where is the second mic? Grace. Where is the second mic? Yes. Àwọn èèyàn tó náwó 29 ni wọ́n. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ ká lè attend sí gbogbo wọn. Wọ́n ti fi àwọn òwe kan. Okay. Ẹ má bínú. Wọ́n ti fi àwọn òwe kan sọwọ́ sí mi bí àwọn kan kì í ṣe ìbéèrè ìsọfọ́jú honorable ṣì wà mẹ́rin wọ́n ti ṣetán kí wọ́n tó dé. Now ẹnìkan bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó ní is there any activity or functioning scheme that supports infant entrepreneur in agribusiness that's livestock from the government and how do we benefit from it? Túnmíṣẹ́ dà busy. Question, Lele. Yes, this is a fundamental issue. And I don't know, government representatives are here. They should be able to see what they can do about it. It's a serious challenge. This challenge is about these housing developers buying farmlands. And unfortunately, Prof, you agree with me. At times, look at Iseyin or your Iseyin Road. They have acquired all this land. They have not developed the lands, and they do not allow farmers to occupy this land. Should we just fold our arms and allow them to continue this way? This is a fundamental issue government has to do something about. It's very important. It's very germane. Because it's disturbing. It's disturbing nowadays. They have bought almost farmlands. Yes. There is a question here. What has the government or the organizer put in place to sustain the program? I mean, in terms of government support to the farmers. Our major problem is if government wants to give us or organizes any program, we believe that it must be in monetary value. Even if we say this is a lecture that will aid the mode of feeding of your animal, that you improve performance of your animal. Farmers don't appreciate that. What they are expecting is what? Money. Everything is not all about money. This is part of what government is doing. If you continue with this, definitely we'll reach our destination. But don't expect government to come and give you. Everything is not all about money.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí a jẹ́ kí ìdákẹ́rọ́rọ́ kó wà ká bàa lè gbádùn ìbéèrè àti ìdáhùn yẹn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run ẹ má jẹ́ kí ariwo wà torí táriwo bá wà a ní lè mọ gbọ́ ohun tí wọ́n ń sọ. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run ẹ ṣé.
Somebody is asking for who wants to sell Misoro. That may not be within our purview. Because the seller and the buyer, we don't introduce somebody we don't know to buyers so that the repercussion will not be on us. Now say, an organizer, they introduce you. See, wow, it's dangerous. The facility have done the facilitators have done a great job. Their delivery are well documented. The question is, how do we farmers benefit from this workshop? You said they have done a great job. The lectures were well delivered. How do you benefit again? Go and make use of what you have learned from the lecture. Abi, how do they benefit? They should make use of what they have learned. Practice what you have been told. Eh? You have to see your veterinarian on this. How to stop pneumonia in your farm. It's not something we... Okay. They said you should see Prof. Not me. Because it's not something we can even say in the here. There are a lot of emergency doctors that diagnoses just anyhow. As a young farmer, I have 12 goats, but some are not growing as expected, while others, what can I do to ensure all are growing as expected? You see, factor responsible for good animal performance. We said 3 factors. Breed, okay. 3 things are responsible. Number 1, the breed of the animal. In performance of any animal, 3 things are very important. Number 1, the breed. Number 2, the feed. Number 3, the environment. You must take care of all these 3 things before you can say whether your animals are performing or not. So, and it's not something I can just provide answer to like that. Oh. Which platform can I join with how to access them? I don't know. 3. Can we get the slide of all the presentations? I think they should be able to send that to everybody's mail. Yes, you get that on your mail. Number 4, can we get their social media handle? RPC social media handle. Yes, you send it to their mail. Okay, the cattle, sheep, and goat, they also ask social media handle. Ẹ jọ̀wọ́, a fẹ́ ìrànlọ́wọ́ ìjọba nípa àwọn tí wọ́n ń gbé ẹran tà. Ẹran tó já sí pé tí a bá ti mú wọn fún a máa ń fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ ní. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹran gbígbé tà tí ẹ̀ ń sọ yìí, ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó lágbára ni o. Most especially cattle rustling. Nǹkan tó lágbára ni. Ìyẹn náà fi sọ pé ká má máa dẹ ẹran wa jẹ káàkiri mọ́. Tí ẹran bá wà ní ojú kan, tí à ń fún wọn lóúnjẹ ń bẹ̀, a lè máa mójútó wọn, a gbọ́dẹ síbẹ̀, a làwọn alámójútó. But ẹni tó ẹran ń jẹ káàkiri tí wọ́n bá gbé lọ, kò lè claim ẹ o. Kò lè claim because ìwọ gan ti lùfin ìjọba. Kí ẹni máa ṣe káàkiri, in fact, ó tako òfin ìjọba tẹ́lẹ̀ náà. So kò sí ní abẹ́ ṣe sí ju pé kó ní kálukú lọ ṣe ọgbà fún ẹran ẹ̀ lọ for now. Wọ́n dẹ̀ táàgì ẹ̀. Suggestion. For the purpose of effective cooperation among the farmers, all the cooperatives and groups have present to have their representatives to come together and meet for future purpose. Yes, correct ni. To access any facility from government, you must form farmers cooperative group. It's very important. Without farmers cooperative, government will not give individual. One thing, for example, for individual, inú ká lómi lọ fi fẹ́yàwó mi, inú ká lómi lọ fi ṣe òkú àgbà, tàbí kó náwó yẹn nàkúnà. Cooperative ni wọ́n. Kó lọ yẹ ìyẹn padà. Yes. Now, go and join cooperative, and your cooperative must be functional and effective. So, gbogbo wa ní ká lọ join cooperative. And tó bá jẹ́ farmer bí, tí o ti join farmers group kankan, then he's not yet a farmer. You must join a farmers group. Very compulsory. Is artificial insemination of sheep and goats available? If yes, how can I see real people's concept? Artificial insemination of sheep and goats. See real people's concept. Association. Yes, association of sheep and goats. You know what? Prince, sheep and goats. Baba Salami, sheep and goats. Mama ame yeji yen. Association of sheep and goats. You know what? Yes, before we continue. Number one. Number one. Now to take it. Before you get there. How can someone with great passion rise without capital in this business? Now, how can someone without capital? It's not possible. I used to tell people, 3 things are involved in livestock management. If you want to engage in livestock business, the first thing is the interest. That's the key thing. You must have passion for the business. The second thing is the technical know-how. Have idea of how you want to raise the animal. You want to raise the animal. You have interest. You don't have the housing. You don't know the kind of animal you have to get. You don't know the kind of food you have to feed. When to feed them. If you go and buy animal, you run at a loss. The third one, the capital attention. 3 things are very key, are very germane in livestock management. Number 1, interest. Number 2, technical know-how. Number 3, only fund, capital.
Yeah, talking about capital for farming. He has said it. Number 1 thing is interest. If you don't have interest, you have no business in farming, because it's that interest that will push you on. Then number 2 is having land. You said something again.
Yes, technical know-how.
Technical know-how. Yeah, that's what I want to buttress. I was sitting with somebody in Abuja recently, and we were just talking about what intervention do we need most to move farming forward in Nigeria. And he said, what we need most is knowledge. Every one of us were arguing with him, but he stood his ground. He said it's knowledge. That if those who want to raise this animal know what they want to do very well, they will find means of going above all the challenges to have to achieve what they want. But if they don't know what they want to do, how will they achieve it? So critical, interest, knowledge. Then raising money becomes very easy when you know what you want to do, when you have interest. I had a friend that when he graduated, he did not take any job. And what did he say? And he did not have money. He told himself that he's going to raise money, he's going to make money from agriculture. And what did he do? Every dry season, he goes to the stream behind his house and produces vegetables. He carried these vegetables to the market and sell in dry season. And he did that for about 3 consecutive years. At the end of the first year, he bought a motorcycle so that he could move his vegetables to the market. At the end of the second year, he bought a vehicle. At the end of the third year, he bought land. At the end of the 4th year, he started developing his land, poultry, and all this. And by the time he spent 10 years on the project, he was already comfortable driving a Jeep, having married, and everything. He's a big man. Even me, I look up to him. So money is not the number 1 problem. interest, knowledge. Those are important.
So it's very important to have knowledge. And in this livestock business, you can start very small. If you don't have enough capital, don't go into dairy. Get one small bull. Start raising the bull with grasses and some other things. I bought a bull for 80,000 in 2020. I sold the bull 1.5 million this year. Yes, this is practical experience. I'm not saying theory. 2020, I bought it 80,000. I sold it 1.5 million. Just 4 years, yes. In fact, I sold it 1.5 million. This is how you can start. Don't expect that you buy 3, 4, 5 bulls at a time. No. You cannot buy 5 bulls at a time. I started with that one. Within 4 years, I've graduated to 32. Just to tell you, it's the interest. So have the interest, have the technical know-how, you go to places by the grace of God. Here, number 1.
Orúkọ mi ni Jimoh Shobanke from Ogun State. We are from Abúlé Agbo Farmer Association. So our association ló ràn wá sí ibà yìí. Àkọ́kọ́ tí mo fẹ́ sọ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ni pé mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ His Excellency, our president, tó jẹ́ kí irú nǹkan báyìí kí ó wá sáyé. Because ẹ̀ ń sọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ bíbá yìí tí gbogbo wa ti ta benefit ní orí ẹ̀. But mo rò wípé nípa ìpàṣẹ wípé wọ́n yan iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba tó mójútó nǹkan ọ̀sìn bíi ló jẹ́ kí irú kan báyìí kí ó wáyé. Pẹ̀lú ògo náà a máa rí ìtọ́jú báyìí lọ. Inú mi dùn púpọ̀ láti wà ní ìpéjọpọ̀ yìí torí mo gain a lot. Ẹjọ́ ìbéèrè ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò kí ń ṣe ìbéèrè ó dẹ̀ pọ̀ because mo tún kàn ọ̀rọ̀.
Ọjọ́ ti lọ torí Ọlọ́run. Ẹ ṣe ní ṣókí.
One, lórí animal health or care. A mọ̀ wípé hospital wà fún àwọn animal káàkiri but ó lójú ibi tó wà. But ẹni tí ó ní hospital tó fẹ́ gbé ẹran ẹ̀ lọ táwọn sọ wípé fún pé kó fún ní abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára kó fún ní àwọn oògùn báyìí wíjì kò dẹ̀ sí hospital kò síbi tó fẹ́ abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára yẹn kò síbi tó ti fẹ́ abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára yẹn akọ̀gbọ́n bíbá náà ni pé kó máa fún ibo ló ti fẹ́ rí ìyẹn ìkíní kí wọ́n jọ kó máa provide àwọn nǹkan yẹn síbi tí ó bọ́ sítọ̀ títà ti lè rí láti fún àwọn ẹran wa. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa policy wípé tíjọba bá ní policy táwọn àgbẹ̀ bá lọ báyìí tíjọba bá lọ báyìí torí àwa ní fọ́rọ̀mù yìí la ṣe lè sọ nípa policy o tí ó bá sí irú fọ́rọ̀mù yìí nothing like policy because wọ́n máa ṣe policy tiwọn l'Ábùjá àwa náà máa ṣe tiwọn lábẹ́ ilé wa ni kí wọ́n jọ kí wọ́n bá ṣe yọjú sí ọ̀dọ̀ àgbẹ̀ yìí kí wọ́n má bàa gbójú kò ń bẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá yọjú kọ́ dáadáa nǹkan tí wọ́n ń fẹ́ láti kí àwa àwọn máa rí nǹkan táwọn náà ń fẹ́ wọ́n á rí pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run Ọlọ́run gbà fún wa. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta
hello sir oya number 2 ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa ṣe ṣókí ìbéèrè ṣókí.
Ẹ káàsán everybody. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ máa mix up nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ. Number 1, I want to appreciate everybody here. I want to appreciate His Excellency. I want to appreciate. So, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, nǹkan tí mo tiẹ̀ fẹ́. Okay, nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ béèrè ó ní pé ní pertaining to that social media stuff of a thing which toilet is down. Then mo tún fẹ́ béèrè pé ṣé kò possible gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe ní general hospital fún àwọn èèyàn àsìn káwa náà ní veterinary general hospital náà ti máa ta àwọn drugs yẹn fún at subsidized rates so that we are having access to it like that.
Ẹ ṣe ọ̀gá mi. Number 3 okay. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tó bá jẹ́ pé ìbéèrè tá a fẹ́ béèrè ẹnìkan ti béèrè rẹ̀ torí ìjọba àsìkò láti lè dáhùn rẹ̀ ẹjọ́ ẹ má wulẹ̀ jẹ́ á tún béèrè mọ́.
Ẹ káàsán, orúkọ mi ni àgbẹ̀ Méjìgbẹ́dùn Moshood. Èmi fẹ́ gba ìjọba nímọ̀ràn ni. Mo fẹ́ gba ìjọba nímọ̀ràn torí àwa náà à ń sin àwọn ẹran. A ní ìgbénijà méjì tí a fẹ́ kí ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe solution sí. Solution náà dẹ̀ la fẹ́ sọ fún ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe. Alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ń bẹ̀, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa a máa ń gbé hybrids àwọn ẹran yìí wọlé. Ó dẹ̀ máa wà very very expensive láti gba through hair or lay down rows. Ẹ bá wa create office kan fún anybody tó bá fẹ́ gbé ẹran wọlé kó lọ sí office yẹn kó lè bá wa ṣe method tá à ń lò tó fi ń ship tó fi ń rọrùn gbogbo medication tó yẹ kó pass through kó bá wa máa handle lẹ̀ so that àwọn èèyàn ní máa gbé disease wọlé láti loopholes. So ọ̀nà táwọn ń ṣe àwọn èèyàn ń ṣe kò dáa but ẹ bá wa ṣe lọ́nà tó máa fi dáa in that same form. Alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ni ẹlẹ́kejì a fẹ́ kí ìjọba bá wa create nǹkan tá à ń pè ní mobile ruminants. Mobile ruminants. Kí ni mobile ruminants? Mobile ruminants ó jẹ́ kiosk bíi kẹ̀kẹ́ tricycle yẹn. Ó máa visit àwọn farmers lóòrèkóòrè bóyá ẹ̀kan àbí ẹ̀ẹ̀mejì lọ́dún. A máa gba àwọn datas àwọn farmers. Àwọn tó bá need vaccine a máa mọ ibi tó wà. Àwọn tó bá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ fún ìjọba ní èdè tó ó yé wọn, wọ́n á lè sọ fún ìjọba directly. Thank you.
Ẹ ṣe number 4. Is it 4? Ọ̀gá mi sà ṣé ẹ̀ ń kọ sílẹ̀? Ẹ ṣe.
Salamu alaikum. Orúkọ mi ni Imam. Ìbéèrè mi ni wípé láti sin màálù ohun tá a bá lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá wa ni wípé wọ́n máa ń dà. Ṣùgbọ́n a fẹ́ kó jẹ́ sí wípé irú àwa tá à ń ṣe iṣẹ́ màálù ń sìn a fẹ́ máa dà. Tá a bá fẹ́ kọ́ ilé fún wọn báwo la ṣe lè kọ́ ilé yẹn ení. Ìbéèrè kejì ni wípé àwọn oúnjẹ tá a lè fún wọn báwo la ṣe lè máa ṣe tí ó máa pọ̀ yàtọ̀ fún kókó tí wọ́n ń jẹ kiri. So ń sìn ta kan ń ṣe ni wípé bóyá ká dà wọ́n díẹ̀ ládùúgbò kárẹ̀ra tún gbé wọn sílé wọn. Oúnjẹ wo gangan ló dáa jù fún wọn láti máa jẹ?
Ẹ ṣeun Sunday ọ̀gá mi sà oúnjẹ wo ló dáa jù láti máa fún ẹran tá a bá fẹ́ kọ́lé ẹran tí wọn ò fẹ́ máa dà kiri báwo la ṣe kọ́?
Mo kí gbogbo ìjókòó lápapọ̀. Orúkọ tèmi ni Adéṣọlá Ògúnjìmí láti Remo North Local Government. Ìbéèrè mi àkọ́kọ́ akọ́ lọ sí Honourable Idris. Your Royal Highness, I salute you, sir. Long life and prosperity. Bóyá ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé láti ilẹ̀ Haúsá láìpẹ́ yìí ni. The Northerners were benefiting from federal government in agriculture. I don't know why the Southern region were left behind. In this kind of program like this, in a seminar like this, the government in Northern region will make them to be in group and help them in one way or the other. But I don't know what is happening in Southern region. We need help and something must be done. That's number one. Professor Oluwani Shola. Highness, Professor Oluwani Shola. Nishomo, sorry please. Nípa grass tẹ́ sọ fún wa. Mo mọ̀ pé grass kan wà high proteinous. Màá fẹ́ kí bóyá ẹ máa ta bá ṣe máa get àwọn síìdì grass yẹn táwọn náà máa gbìn ta lè benefit kí àwọn ẹran wa kọ́ lè bá máa rí grass tó dáa bí àwọn foreign country. That's question number 2. Okay, yẹ kan. Professor Oyeyemi wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa vaccine. A sọ pé a fẹ́ vaccinate àwọn ẹran wa o bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kọ́ wa. Ṣùgbọ́n availability nearest to our locality is very, very paramount. Àwọn táwa ní rural area báwo la ṣe máa rí nearest area láti lè get our vaccine. Tó bá tiẹ̀ jẹ́ ìrìnà ọ̀nà ban city, where can we get those vaccines? God bless Nigeria. God bless farmer.
ẹ ṣeun. Okay. Ẹ jẹ́ ádámù márùn-ún yìí ná.
Ẹ ṣe púpọ̀. You will answer one. Prof, you have question 2 questions. But number 1 question tí wọ́n béèrè. Okay, now the first question tí wọ́n béèrè. Ẹ ṣe máa contribute. What is it? Now, the first question tí wọ́n béèrè lórí vaccine ní local areas. Ẹ má jà parọ́ tanra wa jẹ. Ẹran wo ní problem la fi ń sọ yí pé nítorí ẹ̀ làwọn vaccine village la wa o. This same year, I'm telling you my experience. My cattle had pasteurellosis. The only drug is Drasol. Okay, Drasol cannot be gotten in Ibadan. My animals are in Iseyin. I have to order for Drasol from Ilorin or Kano to get Drasol. I'm telling you personal experience. I'm telling you, if you want to get Drasol, you cannot get Drasol in Ibadan. Yeah, is either you go to Ilorin or you go to Kano. I ordered for it from Kano. They have to wear bill it. If you are sincere, you are passionate about your animal, you get the vaccine for your animal. Last year, we experienced a different strain of foot rot. Very terrible. Koshaleri, ni Southwest. Terrible foot rot. Tẹ́bá tí ń kí ọ̀ṣẹ́ nìkan báyìí, strain mi tún jáde ni. Tẹ́bá tí ń kí ọ̀ṣẹ́ nìkan báyìí, strain mi tún jáde ni. That was last year. It affected my animal. Àwọn kì í ṣe sọ́sọ́ theory o. We are farmers. Ká tó bọ́ta ká tó sọ pé ẹ̀sìn ẹran, àwa náà sin ẹran ni. Àwa náà ní challenges. Àwa náà ní challenges lóko wa. Àdẹ sọ pé tó oko ibi tí ẹran mi wà, wọ́n ń pè bẹ̀ ní Olókè village lọ́nà Òṣogùn. Kì í ṣe àárín ìlú. Ọ̀kadà 7,000 la máa gbé. Kì í gbé mọ́tò lọ bẹ̀. Kí wọ́n sọ pé torí ẹ̀. Ibi village ni mi ní wá ẹ má jẹ́ tẹ́ra wa jẹ́ tẹ́ bá passionate about your animals you get the vaccine at the appropriate time and you get the personnel to administer the vaccine. Ẹ má jẹ́ àmàṣà sẹ́yìn kankan. Ẹ má jẹ́ àmàṣà sẹ́yìn kankan. Èmi sọ from my personal experience because I'm a farmer. Ohun tí mò ń kọ́ ọmọ bí nìyẹn. Ohun tí mo dẹ̀ land ní feed ni mò ń kọ́ àwọn ọmọ mi. So I can say it conveniently. Now, opportunity tá a tún ní. Mo fẹ́ rọ àwọn tó wà ní Ministry of Livestock àti kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ Agric. In those days, a ní àwọn kan tá à ń pè ní community animal health workers. Two, to train tó yẹ pé in case of bí àwọn two human being tó wà ní villages káàkiri ẹ jẹ́ ká resuscitate training yìí. Animal technologies ò lè go round, veterinarians ò lè go round, vet doctors mélòó la ní Nàìjíríà gbogbo wọn ò lè sí ní villages. Àwọn villages àwọn interior yẹn tá a bá láwọn chew wọ́n lè bá administer vaccine yẹn in case of emergency. Technical, it's not working. Okay. Prof. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Ẹ ṣe púpọ̀ púpọ̀. Ẹni tó béèrè nípa pé tí àwọn ò bá fẹ́ practice open grazing tí àwọn fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbin grass wọn fúnra wọn. Yes. Nǹkan tí gbogbo wa ti ń sọ láti ijọ́ náà nìyẹn pé kí àgbẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan kó ní ilẹ̀ tiẹ̀ kó gbin koríko tó need. Tó bá mọye ilẹ̀ tó ní wàá mọye ẹran tó lè support lórí ilẹ̀ yẹn wàá dẹ̀ mọ nǹkan tó yẹ kó gbìn sí orí ilẹ̀. So to develop pasture is òun náà ni mo ti sọ ní àti àárọ̀ yẹn although I need enough time láti sọ kúlẹ̀kúlẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tí ó ń lọ into pasture production. But the important thing náà ni pé mo mọ̀ pé hardly is there anybody here that has not planted maize before. If you have planted maize, then you have enough knowledge to plant your grass. The only difference is that one seed is maize seed and the other seed is grass seed. So the first thing is to get your land. When you get the land, secure the seed that you will plant it. After planting it, make sure that you weed it, that weed do not take over your grass plot. After weeding, apply fertilizer. And after that, you wait for it to mature. Then, I already mentioned something that when you plant grass, don't put your animals into that plot in that year. They will destroy it. Wait for at least 1 year for it to develop strong roots. Then another mistake people make is to put more animals than the land can handle. So if you plant a small portion of land and you know your land cannot support it, then you have to plan to buy other feeds to support what your land can produce. That's all I can say for that. For us to really discuss pasture production, we have to organize a 2-3 day workshop that we fully address that. Now, as per seed, there is no organized seed production in Nigeria yet. So there is no place I can tell you can go to get seeds for pastures. But there is a place in Zaria, Napri, that has the mandate for this. They have seeds, although it cannot go around the whole of Nigeria. But that's your best bet, the best place that you can go to ask for seed. The other thing you can do is that, you see, wọ́n ti advise wa pé kí a bára wa ṣe, ká interact pẹ̀lú ara wa. When you interact with other farmers, when you get to somebody's farm that has the kind of grass that you have, you will not keep quiet. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ fún mi lára seed yìí. Some people will tell you they want to sell. Some people will say, you can take what you have. So when you interact with other farmers, you will have access to seed. I can promise you that. Adila Farms has left here. He visited my farm in University of Ibadan, liked my grass, and he said I should give him. I told him, the first time you come, I will give you free of charge. The second time you come, I will sell it to you. I gave him a small piece that time. Now, I'm not sure I'm not the one that will beg him to give me seed now. So, interact with others. When you interact, you will see what you like, ask for it. The worst is that they will tell you to pay for it and you pay. Once you have it, you have it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, we would like the Honorable SSA. If it's not ready, we can continue. Okay, we can continue. Okay. Yes, there is a question here. This program is for Southwest State. Why is other states not here? There are representatives from different states here. We have seen from Osun, from Ogun. I can confirm that. People from Ogun are here. People from Osun State are here. I'm sure the bulk of us are from Oyo State. I don't know if there are people from Lagos. Somebody told, yes. People, yes. Sure, that's people from Lagos. It's only Lagos. Good. Ekiti. Good. Ekiti people are equally here. We invited their commissioner for agriculture. They might be busy. But we extend our invitation to virtually everybody. Is that clear? Yes. This program, can it be organized in Odo and also some other state? It's possible. But the logistics is what we have to look into. We have to consider so many other things. Why are people in this forum being starved? I think we have taken care of this. Sorry. We are not starving anybody. Sorry. Báwo ni a ṣe lè máa rí abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára? I've answered this. We actively need the support of the government towards we small-scale farmers. Please create an avenue for empowering us. Is it right, Gina? Okay. Okay. Can youth in this gathering get support in any way to enhance growth and build them faster? That's it. We are always in a hurry. You have gained something, unless you don't want to acknowledge it. You have picked one knowledge or the other today. Go and implement that. Go and actualize that. If you have any problem, get back to us. If there is any advice we can give, we'll give you. You see, everything is not about money, 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 money. There are situations that ordinary advice, knowledge sharing, there are problems that is only knowledge sharing will solve. There are problems that advice will solve. Don't expect us to come and give you money. Now, beyond this service, what are the plans for the development of effective value chain for ruminant livestock? We have been discussing this now. If you say ruminant value chain, we have, is it beef cattle value chain, or dairy cattle value chain, or animal products value chain? There are a lot of value chains, and this is not something we can discuss today. In fact, it's all encompassing. It's not something we can discuss today. Lack of vaccine, I've answered that. What support is available for ruminant livestock farmer? Collaboration. Let others collaborate amongst themselves. Now, I wouldn't know, Honorable Sir, there are youths here. Some elders have left. Can you please just wrap up advice for the youths that are still willing? You see, people collected food, and after collecting food, they left. Those that are with us now, they seem to be the only people that are genuinely interested in ruminant farming. Can we have one or two advice for them? Said wanted to say something. Okay, I said, as it is now, we can see that those that are genuinely interested in livestock farming, they are the ones that are left behind. Can you have just short advice, a word or two for them? Since we have been able to remove the grain from the shaft. Hey, we were running up. It's not a question. Sumishe, can Baba speak first?
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Great farmer. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré sọ ilé fún wa kí ọlọ́lá jùlọ wa kó tó bá wa wrap ẹ̀ up. Ohun àkọ́kọ́ tí mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa mú lọ lélẹ̀ ní òun ni pé a ṣe máa lọ fọ́ọ̀mù ẹgbẹ́ àbí ká lọ join àwọn existing ẹgbẹ́ tí ó wà ní àgbègbè wa. Gbogbo ìpèníjà tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń dárúkọ yìí tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń sọ yìí a ò rí kinní kan rà kinní kan ò sí a ò rí kinní kan Yorùbá máa ń sọ kinní kan wọ́n ní ànìkànrin ọmọ ejò òun ló ń ṣekú pa wọ́n. Ohun tó ń ṣe wájú ni pé à ń fẹ́ máa dá nǹkan wa ṣe à ń fẹ́ máa dá nǹkan wa ṣe dídá nǹkan wa ṣe kò pè wá mọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká join àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tí ó ti wà establish tí ò bá sí ẹgbẹ́ tó wà establish ní àgbègbè wa ẹ jẹ́ káwa náà form ẹ̀ àwọn youths wa àwọn náà mo rọ̀ wọ́n kí àwọn náà kàn lọ form association based on their common interest. Tí ẹ bá tẹ̀ máa form ẹgbẹ́ yìí ẹ make sure pé ẹ register ẹgbẹ́ yẹn pẹ̀lú ìjọba. Nǹkan tí máa sọ fún yín ni pé tí a bá ní ìpèníjà láti form ẹgbẹ́ ẹ wá sí olú ilé iṣẹ́ tí ó wà fún ìmúgbòòrò àti ìdàgbàsókè iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ní NCRI ní báyìí NARLS a máa kọ́ yín bí ẹ ṣe máa fọ́ọ̀mù ẹgbẹ́ àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ nílò láti make sure pé ẹ register. Tí ẹ bá sì nílò ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí ó bá ti jẹ́ pé ẹgbẹ́ ló wá ni àbí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ fẹ́ kóra yín jọ a máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ láti make sure pé ẹ fọ́ọ̀mù ẹgbẹ́ yẹn. Tí ẹ bá fọ́ọ̀mù ẹgbẹ́ gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí ló máa tó yín lọ́wọ́. Ẹgbẹ́ ló pè wá fún ṣe training lẹ́kìtì Afan Ekiti State they call us from here we mobilized we went there so you also can do all those things. So nǹkan tí mi máa fẹ́ sọ fún wa nìyẹn ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
Okay. Professor Balogun, come on.
Thank you very much. Standing on existing protocols. First question is, beyond rhetorics, to the glory of God, now we are having government showing some serious interest in a multi-billion naira industry that we have not paid attention to in a long time. We have developed a new variety of goats called Futasa goats by crossing the Sahel and Savannah with the Wad. These animals eat 45 kg in 18 months and 65 kg in 2 years. Now, I don't need to go to South Africa to go and bring in a 5 million boa at 100 and 120 kilo. Now, we just talk after this, what next? What infrastructure are we putting on ground to develop an efficient value chain for ruminant livestock in the southwest at least? I put it to you, sir. We have also developed a franchise model that costs 30 million to establish a farm of 100 goats or sheep. This will generate 12.5 million naira conservatively from the second year. By the third year, your money is back. What support is available for intending and already practicing ruminant farmers? With regards to vaccines, only PPR, I stand to be corrected, as a practicing farmer, and the issue of food rot that he just raised during the rainy season, only PPR. And before we could even get that PPR in Akure, it was the personal effort I made for people to be asking. The farmer, the veterinarian shop, they only sell things that people ask for. Nobody's asking for it. Don't worry. I will make sure that people, now, PPR is the only vaccine that is available readily. Enterotoxin is not available. Food truck is not available. Pox is not available. So, what support is available financially and physically to address these programs? I put it to you, we want to establish 10 of those ranches in each local government in Nigeria. That is potentially 125 million. I don't know of any local government that makes that. If you have a local government in Nigeria from goat and sheep, tell me now. I don't want us to play with the opportunity that Mr. President has provided. Mr. Special Assistant, I want to thank you very much for, most politicians would have left by now. But I know you are our own. We know your daddy's house. We will come and meet you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Rotimi Ajayi, please.
I want to say a big thanks for the opportunity to come up with my suggestion in form of questions. And they are just two, if I can summarize. And I will love the personal assistant to the Excellency to pay attention to this, sir. Special assistants. Senior special assistants. Sorry. Senior special assistants to the presidency. I want you to pay attention to this. By now, I as a veterinarian, I have discovered that why most farmers, why they fail, especially in ruminant production, is because most of them will go to the food animal market to buy their animals they want to raise or they want to rear. Most of the times, they come to their farms with infected animals. Most of them don't have the understanding of how to select even animals at all, because they might not even go to the market with people who are knowledgeable about these animals. Is there any way the federal government can help in creating ruminants especially? And I will tell you why I'm saying this. Ruminant multiplication centers in different regions of Nigeria. This situation is easy in the poultry industry. It's easy in the poultry industry and it's left in the hands of the private investors. For example, some poultry farmers, they have grandparent stock of their animals, of their birds. When any farmer wishes to buy poultry parent stock, he will go to them and buy parent stock, regardless of the number. Sometimes even as low as 500 pieces, 1,000 pieces. People keep poultry PS on their farms and they are doing well. But with ruminants, àwọn ẹran oníṣàkì yẹn, àwọn ẹran ṣàkì kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ewúrẹ́ làwọn èèyàn ti rà tó ti kú. Tó máa ti rà délé báyìí ló máa kú lọ́wọ́ wọn. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àgùntàn ló ti kú lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn. Màálù náà ń kú bẹ́ẹ̀ because kò sí ibi tí wọ́n ti máa rí tó jẹ́ pé àwọn tó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ ló raise wọn, ló multiply wọn. We talk about disease resistance. We talk about using genetically proven animals for production. For example, how many farmers can afford to import dairy animals? And dairy is the most lucrative of all the livestock farming. Dairy is the most lucrative. But how many of us can afford Jersey or Friesian? How many of us can bring them in? If there are multiplication centers in Nigeria, in different regions, farmers can go there and obtain even 1, 2. In some nations of the world, there are families with 1, 2 cows that agents will come and inseminate for them when they are on it. And they are doing well. They are not importing milk the way we are importing milk. There is need, by now there is need for ruminant multiplication center where farmers can assess their stock. That's number 1. Number 2. Yes, sir. Number 2, I try to sit down and look at why people are resisting central grazing land all over. Most regions are afraid of just allowing any group of people or class of people to take over their land. Sir, Mr. Special Assistant, sir, I want to ask if it is possible to create grazing land. I'm saying this because to raise 1 head of cow or 1 head of cattle or cow, you don't need less than 1.5 to 2 acres of land to sustain a cow. per annum. If every such landmass is required to raise cow, just one, how many peasant farmers with 50, with 100 heads of cattle can acquire that land? So the issue of nomadism cannot be totally eradicated if there are no grazing lands. In some foreign countries, we have feedlot areas where people can raise their animals. There is need for grazing land. However, the question is it possible to create grazing lands on regional basis that will take care of the indigenes of the region if the central one is resisted? Because there will not be fear of allowing anybody to take over their land in such region. When their indigenes are using the land, it is obvious that many people are ready to go into ruminant production, the way I saw this place filled this afternoon. But most people cannot afford to buy the land. And people are not ready, regions are not ready to release their land because of their being taken by some other class. So please, I want us to look at this area. If one is created in southwestern region, it will be to the benefit of the southwestern region indigenes, which will be monitored by some people. And it will work well in each and every region. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. I want us to go and study livestock banking system they are doing at Ipokia area. There is this muturu there. All household, everybody in the household have that muturu. And they raise the animal, which they don't sell just anyhow. They only sell the animal when they want to send their children to school. It's an approach we must all adopt. Yes, it's livestock bank. Yes, it's livestock banking that adopt in Ipokia local government. All these Tube, Ijofin, Agoshasha, and the likes. Go there, go and study it. You see that people can go place. You are from there. You can testify to it. Thank you. Now, on the final notes, I'm very, very sorry. We cannot take any other question. See, we are short of time. Doctor from Foyer, please, I'm very, very sorry. At this juncture, I want to call on the director of Real People's Concepts, Mr. Tumishe Olagbaju, to come and give his closing remarks.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, I would firstly like to apologize, especially to those that we could not take your comment or questions. Please, we would have loved to take all questions and comments, but time is never on our side. So please, I want to apologize that we cannot take your comment. I hope my apology is taken. All right, thank you. So on that note, I would like to first and foremost thank all of you farmers who have left your farms, your animals, to be at this very important meeting. We appreciate your time, and our prayer is that our endeavors, God will bless and will increase as we go in Jesus' name. I would also like to thank all our special guests who have traveled from far and near to this event. I would like to appreciate all the sub-team speakers who have taken our time to develop the materials, to teach us. They have also brought from their experience to, also educate us. And I believe that we've all been thoroughly educated today. Please, could you appreciate all our sub-team speakers with a round of applause? Let's appreciate them. I'd like to appreciate the provost of the college who has hosted us, who has accommodated us, who has given us this space to gather. We so much appreciate him. Please, can we help give him a round of applause? He also gave us a team of members of staff of the college to work with us to make this a success, and they have worked tirelessly to make the event a success. Please, can you help me to appreciate them as well? We'd like to appreciate the government functionaries around. We thank them. We know they are busy, but because of the value they have placed on what we are doing, they have shelved other things. And you can imagine the time is past 4, if I'm correct. And they are still, in fact, almost 4:30. and they are still with us. I think they deserve a round of applause. Can we please give them a round of applause? I'd like to also appreciate every technical person, the media, the protocol, the security, that everyone who has contributed to the success of this event. We appreciate you. We thank you. Please, can you help me to also give them a round of applause? I would also like to thank His Excellency, the Honorable Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development, Honorable Idris Ajimobi, who has, championed this meeting. And you can imagine that he championed this and he has stayed with us right from the beginning to this point. You can see that he means business. He means business. So I think he deserves a better round of applause. I know this is the beginning of great things that will come. But as farmers, we need to put our house in order. We need to work together. We need to have a very big platform to engage. And I think that should be the next thing. From the knowledge we have gathered here today, let's go back and begin to implement some of the things that we have learned. I'm a farmer myself. I started raising cattle, sheep, and goats since 2020. And I know you face a lot of challenges. I know. I feel your pain because this is what I do. And this also informed, why we're also championing advocacy, capacity development, networking, and the likes. So I want to appreciate all of you who have waited, but more importantly, the way you can inspire us more is to go back home and improve on what you are doing. We need to begin to see that increase. We need to begin to see that positive effect of our production on the economy. So that's my charge to all of us. And I want to tell us that for those who registered, either online or physical, we are going to be reaching out to you after today through your email. We're going to send all the slides of today's presentation to your mail. And with your permission, we want to create a WhatsApp group and add everybody. Do I have your yes? Do I have your yes? All right, thank you. So in the course of the rest of the year, please be expecting that you'll be added to the group that we're going to create. And from that platform, we can carry on the conversation. So it's our desire that ruminant production, cattle, sheep, and goat production in Southwest improves, increase. And I know we can do it. For you to be sitting here, I know you are determined. And I know we are able to do it. And we pray that God Almighty will help us to do it. And lastly, I want us to appreciate God Almighty who has given us the grace to be here. He has started with us, is ending with us, and is going to see us through all our endeavors. Can we give God a round of applause? You can do it better. So on the final note, I'd like also to appreciate the Secretariat who, have sat to pick all the points that we have taken. I don't want to forget that. So Secretariat, we thank you for all your efforts. So our sincere prayer is that God Almighty will take us to our destination safely and He will bless us in all our endeavor. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and God bless you.
Ní báyìí a ti mú ohun gbogbo wá sí ìparí. Ní ìkádìí rẹ̀, gbogbo àwọn ìbéèrè tá a bá ní wọ́n ti láwọn ó ṣe WhatsApp group. Wọ́n ó dẹ̀ fi ẹ̀kọ́ tí àwọn èèyàn ti sọ lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan wọ́n ó fi ṣọwọ́ sí orí ímeèlì wa. Ìdí nìyí tí wọ́n fi gba ímeèlì wa sílẹ̀ àtorúkọ. Mo wá rọ̀ wá sàtífíkẹ́ẹ̀tì tá a gbà ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká tọ́jú rẹ̀ dáadáa. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí Okon Joseph Ajókọ bí ẹni tí ń fẹ́ náà lóòkọ́ tèmi. Ní ìkànnì Lágelú 96.7 FM òkè Gájòkè àti Splash 105.5 FM ní Fẹ́lẹ́lẹ̀ nílùú Ìbàdàn. Ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta Sátọ̀dé láago 4 sí aago 5 nírọ̀lẹ́ ó ní ètò mi àgbẹ̀ lọ́ba níkànnì Lágelú 96.7 FM. Àmọ́dún yóò jù báyìí lọ, Ọlọ́run ó ṣọ́ ẹ̀mí wa, àwa tá a rin ìrìn àjò tá a tẹkọ̀ létí, yálà nítòsí ni tàbí lọ́nà jíjìn, àádélé láyọ̀, àdélébáre, àrìnà kóre, àkòyá ibi, bógo ti ń jẹ tọ́lọ́run, àmì àtàmì.